Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was Raynare's guardian angel. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I still remember what happened that night, that fateful night, the one where I almost died. Raynere couldn't speak as she was being strangled by a strange man. He was the reason I'm in this now, but I don't regret what I did. You're a demon disobedient bitch, Raynere. You were ordered to kill him, but you didn't do it, the man said in a hoarse, threatening voice as he glared at the fallen angel in his hands. You're a disgrace to your people, you have no right to continue calling yourself a fallen angel, let alone own one of these, he then said, extending one of his hands to one of the girl's wings, who watched all of this with wide eyes. What is he? The black-haired girl thought. Suddenly the terrifying sound of bones breaking and coming loose was heard in the place. Raynere felt an immense pain in her back. The poor brunette couldn't scream and could only grit her teeth while her face showed unparalleled suffering. Her tears flowed out in torrents. What a stupid thing to do, said the man who was choking her with one hand. He was strong enough to hold her with just one of his upper limbs. After that, the stranger hit her a couple of times with his free hand, causing several bruises from the force with which he was hitting her. Finally, he threw her body far away, and Raynere crashed hard into a tree. At that moment I was lamenting, my tears coming not only from the pain in my body but also from the fear of never seeing again the person who changed the course of my existence, the person who clarified my doubts and cleared my path, the one who made me realize what I really had to do and for whom I began to have strong feelings. Raynere was weak, the pain taking its toll on her body. Her breathing labored, but she refused to lose consciousness, even if it was tempting to give in. She heard the footsteps of her executioner, who was approaching her. The girl saw the face of the one who wanted to end her life, a man with mature features, tan skin, an intimidating gaze with light brown eyes and short black hair. All of this added to an outfit consisting of a long, dark leather trench coat. That despicable man finally reached her, then lifted her by the neck until she was at a considerable height so he could look at her better. Don't worry, you won't suffer anymore, I'll put an end to your pathetic existence, said the man, beginning to materialize in his hand what appeared to be a spear of light. At that, several tears escaped from the black-haired girl's eyes again, and words came out of her mouth that surprised the stranger. Please no. Raynere had begged for mercy as she tried in vain to shake off her attacker's grasp. Those words came out of my mouth without me even thinking about it before, and it was because I didn't want to die. I didn't want to leave this world without having been again by the side of that person so special to me. Are you begging for mercy? Poor fool, the man mocked her. You would have chosen a better wish before dying, but it was your choice. Now prepare to disappear completely, he said, raising the weapon with which he would end the fallen angel's life. I couldn't do anything else. It was impossible to talk to that guy. I would die, that was certain, so I closed my eyes and waited for the final blow, the blow that would kill me once and for all. I was truly saddened, although I think I deserved it. After all, I had done reprehensible things in the past. I had to pay for it all. However, I couldn't stop thinking about him. In the darkness of my eyes, the image of his face smiling at me appeared, warming my heart but at the same time shattering it, knowing that I could no longer be by his side. I wished, without much chance of success but with great faith, to return to him at least once more. I wanted to see him, I wanted to walk by his side, I wanted. Raynere's eyes were closed, waiting for her death, but it never came. She didn't feel anything pass through her body, and so she slowly opened her eyes only to be met with a more than surprising sight. I couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing. Luckily, that bastard who had me grabbed let go. I fell to the ground with a loud crash, but I didn't care much because he was there, the person I was and am talking about, that person who floods my thoughts. He was there, he looked at me and smiled. I smiled too, but my strength was leaving me. Right at that moment I thought, why? Why did it end like this? When he came to rescue me. He came running towards me and held me in his warm arms, lifting me up from the cold ground, and at that moment I heard his sweet voice. Everything went dark around me. Would you like to go on a date with me? Please. Raynere stood in front of Issei, dressed as a cute girl from another school. She begged the black-haired young man for his approval so they could start dating. The brunette was tasked with keeping an eye on him. She'd already done so a few days ago, but only at a safe distance so he wouldn't detect her. Now she had to get closer to him to study him more closely, see what he was capable of, although honestly, from that first time she saw him, Raynere considered him to be nothing more than a completely normal, handsome boy. She was doing her best to act nervous now, but it seemed a little strange to her since it was as if she wasn't faking it. At that, Issei gave her a slightly confused look, which in turn confused the black-haired girl. Was that the reaction she expected from him? Or perhaps for him to appear more surprised and excited? After that, the boy smiled, a calm, imperturbable smile that showed his happiness. That smile completely caught the black-haired girl off guard, and she didn't know how to react. She felt more confused than before, strangely more nervous, and she felt her cheeks heat up without her doing anything. Oh yeah? Well, the truth is it surprises me, but more than anything it makes me very happy that a girl as pretty as you wants to go on a date with me, the dark-haired man commented. Raynere's eyes widened, her face showing surprise and her face blushing even more than before. That was another comment that caught her completely off guard. Thank you. The girl thanked him for the compliment, moving her arms nervously. So, will you accept? She then asked. Of course. After all, I couldn't refuse if such a beautiful girl asked me. Issei answers. The young man was complimenting her over and over again, a fact that left Raynere confused since she didn't think Issei could be such a nice and gentlemanly boy, not to mention that he didn't seem to have the slightest intention of wanting to jump on her like any pervert hanging around there. See, could it be the girl was going to say something, but Issei interrupted her. This Sunday would you like to? The boy asked. Why yeah. It was just the day I was going to propose to you. The brunette answers. We can meet at the entrance of the mall a few blocks from here, around 4 in the afternoon, if it's not too much trouble for you. Don't worry, I won't have any problems, you can count on it, the young man with black hair replies. What a relief. Then I'll see you there at that time. I'll leave you my phone number, Raynere says, but she's stopped by Issei. Wait, before you give it to me, there's something I want to ask you, something very important that I've overlooked, he says seriously. And that would be? The black-haired girl asked nervously. Your name, the dark-haired man replies. You haven't told me your name, he says later, in a somewhat joking tone. That said the girl, holding the back of her neck and laughing a little nervously. My name is Rain to mean Emano Yuma. Yes, that's my name. Raynere was now really trembling. She almost revealed her real name due to a mere carelessness, something that, without a doubt, could be fatal. Yumakin, huh? It's a very pretty name, like the sunset. Raynere froze in place for a few moments, staring at the boy's face. He gazed up at the sky with a certain nostalgia for a moment and then looked back at her, giving her a smile that left the young woman breathless. She felt something sudden in her chest, her heart seemed to beat faster, her body shuddered, and her cheeks felt very hot. Tidan, thanks. IsseixRaynare tried to hide her reddened and embarrassed face from the boy's gaze, who never left his smile. After that, the girl hands Issei a piece of paper on which her phone number was written. This is my phone number, you can call me if you want to let me know if you can't go to our date. Well, although I've already confirmed that I'll go and I'll be there, it's a promise and I'll keep it, Yumaken, Issei replied, taking the paper while the black-haired girl looked at him. If it's good to hear, she commented. Well, I think I should go now. I'm glad I finally got to talk to you, Issei. I'll be looking forward to our date. Bye. The black-haired girl walked away from the young man with a smile and a wave, and the young man smiled back as she walked away. Once he was out of sight, Raynere headed into a dark alley and spread her wings to return to her people. Raynere was now sitting on the edge of a building's rooftop. It was nighttime, and she stood there, looking down at the city beneath her feet while she pondered what had happened to her. I don't understand, why did I act that way? I mean, I had to, but it seems like I wasn't really pretending. And why when Issei smiled at me did I get like that? The black-haired girl thought, enormously confused by what happened to her. Did I? And no, that's impossible. I can't feel anything for him. I shouldn't. I just have to fulfill my mission and that's it. Raynere had placed a hand on her chest, and while showing an expression of confusion as well as sadness, she let out a long sigh. He is different, I can feel it. Yes, I've been told he represents a danger to us, but I don't see him that way, she thought. Issei had shown her an air of confidence. Yes, it was strange that the brunette was thinking that way about him if it was the first time they met face to face, but since she had watched him a couple of times from afar, she noticed that the rumors about him weren't true at all. So here you are, Raynere. A male voice was heard behind the brunette, startling her. What are you doing? Zelt, the girl whispered with discord in her voice. That's none of your business, she replied later, annoyed. Be very careful with that tone. Remember your position. Someone superior to you is talking to you right now, so you'd better watch your words, the man said. Raynere stands up and glares at him for a few moments, quite angrily. Just because you're Cocabilsama's bootlicker doesn't mean you can intimidate me, so you'd better go play detective somewhere else, said the black-haired girl as she walked away from him, but she was abruptly stopped when the man grabbed her arm tightly. I'll warn you just once more, Raynere, watch your words, unless you want something bad to happen to you, the black-haired man threatened. Let me go, Raynere ordered sharply. Threaten me all you want, but I already told you I'm not afraid of you, Zelt. Now take your filthy hands off me before I get angry. The man stares at her for a few seconds until he decides to lighten his grip, and consequently the brunette forcefully pulls away from him. The next time you dare to touch me, you'll pay dearly, the girl threatened, moving away from him and then spreading her wings and disappearing into the sky. The man with short black hair ruminated as he watched her walk away. This is very suspicious. Is it just me, or is she hesitating too much with her mission? I can see it on her face. It would be best to report this to Cocabilsama in secret. He will better decide what should be done in these cases, she said then, also spreading his wings and taking flight. The man headed to a church on the outskirts of the city. Once there, inside, he navigated a multitude of doors and passageways, reaching a throne-like room where Cocabil sat. At that moment, Zelt told him about his suspicions about Raynere and requested that she be investigated. Well, so dear Raynere is having these tantrums. She's been quite the rebellious type lately, but questioning her orders? She's been a good soldier. I put my trust in her, but it never hurts to be cautious, Cocabil commented, gently swirling a glass of wine in his right hand. You keep an eye on her then, Zelt. Stay at a safe distance and see what she does when she runs into that brat. If all goes according to plan, come here immediately and tell me everything. If not, you can kill her if she refuses to do as I asked, okay? So it shall be, my lord, Zelt replies, kneeling. But now go, I need to attend to other matters, ordered the mad leader of the fallen angels. It looked like Raynere was in for a lot of trouble. Sunday had finally arrived, the day agreed upon by both Issei and Raynere to have their meeting at the entrance of a large shopping mall. The black-haired girl was watching the boy from afar, who was awaiting her arrival. Raynere saw that Issei seemed a little worried since he had been waiting in the same place for almost half an hour, which made the black-haired girl feel a little embarrassed by it. I think I'd better go right away. It wouldn't be good if I made him wait too long, Raynere thought, looking around for a good place to land, away from the other's gaze. Unfortunately for her, at an even further distance was Zelt, that man with short black hair and a sinister look, watching her and observing every move she made. I hope my suspicions about you are just that, Raynere, because if not, you're going to suffer a lot at my hand, the man thought, his arms crossed as he watched the brunette fall to the ground and hide her wings. She hasn't come yet. Is she okay? The dark-haired man asked himself, looking around as he thought about Yuma. He seemed a little worried, but mostly for the girl's well-being. Fortunately, his questions were answered immediately by a presence he had been looking forward to. Issei. Raynere had appeared. She was walking quickly until she reached where the aforementioned man was waiting for her. Yumikan, you're here, the boy said, smiling. Are you okay? He asked later. Yeah, I'm fine, Issei-kun, and you? The girl replies and asks, also smiling at him. Now much better since you're here, Issei answers without losing his expression. Then he looked at her for a few seconds. Wow, I must say you look very beautiful, Yumikan, he says then, fascinated. Oh really? The brunette asked more nervously. And it was no wonder since she was wearing a black skirt that reached a little above her knees, a pink short-sleeved blouse and finally some low-heeled shoes. She really looked pretty good, and of course Issei confirmed it. The girl blushed at his compliment and even more so when he smiled at her, causing a strange warm feeling in her chest again. Thank you, Issei, and sorry for being late, Raynere apologizes, feeling guilty for her mistake. Don't worry about it, I just came after all, the dark-haired man tells her, his expression unchanged. So, shall we? He asks next. But where? The girl answers and asks, looking at him a little confused. Wherever you want to go, of course, Issei answers, surprising Raynere. No, please. You'll also want to go somewhere you think is good. I'll go wherever you want to go too, Issei, the black-haired girl exclaimed. Issei can't help but laugh lightly and then look back at the girl next to him. Okay, that's how it is, he commented. Let's not waste any more time then. And so the two young men began their date, passing by several clothing and accessory stores, where he bought a bracelet and a necklace for Raynere. There was nothing else she asked for, and he didn't want anything else, so they just looked at the other store's windows. They then stopped at an ice cream shop, where the girl ordered a large cup of ice cream with several flavors, and Issei just ordered a soda. Thanks for all this, Issei-kun, but you wouldn't have gone to such pain for me, said the girl, a little embarrassed that her companion was paying for all her whims. Don't worry about it, Yume-kan, it's not an expense, Issei said, showing a confident smile and winking at the girl, which made her a little nervous. But what about you, Issei-kun? You didn't order the same thing? She asks, looking at her soda. Oh no, I'm fine like this, I assure you, the dark-haired man replied. Oh well, if you say so, the black-haired girl said, almost in a whisper. Then she looked at the delicacy in front of her, then at Issei, who was staring at her, and she couldn't help but get nervous and blush. Well, if you'll allow me. Oh sure, go ahead, Issei replies, smiling at her. Raynere didn't say anything else, her face flushed as she settled down to eat her dessert. It was truly delicious. It was a delight, and she was undoubtedly enjoying it. After all, she'd only had the chance to try it once a while back. Issei watched her briefly as she tasted the cold sweet treat, and was able to appreciate her beauty in more detail, becoming even more fascinated with her, not only with her body but also with her face, especially when she took a bite and slightly arched her lips in a sign of happiness. The boy with short black hair smiled to himself every time she did that. Wow, Yume-kan really is pretty, and she seems to love ice cream. Thank goodness I did the right thing buying it for her. I just hope she doesn't feel too uncomfortable around me, he thought, as he took a sip of his drink and looked away, noticing that it was already getting dark due to the sunset. They spent a few more minutes inside until they decided to leave. Both young men began walking, moving away from the shopping area and into the streets. While neither of them spoke to each other out of embarrassment or fear as they walked, a light touch of each other's hands ensured a greater connection between them. Raynere was surprised and flustered, showing a somewhat embarrassed expression, and Issei was also surprised and somewhat worried. Until he decided to take the next step, driven by that small event, he gently took the black-haired girl by the hand, who was stunned and began to blush while feeling blows to her chest. Iwa? Issei took my hand. Why am I acting like this? Calm down, Raynere, calm down, the girl thought, euphoric and trying to pretend that she remained calm despite what was happening to her. You know, Yume-kan? The young man asked, catching the black-haired girl's attention. I had a good time with you today. I'm glad we were able to have this date, that I was able to get to know you better at this moment, he said later, expressing his opinion regarding what happened. The person in question did not know how to feel correctly about what he said to her. It's good that you liked it, Issei-kun. I thought that you didn't like me because I made you worry about me so much, but it's comforting to hear that I was wrong. And I had a really good time with you too, Issei-kun. The more she spoke, the more Raynere gradually showed a distressed, sad and ashamed face, a fact that Issei noticed perfectly because she did not want to hide it. But I wasn't honest with you at all, she said. What are you trying to tell me, Yume-kan? The dark-haired boy asks, confused. By now, they've both stopped in the middle of the road. That I lied to you, Issei-kun. I lied to you, too. I know I said I wanted to be by your side, I know I said I wanted to go on a date with you, and I know I said I had a good time with you, but I don't think we can be together, Raynere expressed, her tone of voice seeming to break with each word that came out of her mouth. Her body trembled and deep down she felt something tearing apart. Internally, she debated whether she should show him or not, even if it was risky and dangerous at the same time, but she did it. She decided to do it despite the consequences. She brought out her pair of black wings in front of a human, in front of Issei, who showed a stunned face. I'm a fallen angel, Issei, and my name isn't a Mono Yuma, it's Raynere. This is why we can't be together. I'm a despicable being, someone who committed many sins in the past. I can't be by the side of someone I might hurt, said the girl, holding back tears because deep down she wanted to be with Issei. Something very strong inside her told her that he was special, that she should be by his side, but she couldn't. Not only did her status as a fallen angel forbid it, but also her mission to kill him, information that she decided not to reveal for fear that the black-haired man would end up rejecting her more than he should be doing now. She was very hurt because she thought he would despise her now, but she never expected Issei's reaction. He suddenly, yet gently, took her face in his, kissing her passionately. Raynere froze, her eyes wide open, but 2 seconds later she was overcome by that warm, passionate connection of their lips, along with the cozy feeling of his arms wrapped around her body. A couple of minutes passed until the two young men separated their faces. Issei stared at a blushing and trembling Raynere. I don't care if you're an angel or a demon, to me you're Yumikan, the prettiest girl I could have ever been with, and also the one I feel a strong attraction to, the black-haired boy expressed. Raynere was speechless as to what she heard. Issei had fallen in love with her. And she also had feelings for him. She couldn't deny it, but she couldn't help thinking that she would hurt him if she agreed to have any kind of closer relationship with him. Don't go, Yumikan. Please stay, Issei begged while continuing to hold her in his arms and without stopping looking at her. I don't care what problems or differences we have between us, we can solve it. If you stay, I promise we'll do it together. You'll see. As he said this, the raven-haired boy took one of the girl's hands and held it in his own. He looked at her and gave her a warm smile, a smile that eclipsed Raynere's and made her tears shed. Now she had a chance to redeem herself from her sins, a beautiful opportunity that she shouldn't reject, but she had to. She didn't want to hurt Issei, even if that decision was hurting her. And no, Raynere refused, releasing herself from the boy's hug. I can't be with you, Issei-kun. You're someone who deserves someone better, not trash like me. Just get away from me, get as far away from this place as you can too. Because if I hurt you, others will do it for you. Please, Issei, just get away. Between sobs and pitiful words, the fallen angel distanced himself from Issei, disappearing into the sky, which had clouded over before he realized it, and then started to rain. He stared in the direction where the girl had gone. Raynere, he whispered, starting to run in that direction. You son of a bitch, she didn't kill him. Zelt exclaimed, taking out his 2 pairs of wings from his back and preparing to fly towards where the brunette went. She's probably planning to escape to avoid her big punishment. Well, that will come faster than she thinks, Diamond Beach. The man had propelled himself by placing his feet on the roof of the building he was currently standing on, launching himself off at high speed. He overlooked the fact that Issei was just a few meters below him, heading in the same direction. The black-haired man noticed that, and when he saw it he could only put on a more worried face. Oh no, Raynere, I have to get there fast, the boy whispered, running faster in the rain. Raynere flew away, further and further away from the city, going against the direction of the light wind that blew along with the rain. The girl rubbed her face with her hands as she flapped her wings. Enough, I have to stop crying. How stupid I am, the black-haired girl thought, wiping away her tears. Why? How could I have fallen in love with Issei? I shouldn't have, but it's just that his smile. At that moment she remembers the expression of the boy who eclipsed her on several occasions and trapped her, but remembering him only aggravated the wound in her heart. She had already denied being with him. No matter how much it hurt her, she had to accept it because it would undoubtedly hurt him. Unfortunately, her problems didn't end there. She thought she could escape and put an end to it all, but she was wrong. Where were you going, Raynere? A frightening voice said behind her. Raynere then felt a tug on her right foot. She had stopped. She turned her head and discovered Zelt, the fallen angel who had appeared to punish her, had her by the lower limb. So you were planning on escaping, huh? You thought it would all end just like that? Big mistake. Your punishment has just begun. After saying that, the man tossed the girl's body around and then threw her hard to the ground, crashing and creating a crater where she fell. Zelt approached her, but remained some distance away. Zelt, you, the black-haired woman whispered as she stood up, feeling heavy and in pain all over. Hello, Raynare, the man greets, looking at her with a chilling smile. Die, why did you dare disobey a direct order from Kokabilsama? He then asks. That's none of your business, trash, the girl replies with venom in her words. Zelt then makes a quick movement of his hands, something that Raynare manages to capture, barely evading an electric shock delivered by the man. Good reflexes, even though you're hurt, the black-haired man congratulates. I suppose you know that I have come to punish you severely. Kokabilsama has also ordered me to do so. He told me that if you did not comply with what was decreed, I would have to teach you a lesson, but no one will have any qualms if I kill you in the process. Kill me? You idiot, you're lying. You couldn't possibly kill one of your own, the black-haired girl screamed, unable to believe what she was hearing. You think not? I'll prove it to you then, Zelt says, dashing toward her quickly. Raynare felt a cold sensation run down her spine. Something told her she was in for a real rough time. All her effort into moving her body, dodging the man's attack. Her wings were still responsive despite the blow she'd taken. That was what she needed. She would move constantly as long as she could to wear down her enemy's strength. You demon girl, stop dodging my punches. Zelt shouted furiously, trying to land a punch on any part of the girl's body. Raynare moved around as best she could, while also avoiding any signs of fatigue that could be exploited. She couldn't afford to let her guard down against her enemy either. Didem, my whole body hurts, but I'll get him tired. At least I'll humiliate him as much as I can. If only I hadn't left Issei, I probably wouldn't be in this situation. No. That wouldn't have happened. We both would have probably gotten hurt. I won't involve him in this. No, this is my problem and I must solve it at all costs, the black-haired girl thought. But Raynare made a tiny mistake. Because she was thinking about Issei, she became careless for a moment. She let her guard down, something she had to avoid, and Zelt took advantage of it, stabbing her with a spear of light into the side of her stomach. Heck! Raynare exclaimed, feeling that stabbing pain in her body. She wasn't a demon, but the spears of light caused damage to the angels similar to the common weapons used by humans. I got you, Zelt whispered, satisfied, before pulling out his weapon stuck in the brunette's stomach and grabbing her by the neck tightly. Gag. Raynare couldn't speak as she began to be strangled by him. You're fing disobedient bitch, Raynare. You were ordered to kill him, but you didn't do it, and look how it all ended. The man exclaimed with a hoarse and furious voice as he looked at the fallen angel in his hands. You're a disgrace to your people. You have no right to continue calling yourself a fallen angel, or even to own one of these, he then said, extending one of his hands to one of the girl's wings, who looked at all of this with wide eyes. What is he? The black-haired girl thought, scared. Suddenly the terrifying sound of bones breaking and coming loose was heard in the place. Raynare felt an immense pain in her back. The poor brunette couldn't scream and could only grit her teeth while her face showed unparalleled suffering. Her tears flowed out in torrents. What a stupid thing to do, Zelt said as he choked her with one hand. He was strong enough to hold her with just one of his upper limbs. After that, he hit her a couple of times with his free hand, causing several bruises from the force with which he hit her. Finally, he threw her body far away, and Raynare crashed hard into a tree. She tried to get up, but the intense pain wouldn't let her. Blood was pouring from the open, torn wound on her back where her left wing had been. Her gaze was blank, filled with tears, her face dirty and soaked with the salty drops from her eyes. Issei. Raynare suddenly began to think about the boy who dazzled her. She cried not only because of the pain in her body but also because of the pain in her soul, the pain caused by knowing that she would never be able to see the aforementioned man again. The brunette was weak, the pain taking its toll on her body. Her breathing labored, but she refused to lose consciousness, even if it was tempting to give in. She heard the footsteps of her executioner, who was approaching her. When he finally reached her, Zelt lifted her off the ground by her neck, until he was at a considerable height so he could look at her better. Don't worry, you won't suffer anymore. I'll put an end to your pathetic existence, said the dark-haired man, beginning to materialize another spear of light in one hand. At that, several tears escaped from the black-haired woman's eyes again, and words came out of her mouth that surprised the man. Please no. Raynere had begged for mercy while trying in vain to free herself from her attacker's hands. Those words came out of the girl's mouth automatically because she really didn't want to die, even though she thought it would purge her sins, but the truth is, she didn't want to leave this world without having been again by the side of that person so special to her. Are you begging for mercy? Poor fool, Zelt mocked her. You would have chosen a better wish before dying, but it was your choice. Now prepare to disappear completely, he said, raising the weapon with which he would end the fallen angel's life. Raynere had already accepted that this was the end. It was impossible to try to appeal for a bit of compassion from a piece of trash like that guy. She was truly distressed, even though he deserved it. She couldn't stop thinking about Issei. In the darkness of her eyes, the image of his face smiling at her appeared, warming her heart again but at the same time shattering it to know that she could no longer be by his side. She wished, with great fervor, to be by his side once more, to do what she couldn't do on that date, but it was impossible now. Raynere closed her eyes, waiting for her death, but said death never came. In fact, she didn't feel anything pass through her body, and so she slowly opened her eyes only to be met with a more than surprising sight. Finally, I was able to arrive on time, Issei thought. Raynere couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. No, it wasn't the image of Zelt with a hole in his chest and a bloody hand coming out of it, holding his beating heart. Issei was there, saving her from certain death but in a totally shocking and unexpected way. But what mattered most to her was the fact that he was there, close to her again, giving her that smile that had captivated her since that day on the bridge when they agreed to meet. Forgive me, Raynere, I arrived a little late, the dark-haired man apologized, showing a distressed face upon seeing the girl's condition, but she seemed happy because he arrived and saved her. Issei, the black-haired woman whispers, collapsing on the floor with all her weight since Zelt, now dead, was finally able to let go of her. Raynere, the young man throws aside the dead body of the enemy fallen angel to help his girl, who had almost no strength left. Issei picks her up and holds her in his arms protectively, the girl's eyes looking at the black-haired young man as they slowly close. IsseixRaynare whispers one last time. Raynere, the boy whispered. Relax, everything's okay now. You're safe, I'll protect you, I promise, he said afterward. The brunette didn't hear that. She couldn't stand it any longer, and her eyes closed completely. Issei looked at her for a few moments, gently caressed her cheeks, and then hugged her tightly. After that, he picked her up, and in the midst of the now raging storm, he decided to pick her up and take her to a safe place. Raynere tossed and turned, miming softly in her sleep, until at one point she slowly opened her eyes, finding a ceiling as soon as she laid eyes on it. She was both extremely surprised and confused, even more so when she rolled her gaze to look around. Bibawa? The black-haired girl whispered, wanting to move, but then she felt a sharp pain all over her body, forcing her to lie down again. She then exclaimed. She had woken up in a fairly soft, cushioned bed, and the place where she was now was a spacious and well-furnished room, a sight that made Raynere feel strangely comfortable, although at that moment she wasn't so comfortable. She was in quite a bit of pain all over her body, and for good reason. When she uncovered herself, the brunette discovered her chest, stomach, and arms were completely bandaged, although said bandages also covered her back, which was in more pain than any other part of her body. What happened to me? What pain I feel, Raynere was lamenting inwardly. She couldn't move much, which frustrated her quite a bit. Suddenly, she heard a sound near her, like a door opening. Quickly turning her gaze, she saw Issei. Standing there, looking at her in surprise, he then flashed that smile that, once again, captivated her. Raynere then felt such great happiness grow within her, evident in his smiling face, which lit up more and more as the seconds of silence passed between the two. Issei, she exclaimed, trying to get up suddenly, but she felt the sharp pains throughout her body again. Unfortunately, she couldn't hold on because the bed ended up where she wanted to lean, which threw her to the floor. The black-haired girl ummed and began to cry from the impact of her fall, which caused her terrible pain. Raynere! the dark-haired boy exclaimed, rushing to her aid. Poor Raynere was crying from the extreme discomfort she felt throughout her body, but before the poor girl could suffer any more, Issei reached her, picking her up and carrying her in his strong, warm arms. Surprisingly, all the pain in the black-haired girl's body disappeared instantly as soon as Issei made contact with her. But that was the least of his concerns. Issei, she exclaimed again, clamoring for him. She was blushing, her eyes watering but mostly happy to see the boy she fell in love with again. I'm here, Raynere, I've got you now. Nothing bad will happen to you, the boy said, his voice soft and soothing. The girl looked at him with a face full of emotions. Confusion, surprise, joy, sadness, and more. The girl's right hand slowly traveled down to touch the black-haired boy's cheek, gently caressing it as she cried again. Issei closed his eyes for a moment, concentrating on the touch of his girlfriend's hand. This a dream? Is it real? Am I dead? The black-haired woman asked, her voice and body trembling even though she no longer felt any pain. She trembled with fear at the thought that all of this was nothing more than a vile illusion meant to make her suffer more. Issei places his reassuring gaze on the black-haired girl's eyes as she smiled at him. It's all real, Raynere. You're here with me, you're safe. Nothing bad will happen to you again, I swear, he replies. That's when the brunette felt a great happiness overflow again. Her smile was wide and her heart was about to burst from the feeling, but her tears also spilled uncontrollably again. They were tears of happiness, and along with them came a kiss full of love, a kiss that Raynere gave to her boyfriend, who was surprised, but only for a second, before completely giving in to her. Issei, you're here with me, Issei, and it's not a dream, you're here with me, really, the brunette said dreamily, excited and not believing it. Her tears were still coming out, but this time with less intensity, and her cheekbones kept their blush too. Thought that this wasn't real, that it was just a cruel fantasy, that you weren't really here with me. Then I felt bad, and Raynere was about to break down again, but Issei brought his face closer and rubbed his nose against the brunette's, surprising her at first but making her laugh slightly later. Don't think about that anymore, Raynere. I'm here with you, you're safe, and that's the only thing that matters, the boy tells her, calming her down and then walking with her in his arms and gently laying her down on her bed again. Now you must rest, you need to regain your strength. Waaaaa. Raynere exclaimed in pain, since she didn't want to let go of Issei's grip, but when she tried to use her right arm she felt a sharp pain when she moved it even a little. Calm down, don't move it. Just stay calm, I'll take care of your arm, said the black-haired young man, bringing his hands closer to Raynere's affected shoulder, beginning to massage it gently and slowly. The black-haired girl blushed profusely at the young man's action, touching her in a way that seemed intimate but above all soothing. The girl began to feel much better by the time Issei finished his work. You won't feel any pain anymore, but I'll ask you please not to move too much. You need to rest, Raynere, you've taken a lot of damage. I did my best to try to heal you immediately, but your body needs to get used to it and heal itself as well, the boy said, heading for the door with intentions of leaving. I'll be back in a moment, I'll get you something to eat. Auto eat? Raynere turned as red as a tomato again. Issei made her food. That was definitely a blow to her, she hadn't expected it at all. But aside from that, there was something inside the black-haired girl's head that wouldn't leave her alone, a memory from when all the commotion had occurred the night before, something that involved her raven-haired boy. After about 10 minutes, Issei returned to the room. Raynere had been patiently waiting for him to arrive. The black-haired man came in carrying a tray. On it were a bowl of soup, a glass of juice, some cutlery, and some slices of bread. Here you go, I made it especially for you. This soup will cheer you up, he said, smiling at the girl, who blushed. Issei, she whispered, showing a love-struck face. Thank you, she thanked him later, while the black-haired man placed the tray with a stand on the bed, very close to her. No need to thank me, Issei replied. Come on, try some, I'm sure you'll love it. But Raynere lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. The reason? She was blushing and deeply embarrassed because she couldn't eat with her left hand, which was good. Issei, I too am not left-hand, I won't be able to. Don't worry, I'll feed you, Issei says, showing that smile that Raynere liked. Double kill. It was 2 low blows for the brunette. she asked, shaking like jelly and blushing like mad. Come on, open your mouth wide, say, "Th," said Issei, as he took a spoonful of that creamy soup and carefully brought it to his girl's mouth without spilling it. Raynere couldn't stop trembling because of it, because he saw the raven-haired boy waiting for her to feed him, and on top of that, he did it with that smile that still impacted her. She had no choice but to accept it. She swallowed hard, and trying not to tremble too much, she opened her mouth. "Ahak," she said, closing her eyes and showing a slight blush. "There goes the little plane. Get ready," said the black-haired man, holding back his laughter. "Don't play," Issei said Raynare, a little annoyed and even more embarrassed. "But why not? It's fun, I've always wanted to do it, and now that I have the chance," he replies, smiling. Okay, I won't do it again." The black-haired girl now felt bad for what she said, so she thought better of it. "You can do it, I think I would like you to do it." IsseixRaynare blushes extremely again when she says those words, making the boy happy. "Okay, then open your mouth wide so this delicious little airplane can land in your mouth. Come on, say, ahak." Now, Issei was finally able to feed his girl, who as soon as he put the concoction in her mouth and she tasted it, made a surprised and fascinated face. "What, how delicious," the brunette exclaimed, a slight blush on her cheekbones. Her eyes had two big hearts in them, and little hearts were also flying around them. "Isn't it? I made it especially for you. It's delicious and nutritious, so you should eat it all to regain your strength," Issei says, smiling, but then his face changes to one of surprise when he sees Raynare starting to cry again. Thank you," the girl thanks, still crying. "Don't cry, Raynare. Everything's okay now, you're safe here," the boy said, squatting down and wiping his girl's tears. "Too sorry, think don't deserve all this," she answers, her head down. Issei looks at her for a few moments, until his smile returns to his face. "Don't be so hard on yourself, Raynare. You're here, you're okay and out of danger, and you'll recover. Focus on this. Think of it as this happening because you've been given another chance, so seize it with a smile, okay?" Issei asks. The brunette looks at him, saying nothing. He really gave her confidence with that look, with that smile. The slight blush on her face didn't disappear, especially when she responded energetically to her boyfriend. "Wise, you're absolutely right, Issei," she replies, wiping away her tears. Thank you again, for all of this." The smile on Issei's face grows wider. "You're welcome," he says. "Now finish your soup. We don't want it to get cold and lose that delicious flavor, right?" he comments later. The brunette nods happily and prepares to finish all the food that was in front of her. When he finished, Issei removed the stand that was above Raynare and the food tray. He was heading towards the door when the black-haired girl stopped him. "Issei, please?" she asked. He nods and leaves his things on a small table next to him, then goes to the brunette to find out what she needed. Wanted to ask you something." Raynare was nervous. Her left hand, the only one she could use at the moment, was tightly gripping the sheets, and her body began to tremble. But despite suffering through all of this, the girl had a small smile on her face, expressing her happiness, even if only a little. "No, I can't thank you for all the nice things you did for me, but I'd like to. I want to be by your side, Issei. No, and always, if you don't mind. Of course, don't see it as such a simple way of thanking you for all this. I tease because I really want to be with you. I love you, Issei, I love you," she exclaimed. Her body hadn't stopped trembling for a single second while she spoke, but now she had relaxed a little after having said that truth, nor did the blush disappear from her pretty face, which maintained that sincere smile. Issei looked at her surprised for a few seconds, and then smiled widely before suddenly taking the girl from her bed and carrying her in his arms. "Yawa." Poor Raynare blushed profusely again, unable to do anything about it because of her boyfriend's grip. "I'm glad you said that. I love you too, and of course you can stay by my side. I promised I'd protect you, and that's what I intend to do. I'll be your guardian angel, Raynare," the dark-haired man tells his girlfriend, still looking into her eyes, before kissing her, fully approving of their union. After kissing and cuddling with his girlfriend for a few more minutes, Issei pulled away from her slightly, but still kept his eyes on hers. Raynare was also watching him, and with a goofy smile on her part, The young man couldn't help but slightly tilt his lips upwards. Raynere, I have to go. I have some important matters to attend to, but I'll be back soon, I promise, the boy said. The brunette looked a little surprised. But where are you going? She asks, discouraged at having to be alone once again. I'm going to the academy. I have some important matters to attend to, and I also need to speak with the headmistress so you can attend as soon as possible. Would that be appropriate? He asked. The girl was speechless for a few moments. W8? You mean attend Kuo Academy? As a real student? And will I be able to be with you if that happens? The girl asks, somewhat confused by what was happening but also very surprised and blushing. Sure, I'll request that you be in the same class as me, so you can be with me as much as you want, and I can watch over you in case another one of your people threatens to endanger your life, the boy replies. Raynere smiles broadly. Oh, of course I would like to. The black-haired girl replied happily, causing the boy to laugh slightly. Fine, I'll do my best to make it so, said the aforementioned man, still smiling. I won't be long, I promise. You'll be safe here for as long as I'm there, and when I get back, we can talk about something important, okay? Said Issei. Okay, Raynere replies, not quite understanding what her boyfriend meant when he said, important topic, but she'd see about that later. Issei then said goodbye to Raynere, leaving her in her room to rest and recover. As he closed the door behind him, a small red cloud swirled around the boy's right shoulder, which then transformed into a small red dragon that stretched out as soon as it appeared. Did you rest well, Drake? The black-haired man asked, looking at the little dragon as he finished stretching. Yes, I'm back in action, Drake answers as soon as he finishes. So, Issei? How is the fallen angel? He asks later. Her name is Raynere, Drake. And she's fine. I left her to rest, the boy answers, walking down the stairs. Okay, love-struck boy, her name is Raynere, I get it. Don't throw a tantrum and try to kill me, the dragon joked. By the way, where are you going? He asks later. I'm going to the academy. I'll go talk to Rias, the boy answers, so I need you to stay here and take care of everything, he then orders. Will you go talk to that demon while I stay here as the housewife? What if you need help if anything happens? Drake asks. Yes, I'll go talk to her. Don't worry, there won't be any problems, and if there is, I'll be able to handle it, Issei replies. As you wish is the only thing the dragon says before disappearing as soon as the black-haired man went outside. Walking briskly, making sure no one was following him because of what had happened the night before, Issei arrived at the academy. Classes continued, but the black-haired youth was allowed to skip classes whenever necessary due to special permits granted by certain local authorities. Rias murmured, surprised and trembling slightly at the sudden appearance of the aforementioned in the clubroom. Aquino, who was beside her, also found herself in the same condition. Rias, Aquino, the boy greets politely, bowing slightly and entering the room without further ado. Excuse the sudden intrusion. Don't worry, you know you're welcome at the club whenever you want to come, the redhead says, seemingly with fear in her words. I'm sorry if I ask, but what are you looking for at this hour at the academy? I thought you said you were taking a break today. Yes, I did, but I came to ask you for something. It's regarding what happened last night, Issei replies, sitting down on the sofa in the center. What happened last night? Yeah, outside Aquino and Kaniko's relatives saw everything, Rias says. They took care not to leave any remains. After all, it would be a pretty big problem if the humans found out. So don't worry about it, Issei says Aquino. That's good to know, but please, Aquino, I've told you 1,000 times not to call me that, he said, to which Aquino only responded with a respectful bow. After that, Issei gets up from his seat and approaches Rias, standing a few meters away from her, both of them only separated by the redhead's desk. I'm going to need you to let Raynere into the academy, the young man asked, staring at the club president. Our Raynere? But she's a fallen angel. What if she decides to set a trap for us? All of us? Rias asked. It was clear she was trying to refuse with those questions. That won't happen. She trusts me completely and I trust her, and I also promised her that I would take care of her in case any other angel wanted to kill her for deserting, Issei assured, while being observed by Aquino, who looked stunned. Anything that has to do with the fallen angels is something that we, the devils, do not get involved in. Besides, Everyone will think that we are fraternizing with them. That can't happen. Imagine what they will say about us, not to mention that we could be in danger too. Rias exclaimed. Issei snorted in annoyance, but she was absolutely right. The fallen angels were enemies of both the demon and pure angel factions, and having one right there, in a very important point for the favored race of the underworld, would be total madness and also a cause for confrontation. That won't happen, Issei said seriously. If I have to expose my existence to everyone, I will, both to protect Raynere and to free you from any unjust incrimination. But now I urgently need her to come here, he then orders, hitting the redhead's desk and startling the two girls. I can't leave her locked up forever and deprive her of her freedom. That's something she would be incapable of doing. Besides, it will be good for her to make friends and interact more with people, even if it's just for a while until all this calms down. That doesn't sound like something from a fallen angel. They don't do things like that, Rias comments. Issei stares at her. There are exceptions, Rias. Not everyone is the same, and the same goes for your kind. The devils, not everyone is the same. You are the example of that. You've shown me in the past, and that's why we're working hand in hand now. It's precisely for that reason that you must help her. I already said I'll do everything possible to keep her safe and cause as little trouble as possible for all of you, the boy said. Just like you, the redhead commented as she looked at him. Just like me, said the black-haired man, also observing her. For a moment Rias and Aquino lock eyes, exchanging looks of dismay and resignation. I don't think I could have refused anyway, Issei. We'll help her get in, but could you make sure no one knows about her condition for now? Please, until it's necessary, so we avoid any problems at the beginning, the redhead asked. Yes, Issei replied as he stood up and headed for the door to leave. Issei, the redhead called. The man in question turned around when he heard his name. Are you about to go out for another round tonight? He asked. Yes, of course, just like I've always done, the boy answers seriously now. If you'll excuse me, he resumed his walk after saying that, leaving the room. The room seems to want to sink back into silence after Issei's retreat. I sincerely disagree with what Issei asked, but I can't do anything but accept. After all, we help each other and we need to return the favors for taking care of many of our troublesome matters, sometimes without knowing it. That, and because we know who Issei really is, since he is someone very different from what everyone knows, Rias thought. And at that moment she turns her gaze to Aquino, who looked worried and thoughtful. Aquino, is something wrong? She asks then. Yeah? Oh, it's nothing, I was just thinking about something, the black-haired girl replied, but Rias could see that she couldn't hide those expressions from before with a fake smile. I know you, Aquino, and I know you're lying, but if you don't want to tell me, that's fine, the redhead commented. For a moment everything was still and silent again, until the brunette broke the atmosphere by moving from her spot. Excuse me, Rias, I have to go check something. I won't be long, Aquino said, leaving the room before the astonished gaze of her club president. But what is she going to do? Rias wondered, immediately going to the window to see if she could observe her servant from there. Raynere couldn't sleep. She was lying down, yes, but her eyes remained open, and that was because she couldn't stop thinking about Issei. Issei, it's been about 3 days since we met publicly, that Friday when I asked you out. It was a bit sudden for you, I know, but I wanted to get to know you better, on my own, because I was interested in you from the first day I saw you and the whole time I saw you from afar. I'm sure that if anyone ever finds out about this story, they'll find it really strange that I confessed my love to Issei so quickly, but I was already in love with him from the first day I saw him. I've said it before and I'll say it again, that, and also the fact that I was feeling lonely a few years ago. When I walked among humans, trying to become more accustomed to them, I saw men and women standing together, showing their love for each other through caresses, hugs, and kisses. That was something strange and amazing to me. Later, I found out what it was, and well, I started to think that maybe I could have something like that too, but there was no one I could feel the same way about, and I got the idea that maybe it was because I wasn't human until I saw Issei, and everything changed. At first, I was curious. I wanted to know why he had that peaceful aura and that handsome face. That led him to catch me with a smile I happened to see while I was keeping an eye on him. I felt my heart race for the first time, and that's when I knew this was love. After that, I tried to find the right time and the perfect excuse to go on a date with him, And finally, everything that happened yesterday, Sunday, happened where I almost ended up dead because of my amorous whims. But now I know I made the right choice. While thinking all this, the brunette had a big smile on her face. She had gotten up a little and was sitting on the bed, playing with the sheets while thinking about her boyfriend. But then, her expression changed to a slightly more serious one. Although now that I remember it properly, yesterday when Issei saved me, I saw that he murdered Zelt. Yes, I remember now, he pierced his stomach with his bare hand. Maybe that's what he wants to talk to me about when he gets back. He'll probably tell me a truth that only I don't know. I don't care. I don't care who Issei is, because I will still love him. He told me yesterday when I was trying to push him away that he loved me, no matter who or what I was, that didn't matter to him. So, in the same way, my feelings towards him won't change, because I know that he is Issei and no one else. He is the cute boy I had the pleasure of meeting and with whom I had that wonderful date. I hope we can have more. Raynere thought this last thought with great determination, as she didn't want their relationship to be affected by whoever Issei claimed to be. She would still love him just as intensely. But now she had to wait for him to return to tell him what she thought. "Wait, Issei-senpai," Akino exclaimed, running to try to catch up with the aforementioned boy, who was almost crossing the academy's entrance gate. The boy slowly turned around, showing a somewhat annoyed face. "Is she senpai now?" "Seriously?" the boy wondered, having told the black-haired girl a million times to only address him the way she does Rias, as if he were just another colleague. "What do you need, Akino?" the black-haired girl asked. "I need to ask you something," the person in question replies. "Well, do it quickly because I have to go see Raynere and then do the patrol around the city," Issei says, showing himself to be in a hurry. "She's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. Issei-senpai, are you helping her because you've fallen in love with her?" the girl asks directly, without beating around the bush. "Yes, that's why I'm helping her, why I'm protecting her. We're together now, and we love each other very much. We've already confessed our love." "Why do you ask?" the boy replies, arms crossed but intrigued by the reason for his companion's question. Akino just looks down and shows a slightly sad expression. "No, I just wanted to know why you were helping one of them, a fallen angel," the girl says, avoiding Issei's gaze on her. "Well, I already said it, Akino, not all of them have the stereotypes that many demons endorse them. Raynere is someone different, I know it," the dark-haired man comments. "You can't trust them, Issei, they can betray you. The fallen angels, I've met many of them who act selfishly, for their own well-being, although they always seek more and more, harming the lives of even humans," Akino said, but stopped when she saw Issei's gaze, who turned until he was facing her. "You're in no position to make prejudgments about someone you don't know, because you're different. You know very well what I'm talking about, Akino," he said then, crossing his arms again, as if he were lecturing her. "You're different too, Issei, we're both different, we're both alike." "No, you're wrong, Akino, we're nothing alike, absolutely nothing alike." Issei's voice had sounded very cold and disdainful, causing a great silence in the conversation. Akino didn't speak again. She just stared at the boy in surprise and bewilderment for a few moments, which made him quite uncomfortable. "I have to go, I have a lot to do just like you," Issei said, leaving permanently. The girl with very long black hair just stood there, watching the raven hair disappear into the city streets, her face not changing with those expressions described above. "No news of Zelt or Raynere?" Kokabeel asks, sitting on his battered throne in that gloomy room, stirring a glass of wine. Standing in front of him is a girl with short blonde hair dressed in a maid's uniform. "No, Kokabeel-sama, neither of them has appeared at all yesterday or today," Middle replies. The man snorted. "Well, that's all for now, Middle. Go," he then ordered. The girl gave a quick, slight bow and practically ran out of the "I think I saw this coming from Raynere, yes, but from Zelt? One of my new and most loyal soldiers? It's impossible that he escaped. I strongly suspected Raynere, but it's not possible that she killed him either. He's much stronger, so what the hell really happened?" The leader of the fallen angels wondered in the shadows. Something very strange has undoubtedly happened here. If Raynere has managed to escape in a way that I don't yet know, she must be close. I have a feeling that she hasn't gone far, and I also have a feeling that someone must be covering for her. The question would be, who is it? I must find answers soon, answers that only someone specialized in these cases can get, and I think I already know who it could be. After finishing saying that, Kokabeel gets up from his seat and heads for the door to leave, showing a macabre and crooked smile at all times. You're different too, Issei. We're both different. We both look alike, Akino said, seeming to want to make Issei take into account a point that she thought he didn't know at that moment. No, you're wrong, Akino. We're nothing alike, absolutely nothing alike, the dark-haired man immediately responded, his tone cold and contemptuous as he stared at the girl standing in front of him. The brunette remained silent after hearing this, and simply stared at the boy with a surprised and bitter expression, making him very uncomfortable. I have to go, I have a lot to do, and you all have work too, said Issei, leaving for good. He walked quickly away from there, turning to look behind him when he was a considerable distance from the academy, noticing that Akino was still standing there. But what the hell is wrong with her now? Why is she acting like that and asking me these stupid things? I hope I don't think you're consuming something harmful to your health, Akino, otherwise it would be very problematic, Issei thought seriously. He knew that the girl couldn't just give in to sin, but it still seemed very strange to him that she, being someone he had known for a while and with whom he spoke sometimes, would ask him these kinds of things, bringing up a subject that wasn't discussed. After losing himself in his thoughts for a bit, the black-haired man continued his journey, looking confused at the sky as he noticed that it was strangely getting dark early. It's bound to rain. I need to hurry back and make sure Raynare's okay before I go out on my rounds, he said to himself, quickening his pace. After standing for a few minutes, staring blankly into the distance after Issei left, Akino walked slowly back to the clubroom. Upon arriving and opening the door, Rias greeted her, but the redhead suddenly went from a small smile to a worried look. Akino? What's wrong? Are you crying? The president asked, moving closer to her. Akino seemed slightly startled by this action. It's nothing. I'm sure it's probably because of the rain, the ponytail girl answers, quickly drying her face and hiding it from her mistress. Rias seems perplexed, and seems to want to insist, but then she hears the sound of drops falling on the roof. You're right. It's raining, the redhead commented. That's strange. I didn't think it was going to rain today, but anyway, I'm sorry, Akino. I thought something bad had happened to you and that's why you were crying, the president apologizes. It's okay, Rias, Akino replies with a calmer smile. Well, let's see if there's any paperwork to fill out, and also let me know if you want me to make you some tea, okay? She asks next. Sure, the redhead replies. She clearly suspected something was wrong with her best friend, but she didn't want to overwhelm her with too many questions, so she decided to believe her for the time being until the brunette decides to tell her or until she can find out without her friend finding out. It had already started to rain, but luckily Issei managed to get home before he got wet. Entering and closing the door behind him, he quickly walked to the room where he left Raynere. The house the boy lived in was large, with one floor with 3 rooms available, but strangely enough, only he lived there apart from Drake, of course now also inhabited by the girl with long black hair. Oh, she's sleeping, Issei whispered. When he opened the door he discovered his girl resting. He couldn't help but show a small smile, then he decided to sneak up to see if she wasn't uncomfortable or something like that, but she was fine. Issei stares at her for a few moments until a red cloud appears on her right shoulder. Hey, Issei, Drake called, appearing near his ear. Shoo. Shut your mouth? Or do you want to wake her up? The black-haired man asks, a little angrily. Fine. Sorry, I'm not going to wake your girlfriend. Lovesick boy, the little dragon apologizes. As you can see, she fell asleep, but she did so only a few moments before you arrived. You know? She stayed awake after you left, but she hasn't moved from the bed at any time. She had a thoughtful face. It seems like her head was spinning with what you wanted to talk to her about, and I think that exhausted her. In addition to her injuries, Drake commented about what happened while Issei was not at home. The young man said nothing for the moment, just gave a slightly dismayed look to the girl, who was sleeping peacefully in her bed. You must remember what happened last night, when I killed that fallen angel who wanted to kill you. I don't blame you if you have a lot of doubts about that, the boy whispers again. After saying those words, he carefully left the room, looked for a piece of paper and a pencil to write a short note to his girlfriend, which he left on the table near her bed, so that as soon as she woke up she would read it. Drag, I'll go patrol. It's very possible that nothing will happen today, but it still has to be done. Keep watching the house in Raynere for me, okay? Issei asked. Yes, okay, I'll take care of her, the dragon answers. Thanks. See you later, the black-haired man said before leaving again, but not before taking one last look at the girl, who was still dozing without any problem. I hope when I get back we can talk, even if it's just for a moment. I'll understand if you have doubts, and also I'll understand if you don't want any of this, the boy thought, then left for good. Rias was leaning out the window, staring at the rain falling without saying a single word. Her face was serious and thoughtful, and although she seemed calm, a certain nervousness could be seen in her expression. Far from where she was, more precisely at her desk, was Aquino, and although it may seem incredible, the black-haired woman nodded from time to time due to tiredness while trying to complete the infernal paperwork. The redhead also looked somewhat exhausted, but her thoughts kept her awake. Exactly, she was thinking about the young man with black hair. What did you say to Aquino this time? I could tell she was sad. I'm not stupid. I saw the tears on her face, but I preferred not to say anything. At that moment she turns her head and can't help but laugh internally at the sight of the tired black-haired boy. Furthermore, it was inevitable that he remembered moments from the past, from the moment we met, Issei, that moment almost 6 years ago. Our lives changed completely knowing that someone like you could even exist, a hybrid between an angel and a demon. Such news, such a revelation, I believed it to be absolutely impossible, and despite the fact that Aquino is somewhat similar to you in that sense, she is more of a demon than an angel, not to mention that she has been reincarnated as one. On the other hand, you are a genuine hybrid, you have the pure blood of each race running through your veins. Perhaps that is why she came crying. You must have told her something about that subject. The rain was heavier now, so visibility was low, but that was the least of the occult club president's concerns at that moment, as she turned to continue looking at the horizon. You must be keeping an eye out by now, aren't you, Issei? Like you always have. The first time we met was because of that. You were taking care of a rogue demon in the city and we accidentally bumped into each other. To this day I still can't say if it was for better or worse from the way things are going. I suppose it was for the best, although we still fear you for what you are and for the power you possess, something that I don't think we yet know, but it's not only because of that that we respect you. That respect is also like a form of gratitude for having eliminated so many rogue demons over the years. You helped us and we have helped you. In fact, our collaboration with you has been minimal, but we do our best. The girl had thought all of this, recalling some scenes from the past that she recounted well, and then turning around and heading towards Aquino, who woke up when she saw her arriving. Arius. I was seeing that the club's expenses well, they're a bit strange around here. Aquino tried to pretend she was doing her part and not dozing, but that only managed to get a smile out of the redhead. I know you were taking a little nap while I took a break, Aquino. No need to hide it. Go upstairs if you want to rest, I'll see if I can finish, the president says. Aquino smiles and stands up, then bows. Thank you. Excuse me. With that the brunette leaves. Rias lets out a heavy sigh after that. It's late and there's still a lot left to do. I hope I can finish it. Besides, I have to go talk to Sona about Raynare. It's more than certain that she'll want to oppose it, but if it's a request or order from Issei, she won't be able to do anything either. I just hope he hasn't lost his mind and plunged us into ruin, the redhead thought, sitting down at her desk and doing her best to finish the infernal paperwork. A snort of exhaustion was heard coming from the mouth of a certain black-haired girl, her body wrapped in bandages and shifting somewhat uncomfortably on the bed where she was resting. Raynere slowly opened her eyes after collapsing from exhaustion. I didn't want to fall asleep, but my eyelids ended up drooping without me even noticing, the girl whispered to herself, trying to get up, even if only to sit on the edge of the bed. She felt a little pain, but she didn't care. She wanted to stretch her muscles and not spend all her time in that bed, inevitably feeling like a nuisance in someone else's house and being treated so well. I honestly don't think I can deserve all this after what I did or was about to do. Raynere felt guilty and distressed again, and was about to sink deeper into her sorrows when she saw a letter resting on a lamp on the nightstand, near the bed. The brunette took it without hesitation. The envelope read, Raynere, on a visible side. It was clearly meant for Raynere. Without a second thought, she opened the letter and read a message inside. Raynere, I came back home and found you asleep. I didn't mean to bother you, so I let you rest. I'm sorry, but I went out to attend to other matters. I'll try to get back as quickly as I can, I promise. That was the message on the note. Raynere puts everything back on the table, her saddest gaze falling to the floor. So Issei came and I had to fall asleep. I'm such an idiot, the girl said to herself, cursing herself. Now she had no choice but to stay there and wait again. The rain was heavy, and it didn't look like it was going to stop anytime soon. The streets of Kuo City were quite dark with the thousands of drops falling from the sky. On the rooftop of a relatively tall building, a hooded human figure dressed in a sweatshirt, baggy pants, and sneakers was observing the entire panorama in front of his eyes, or more precisely, the city. Stormy, dark, and so far, calm night. I'd say I can leave early, but I want to make sure everything's in order, Issei said. Yes, the one under all that suspicious attire was himself, who was keeping an eye on the streets of Kuo, an activity he's been doing for a long time. Suddenly his cell phone rings, and the boy calmly takes it out even though it's raining. Issei, thank goodness you answered, a voice sounded on the other end of the line. What's wrong, Kiba? Is there something urgent I need to know about? Issei asks. No, don't worry, it's nothing. I was just calling to see if you started the rounds. It's because I had proposed to Bucho that I do today's rounds, but she said you'd take care of it again. The blonde replied. Yes, but so far everything's calm. And Kaneko? Is she with you? The black-haired man answers and asks. I'll pick her up in a few minutes. We were both making contracts. I'm almost done. Kiba replies. At that moment, Issei raises his left arm and looks at a clock on his body. It was almost 1 a.m. Listen, Kiba, I'm going to ask you a favor, said the boy. Yes, of course, tell me. I'll need you and Kaneko to be ready by 3 in the morning, so I'll be taking over at that time. I have other important matters to attend to. I have and will have many more obligations. Starting today. Will you be able to make it? Issei asked. Of course, there won't be any problem. I'll notify Kaneko as soon as I pick her up, Kiba replies. Thanks. I'll call them. Stay tuned, said the black-haired man, hanging up after saying that, well, with this I'll be able to go home early. Let's see if fate will finally let me talk alone and in peace with Raynere, even for a moment, he thought then, somewhat annoyed and resuming his position under the stormy weather. About half an hour passed in which absolutely nothing happened. The young man with short black hair only saw the blurred panorama and listened to the rumble of the drops against the ground. The rain seemed to be weaker now. I wouldn't be surprised if there were no rogue demons tonight. It's been a few days since there's been any activity, which is good but also boring and strange. It's probably because of all the years I spent exterminating them, with the help of Rias and company, of course. After all, I did the right thing by leaving them alive and agreeing to work side by side with them on all of this. I can perfectly remember that day when we met, and it's inevitable to laugh a little at their reactions, the boy commented to himself, rambling a bit about past experiences. After that, he raised his head, removing his hood and staring directly at the dark sky, while the raindrops fell and slid down his face. Issei closed his eyes, the inevitable image of Raynere appearing in his thoughts once again. In it, he remembered the smile the girl had shown him on many occasions. Raynere, there's no doubt that if I take you out of the house and get you to attend the academy, the problems will return. No matter how you look at it, I killed one of your comrades, or rather, an enemy who tried to kill her, but I did it to save her life. Besides, there are surely other fallen angels who will now be searching for clues about her disappearance. But I can't leave her hidden in my home all her life. I can't do that. I'll have to find a way to hide her in plain sight. Issei had sat down on the edge of the roof to think about all this more calmly, and he racked his brains trying to find a way to prevent the black-haired girl from having any more trouble with her kind. But he knew perfectly well that the problems wouldn't end if they ran away like they were doing now. He'd have to study temporary solutions for the moment. His work was already done for the day, so Issei immediately called Kiba to go with Kaneko and replace him for the remaining time so he could return home. It sounded somewhat selfish and opportunistic, But there was no other way for him to return home early, since he had to talk with Raynere, not put it off any longer because it would be difficult later. The dark-haired man quickly makes it to the door of his home, which he opens and then enters. Outside, the weather has calmed down, now only lightly drizzling. Before long, Issei takes off his wet clothes and throws them in a basket. He then looks for a decent t-shirt and shorts. "Hey, you took a while," said Drake, suddenly appearing on the right shoulder of the young man with short black hair. "Sorry, Drake, but you know that's what a vigilante's responsibilities are like," Issei replies, changing. "Yes, a vigilante who turns out to be nothing more and nothing less than the conjunction of light and darkness in a human-like body, a Nephilim, not to mention that you have total control of the great power that I, Drake, the celestial dragon who once knew how to decimate hordes of angels and demons." "Enough, Drake, I don't want to hear about history or flattery or anything like that again. I'm fine like this, thank you," the black-haired man interrupted, somewhat annoyed. "Whatever you want," says the little dragon without giving it much importance. "And when do you plan to tell that to your girlfriend, huh?" "She's waiting there in the room. She woke up like an hour and a half ago, and she refuses to sleep until you arrive and talk to her." "Really? Dimon, she must be tired. Fine, I'll go right away. We'll talk and hope she falls asleep. She still needs some hours of rest, and staying awake any longer will only make her injuries worse," said Issei, finishing getting ready. "Don't waste time then. Go now," Drake advised before disappearing. Issei then quickly went up the stairs to open the bedroom door where the black-haired girl was, finding her sitting on the bed, apparently thinking about something, when she turned her gaze towards him, surprised, and then showed a smile. "Issei!" Raynere exclaimed with a smile, happy to see her boyfriend home again. "I'm here, Raynere, sorry for the delay. It seems that you're tired." "Silly, I told you to sleep to regain your energy. In your condition it's not very favorable for you to be awake, especially for a long time," said the black-haired man, approaching her and taking her forehead. The girl blushes at such an action. "Gosh, you have a fever, wait here, I'll get something for." Issei, that doesn't matter to me right now," the black-haired girl said, her head down. "But how could you not care? You're going to get sick," the boy comments, worried. At that, Raynere takes his hands and looks at him. "You had come a few hours ago, but just at that moment I had fallen asleep, and that's why, to prevent the same thing from happening again, I didn't sleep at all. You said you wanted to tell me something important, and I couldn't help but remember what happened that night when I was attacked and you saved me. That's why I want to talk to you now, Issei, although whatever you reveal to me I won't care because I will continue to see you as the man who captured my heart from the first moment I saw him, the man who showed me a warm smile, the one who saved me from death and who takes care of me by sacrificing his personal life. I won't care what you tell me, Issei, because I want to continue being by your side," the black-haired woman expressed, blushing not only from her fever but also from what she felt, and unable to stop herself from shedding tears. Issei hugs her tightly, managing to calm her down. "Your words are so beautiful, Raynere, beautiful like you. But despite everything, I must be honest with you, just like you were with Meth," young man whispers, close to the brunette's ear and without letting go. "Raynere, I am not human, the blood of an angel and a demon runs through my veins, and you probably know that the power of the legendary boosted gear is also in me." Issei slowly separates from her, and with his downcast face that denoted sadness, he decides to show the girl more, so that she has no doubts. Raynere panicked slightly, revealing a look of surprise and mild confusion as she saw 3 pairs of wings protruding from her boyfriend's back. 1 pair of snow-white feathered wings, worthy of an uncorrupted angel. The second pair were hideous dark wings, like those of a demon, and the third pair, the most surprising of all, dragon wings. Well, the last one, let's just say that some of the dragon's power affected my appearance, but only at this point, is the only thing the boy says before making the 3 pairs of wings on his back disappear. An awkward silence ensued after he said that, but to prevent it from extending any further, the black-haired man decided to speak. "Listen, Raynere, if you don't want to have anything to do with me because of this, I'll understand. Just tell me here and now, and I'll do everything possible to keep you away from me, so that you're not with me and so I don't cause you any more problems ever again," said Issei, with sadness in his voice, but suddenly the black-haired girl pounces on him and hugs him tightly. "And no, how can you say that to me, Issei? I don't want you to go, I don't want us to separate. I told you that I would stay with you no matter what you reveal to me. That wasn't going to change my thoughts about you, please. Don't say those things anymore, says Raynere, letting go of him a little and then kissing him. Issei also reciprocates the kiss that lasted about 2 minutes. After separating, the black-haired girl gives the black-haired girl a loving and understanding look while he watched her with a small smile. "To think that's something we both have in common," the girl commented. "What thing?" Issei asked, curious to know. "We're not human, even though we strive to be like them, right? Because we both love each other very much, right?" the brunette asked. Issei's smile widens at his girl's question. "Yes, you're absolutely right," the dark-haired man replies. After he says that, she frowns slightly. "I still don't want to think too much about who we are, Issei. I want to think about what's between us and nothing else. I want us to be together. I won't ask for anything else," the girl said, then smiled. Issei then takes her by the waist and brings his face closer to his girl's, who can't help but turn redder. "It will be so, don't doubt it, Raynere," the boy whispered, then kissed her. After that kiss that night, I asked Raynere to please rest. She would most likely have to attend the academy today for her first day of classes, so I left her in bed early and decided to go talk to Rias about my request. Issei walked slowly toward the school building. Kiba and Kaneko were probably finishing their last few hours of surveillance, so he could relax a bit. The sun's rays were slowly peeking over the horizon, but the morning fog was still present, and the atmosphere was quite peaceful. No matter how many times I've walked in the early hours of the day, observing the scenery around me this very moment has incredible value. It's very true, after all, that humans can enjoy these beautiful things every day, even if many of them don't see it that way, Issei commented quietly, with a nostalgic smile. He knew perfectly well that he wasn't human, but he made an effort to behave like one, to join their society, to acquire common habits that were obvious to the naked eye. The black-haired man cared little that they might be a weak and conflictive race, because many of them could make a difference, not to mention that they have the ability to enjoy every moment of their lives with unparalleled treasures like that sunrise. Of course, all of this was easily deduced since he was raised as a human. In his slow walk, Issei can't help but pass by the park where Raynere separated from him, to continue on his way and then almost meet his death, a death that he, fortunately, avoided. "I don't think a few minutes standing here will do me any harm," the boy said to himself, entering the area to look for a bench to sit on. "Yeah." Issei sits down on one and lets out a sigh. The calm atmosphere brought out the same smile as before, although a couple of minutes later that smile fell a little. "I don't know exactly why, but whenever I had the chance to stop by here I couldn't help but think that this place holds something strange, something like an event, although I was never able to decipher it," the boy commented. That enigmatic area not only held the memory of his almost goodbye with Raynere, but it also made him feel strange, made him think as if he were connected to it in some way that he couldn't understand, despite all the years he's been living there already. "Well, one day I'll know, but for now I think it's time for me to resume my little trip to the academy. Obligations don't end," he said then, getting up from his seat and continuing on his way. Upon arriving at the academy, as expected, there was almost no one there except for a woman who was walking towards the new building, not to mention that the black-haired man could feel the auras of Rias, her servants, and also Sona, the student council president, followed by her own demonic pieces. "Oh, Issei!" The woman ahead of him noticed him and called out to him. After all, since he was already in a hurry, her footsteps were making noise, and he didn't notice. "Arriving early again, huh? Just as I expected from an exemplary student like you," she said then, with a proud tone. "Good morning, Principal Fuyuki," the boy greets politely, bowing to show his respect. "Oh, come on, there's no one here, no need to address us like that, but thank you very much anyway," the headmistress said, smiling. She was quite attractive despite being in her late 40s. Her face belonged to that of a woman in her 30s or perhaps younger, not to mention the good body she maintained thanks to her daily workouts. As expected, she was a symbol of respect throughout the academy, admired by the few boys who lay there, and also by some girls. "Well, if you say so, I won't have any problem." Issei spoke in a more natural and relaxed tone. "By the way, I apologize for being absent yesterday. Many sudden things happened at my home, so I decided not to show up to attend to my sudden obligation, she says then. Oh, don't worry about that, it's all taken care of. But honestly, it's fine if you miss a day, you're a good student after all, the woman commented. Really? Well, thank you very much for the compliment. Issei thanks, bowing again. It's nothing. I'm leaving now. Won't take up any more of your time. You're obviously in a hurry. Go do what you have to do. Good luck, Fuyuki said, greeting him before leaving. Issei had also said goodbye to her in the same way, before focusing on what he had to do. Well, at this point I'm kind of glad to be allied with the demons who control the academy. In fact, I could have accomplished this on my own, but it's nice to have partners who can take care of some things you can't, the boy thought. It just so happens that on the way he runs into Akino, who is surprised and then shows a small, somewhat bitter smile. Issei hello. She greets, suddenly nervous and feeling a little self-conscious about what had happened the day before. Good morning, Akino, the boy greeted respectfully, as he always did when he was in his normal state. Akino seemed to let out a relaxed sigh when she saw that the boy hadn't seemed to notice the past situation between them. Ryusbuchu said she'd wait for you in the student council meeting room, so you could talk to Sonakeichu about your request. You know things like this have to go through the leader of Citri first. She has part of the control of the academy after all, says the black-haired girl. Sure, I was already heading there, but I appreciate the heads up anyway, Issei replies. You're welcome, the black-haired girl says with her small smile. Immediately after talking, Issei turns around and pretends to leave. Akino trembled and quickly showed worry and impatient. Listen, she called, catching the attention of the aforementioned. Could I accompany you for a while you go to the council hall? She then asked. Issei could notice a bit of her nervousness, and shrugging his shoulders, he decided to accept the girl's request. Yeah, sure, the young man with short black hair replies, causing the smile on the demon girl's face to widen. Thank you, says the black-haired woman, now marching beside her companion. Both of them walked slowly through the halls of the academy. Everything was calm since there were no students around, although the silence was quite uncomfortable between the two young people. Issei was looking at the sky through the windows with a slightly fascinated expression while he breathed deeply. He said nothing more than executing those actions, and for some reason Akino kept looking at him between surprised and astonished, although the affliction could also be noticed on the surface of her skin. He seems so unattainable even for me, the black-haired girl thought. A very great unease suddenly surfaced inside her, and a lump wanted to form in her throat, but she, with great willpower, decided to swallow hard and speak to the boy at her side. Do you like this weather, Issei? The brunette suddenly asks, which catches the boy next to her somewhat off guard. Yes, that's right. It calms my thoughts, the man in question replied calmly. Akino seemed to relax more upon hearing that answer, so she seized the moment. Issei, I wanted to apologize to you for yesterday. I wasn't thinking clearly. I guess I was rambling about this whole thing about a fallen angel coming to the academy. Akino decided to speak, of course issuing her due apologies for her argument with the dark-haired man. It's understandable, says Issei. I accept your apology, Akino, and I repeat that she is not a fallen angel, she is more like a human. In fact, she has told me that she wants to be as human as possible, or at least try to seem like it. She wants to have a healthy and prosperous loving relationship with me, he commented later. Akino's face seemed to collapse with that comment. This was noticed by the boy, who already became somewhat nervous, and I of course accepted. I totally agree with her. It would make me very happy if I were the one who fulfilled that wish. He spoke afterward. Everything he was saying was the truth, but even so he did it also for the reason of seeing the reaction of his companion, that way he could clear up his doubts. Now the brunette at her side looked surprised, speechless, and sad. What she heard from Issei's mouth, even though it was something she hadn't heard before, made her spirits sink further and further. I see. It's good to hear that there's someone you can dedicate your time and energy to the way you say it, Issei. I'm happy for you. Rather than being happy, Akino was getting sadder and sadder, and her efforts to hide it were useless since the dark-haired man managed to see through her mask and the feelings the girl was having at that moment. He couldn't stand it any longer. Enough, Akino, that's enough, Issei suddenly said, with a sharp and authoritarian tone, Making the girl jump. You're going to tell me right here and now what's happening to you. For God's sake, we've been working together for quite some time, you know me in part and I know you, so I know how you behave, Aquino. You're not like that, you never were like that. What the hell is wrong with you? He then asks, exasperated. Yes, he and she had known each other for a long time. The boy had already said that. Sometimes they spoke, sometimes they didn't. Sometimes they exchanged a few direct words, other times they chatted pleasantly for a few minutes. The brunette always showed him respect, and Issei deservedly did, but Aquino's sudden and strange attitude made him doubt something specific, and Issei hoped it wasn't what he thought. Forgive me, Issei, really I'm sorry you're getting angry at someone like me, Aquino says, regretting her behavior. Issei can only let out a heavy sigh. It's starting to get on my nerves, he said in his thoughts, rubbing his temples. It's okay, don't worry about it anymore. But I need, Aquino, and listen to me carefully, I need you to tell me what's wrong. The truth, and I don't know if it's some problem or something like that, we'll try to solve it, okay? He asks later. Yes, the black-haired woman answers. But now tell me, what exactly is wrong with you? The boy asks. Aquino was now trembling profusely. If she was really about to tell him what she'd kept to herself for so long and couldn't hold back anymore, it was going to be trouble. Big trouble. She didn't know how Issei would react, and also she was afraid that his answer would be negative. She feared it with all her heart. Yes, she might appear to be SDST on the battlefield and a calm and somewhat serious woman on the outside, but the truth was that, deep down, she was afraid. Afraid of rejection, and afraid of the suffering it could cause her. She was about to answer him, she really was going to, but... So there you are, Issei appeared on the scene, intervening at just the right moment and saving Aquino from whatever she was about to do. Oh Aquino, I'm glad to see you too. Rias, the dark-haired man greets, a little rudely. Yeah, good morning to you too, she jokes. What's taking you so long? I'm waiting for you outside the council chambers, Sona is waiting. But I didn't think you were coming with Aquino, she said, then looked at the aforementioned woman. She wanted to accompany me. We were just talking a bit like we often do. I guess that's no problem, right Rias? Issei replies and asks, showing a rather flea-like face. No, not at all. The redhead answers, a little nervously, but you shouldn't take too long, it's mostly for Sona that I'm worried about, I wouldn't have a problem. Well, let's go, Issei said, immediately moving to the side of the occult club president, but not before turning around to take one last look at Aquino. We'll continue our talk another time, okay? He asked, staring at her, but more than a question, the question felt like an order. Yes, of course. The girl with long black hair answers mechanically, watching Issei leave Seekers. She then muttered in a whisper. What was it that the brunette feared but also longed to tell Issei? It must be something very important to her, since she acted a bit curious every time she wanted to tell him. Where is Raynare? Asks Middlet, the fallen angel with short blonde hair and wearing a maid outfit. The girl was standing on top of a building, looking down at the city below her. She had been searching for any clue that would tell her what happened to her companion. I don't know, Middlet. As for me, it seems to me that we're looking for non-existent clues, we're not making the progress we should, answers a woman with long purple hair tied in a ponytail, wearing some kind of trench coat, the top part of which was unbuttoned, showing a lot of her BRSS, and the bottom part was a miniskirt that left almost nothing to the imagination. Why do you say that, Calican? Middlet asks, confused. Isn't it obvious? We've already searched the entire city and there's no trace, even on the outskirts nothing. And please don't call me Calican, the woman replies with some disgust. Well, I'll call you Calawarner then, the blonde says, pouting, something the purple-haired girl didn't even notice. By the way, Dona Seek should have come by now, Calawarner commented, and as if summoned, the man suddenly appeared. Here I am, the fallen angel introduces himself, wearing his dark trench coat and his eerie hat. Been searching for clues too, arduously, and I haven't found anything about our missing in action comrade, he then reports. How awful. So she's the blonde was going to say. No, like I said before, disappeared. I have a feeling she's still alive. It's a feeling, I'm sure you all have it too, the disturbing man interrupted. Yes, it seems to me that she isn't dead either. She must still be alive, but where? And how? There are many things that confuse me, Warner says, putting a finger to his chin to think. I don't know, it's all very confusing to me, Middle said. Well, after all, she was reluctant to go into in-depth details. She just went with the flow. The last time we saw her alive, wasn't she investigating a human who was supposed to possess one of the most powerful Longinuses? Donasik asks suddenly. Yes, you're right. Now that I think about it, she was in charge of watching that person. I think it was a boy, Warner replies. And you don't happen to know her name, Calican? Middle asks, approaching them. But then the purple-haired woman smacks him on the head. I asked you not to call me that. Warner yelled, furious as she looked at the blonde, squatting on the floor and rubbing the affected area. I'm so sorry, Calican. Middle apologizes, bawling her eyes out. You'll see what I'm going to do to you. Hey, you two, that's enough. Donasik exclaimed, intervening to stop the absurd fight between the two angels. We should focus on our duties. Warner, do you know the name of that boy you mentioned? If so, we can investigate. Maybe we'll learn exactly what happened to Raynere, since she was watching him. That boy might be involved in it somehow, don't you think? Middle asks. Until you finally say something useful, you demon dwarf, the purple-haired girl says, offending the blonde. What? You're mean, Calican. Middle exclaims, crying her eyes out again. Daughter of a... Hey, enough already. Unfortunately, Donasik seemed like he was there to be the referee of the constant fighting that was taking place between those two, more than anything due to the irritability of the purple-haired female fallen angel. Once they managed to calm down again, they resumed their planning talk. Well, let's see, the name of the person Raynere was watching was, I think it was Hayudu something, Hayudu Issei. Yeah, I think that's what his name was, Warner says, remembering. Do you know what he looks like? Donasik asks. No, but I could persuade some people in charge of the civil registry to give me some information about him. It's early morning, so maybe I could have information about him by the afternoon and be monitoring him by then, maybe earlier, the woman replies. Okay, hurry up. I'll make a few rounds here and there to see if there's anything strange. Middle will accompany me, said the fallen angel in the dark trench coat. Of course the blonde apparently didn't agree, but she couldn't refuse. If you finish early, try to meet up with us, Warner. Or else you could start keeping an eye on that Issei guy. I'll figure out how to contact you, okay? Yes, Donasik. Goodbye. So the three fallen angels set out once again, now with a new target in mind, hide Issei. They would search tirelessly until they knew what had happened to their black-feathered companion and, if possible, finish the task of eliminating him. But what are you asking me, Hayudu? This is Sona asked, unable to believe what she had heard from the black-haired man. Look, Sona, I know this might sound like the craziest and most out-of-place request you've ever heard in your time here, the boy says. It certainly is for me, Rias commented. Issei turned around and glared at her. Hey, I asked you to help me, the black-haired man snapped, making the redhead apologize anyway. You'll have to excuse me for this, Sona. Yes, really, said the girl. With glasses. I shouldn't allow such a thing, Hayudu. For a fallen angel, one of the beings with whom we have the most disagreements, to enter here it would be like an offense to all demons, she said then, arms crossed and serious. I fully understand the kind of relationship that exists between fallen angels and demons, and I also understand what could happen if they find out about this permission. But I already assured Rias, Sona, that I would take care of any problem that arises. Besides, Raynere is not like her own kind, Issei comments, drawing the attention not only of Sona but also of Tsubaki, who, as the council president's right-hand woman, was supposed to be by her side at all times, even in situations of this nature. How is that, Issei? Tsubaki asks, interested in the topic. She's good, she's living with me now. Almost 3 days ago we had a date. There she had revealed to me exactly who she was and her intentions, although I knew beforehand. Her orders were to kill me, but she overlooked them, a fact that almost cost her her life. But I saved her in time. Now Raynere wants to remedy the bad things she did forced in the past by living with me and helping me, Not to mention that she also wants a stable romantic relationship with me, Issei answers, surprising the two girls with black hair, the short one and the long one. Rias could only sigh. To sit good? A stable romantic relationship? And to remedy bad things from the past. Tsubaki and Sona repeated at the same time, unable to believe it. It sounds incredible, yes, but it's the truth. At least until Raynere comes and we can fully verify what's being said here, Rias says, arms crossed. Are you implying that I'm lying to them? Issei asks, annoyed, staring at the redhead, who becomes nervous. Then oh, I didn't mean it that way. The president of the occult club tries to excuse herself. Well, honestly, yes, this is all a bit of a surprise, but I'll reiterate this question. Hayadu, are you completely sure of what you're asking? And are you sure this fallen angel wouldn't pose any threat to us? Sona asks. Of course, completely sure of what I'm asking, and Raynere is someone friendly, without any belligerent intentions or anything like that, Issei answers, giving her a look convinced of everything she said, achieving reliability in her words. Sona remained silent for a few seconds, resting her chin on her right hand, looking at the ground and looking thoughtful. Remember that you also promised to take responsibility if anything happens, says the girl with short black hair. That's right, you don't have to worry about it. But I highly doubt anything bad will happen, the black-haired man replies. Yes, she can come. If she wants to start today, she can, Sona says, giving the go-ahead for the female fallen angel to be admitted. Thank you, Sona. She'll be attending starting today. I'll go get her. Oh, and she'll be under my care and protection. I'll also request that she be in the same class as me. She'll want it that way, too, since she doesn't want to stray too far from me, the boy thanks and comments, surprising both Sona and her queen again. So it's like this, he really cares about you that much? Tsubaki asks. Yeah, I think that's what I like most about her, Issei answers. Silence filled the room. The dark-haired man looked up and met Sona and Tsubaki's stunned faces. That's when Issei laughed inwardly and decided to reveal something they didn't yet know. Yes, I'm in love, says the boy, knocking out the two black-haired women with glasses with 3 hits. Seriously? They both exclaimed at the same time. The scream they both let out wasn't typical of their behavior, but rather the shocking news of knowing that the raven's heart now had a master, and it was none other than a fallen angel. Excuse me, I'll be off. Are you coming, Rias? Issei asks the girl next to him. Yes, of course. See you later, Sona, the redhead greets, leaving with the dark-haired man. After the two of them left, silence reigned in the room. Neither of the council members spoke out of astonishment at the news. Well, I guess we can continue, Sona said, cutting through the silent atmosphere. Kakaishu Tsubaki takes advantage of the moment to call the president. Dime, Tsubaki. Do you think Hayadu is more on the side of the fallen angels? That he's secretly fraternizing with them behind our backs? I'm asking mainly because Hayadu is in love with a fallen angel, the vice president asks. For a few moments, Sona remains silent, considering her answer. I won't deny that that may be a possibility, but looking at it from an objective point of view, Hayadu is incapable of doing it. We mustn't forget all the time he spent working by our side, cooperating so that there would be no renegade demons. Even remember that he was already doing that before we knew about it. He also told us that he abhorred any kind of trouble and that he only seeks peace and justice, so my answer would be no. Issei wouldn't do anything like ally himself with the fallen angels or any other faction that only wishes to wreak havoc on the other races, Sona answers, adjusting her glasses. And well, yes, you're absolutely right, Sonakeichu says Tsubaki. Now, let's get down to the tasks at hand. The day is just beginning. Yes, Kaicho, the girl with long black hair and glasses replies. They both set off with their respective duties. Okay, then it's done, Rias comments, relaxing a little. Yes, I'll go get Raynere now and we'll come as fast as we can, Issei said, moving away from the occult club president. Okay, see you later, the redhead greets. Issei just raises his arm and lightly waves his hand as a way of saying goodbye to her, then leaves the academy. Hey Issei, is everything okay? Were you able to talk to that demon into letting Raynere into the academy? Drake asks the boy, reappearing on his shoulder as usual. Issei tilted his head slightly to look at him while he took off his shoes. Yes, it's already done, she can go to class right now. I came to pick her up so I can take her immediately. I want her to start a relatively normal life from today, or at least pretend like it. You know, she told me she wants to be like a human. I know she's not, but Issei answers, but for some strange reason Drake seemed to be in a hurry to say something. Well, I'm glad to hear that, buddy. But there's something you need to know right now, the little dragon says, catching the young man's attention. Okay, tell me what it is, the boy asks seriously. You probably thought you detected the essence left behind by the fallen angels. Well, some fallen angels are roaming the streets, and I think you know very well why. For Raynere, Issei replies, in a serious tone and frowning. Exactly. They couldn't confirm her presence here because of the countless barriers you and I put up. Only a being of a supreme level equal to God or the demon gods could cross them, but as you've said, it's better for her to get out. She can't be locked up here all her life. Not to mention that it's better to face problems and not run away from them, said Drake. Issei can't help but smile at those words. Yes, Drake, thanks for reminding me. Although did you also say that because you understood me? The boy asks. How could I not understand you? Hey, you're the best companion I've ever had. You've certainly put on many good shows in the past. I've had fun by your side, and although the idea of peace and justice you hold bores me a little, I understand you and will support you in everything you do. Count on me for anything, friend, says the celestial dragon. Thank you, Drake, really. Although you might not have bothered to give such an encouraging speech, oh my God, I think I'm going to cry, the dark-haired man whispers, rubbing his eyes to prevent the treacherous tears from falling. Yes, sorry? Drake asks, surprised by his partner's actions and apologizing in advance for making his wielder exhibit the behavior he rarely displayed. It doesn't matter, I'm almost there again, Issei says, taking his hands off his face, coming to his senses and taking a deep breath. Now, Drake, let's go for it. I'll go for Raynare, I'll help her and we'll leave. This time you'll come with me, oh but first you'll introduce yourself to her. Okay, that's the Issei I know. Wait, introduce myself to her? Don't you think that's unnecessary? I'd rather stay in the shadows, at least for the time being, the little dragon said, refusing. Fine, it'll be as you wish, Drake. But let's get ready now, we'll be late. At your service. Drake then disappeared. Issei quickly headed towards the room where Raynare was resting, carefully opened the door and found her sleeping. A small smile appears on the black-haired man's face, who stealthily approaches and then proceeds to lightly shake his girl's body to wake her up. Raynare, Issei spoke in a soft tone. The girl was still asleep. Raynare, wake up. We have to go to the academy, he said then. The black-haired girl slowly woke up. Humph, Raynare snorted, shifting in bed and then narrowing and slightly opening her eyes. Issei? Good morning, she then asked, blinking. Good morning to you too, the aforementioned man replies with his previous smile. The brunette shifts a little more in bed, letting out another huff of annoyance as she was tired. After a few minutes of tossing and turning, Raynare finally, using incalculable willpower, manages to sit up in bed and then rub her eyes as best she could with her right hand, since her left was temporarily useless. You, said the girl, with a sleepy face and tone. I'm tired, she complained later, trying to wake up. Well, that's because you didn't want to go to sleep sooner, you see? The boy scolded her, chuckling softly. Raynare didn't say anything. She just sat there, showing her exhausted face, occasionally nodding off, wanting to throw herself back into bed. Suddenly Issei grabs her by the waist, lifts her effortlessly as if the girl were made of paper, then places one of his arms behind her back and the other on her legs, carrying her as if they were a newlywed couple. What are you doing? The black-haired girl exclaimed, surprised and all blushed. She had woken up suddenly because of such an action that her boyfriend did. Issei laughed lightly. Getting you to wake up, sleepyhead, Issei replies, smiling at her. Then he began to spin in place, but at a very slow speed. Even so, the brunette's blush was still at its maximum, almost covering her entire face, and she instinctively clings to the boy's neck to avoid falling. Don't let me go, please, the girl begged, scared and hugging the dark-haired boy while she watched him very nervous and blushed, since she had never been picked up like that before. I would never do that, Issei replies, staring straight into her eyes as they spun around a few more times at the same speed as before. When the brunette decided he'd had enough, he stopped and stared for a few moments at his girlfriend, who was returning his lovelorn gaze. "How are you feeling?" the boy suddenly asks. Raynere is confused by her boyfriend's sudden question. "I think I'm okay," the girl tries to answer. Issei smiles. "Haven't you noticed something strange between us?" the young man asked. The brunette was even more confused than before, but she quickly realized what was really going on. "Memi arm," Raynere exclaimed, very surprised that she was already moving her affected arm. "Normally I can't believe it. It's great. Isn't that right? I'm glad you're already recovering, and at an impressive speed," Raynere said Issei as he carefully lowered her. "Now try supporting yourself with both feet and walking," he then asks. The black-haired girl agreed and decided to test herself, standing up properly on her two legs on the ground, then starting to walk slowly with an astonished face. She couldn't even express a word. "Well done." Issei congratulated him, clapping his hands. Raynere was a few meters away from him, since the room was quite large, and she didn't realize she'd walked quite a bit. Then she turned around, and with a smile as big as the sun itself, the brunette ran up to the brunette and then jumped on him, hugged him, and finally kissed him tenderly and passionately. "Thank you, Issei. Thank you so much, really," she exclaimed, thanking him as she continued kissing him. But what are you talking about?" "I haven't done anything," Issei tried to answer but was constantly attacked by his girlfriend. "Don't be silly, Issei. If you've taken care of me all this time, you haven't stopped watching over me and thinking about me at all times. And to think that your love made me recover faster. That's why I thank you with all my heart. I love you." And with that said, another kiss was given by Raynere to Issei, which reciprocates that tender action in the same way. After a few minutes of cuddling, the two lovebirds decide to get ready to go to the academy. "Here is your uniform. Try it on," says the dark-haired man, handing her a bag with the necessary clothes to enter the academy. "I'll come in a few minutes. I'll also go get dressed to attend classes. I hope you're ready, because they won't wait for us." "Sure. I'll be ready when you come, I promise," Raynere replies, taking the bag, but not before giving her boyfriend a smile. Issei leaves her alone so she can relax. Leaving the room, he decides to go to his own to change, as he said, since he was wearing casual clothes and they weren't suitable. "Don't forget about the fallen angels lurking around here, Issei. If they find out that one of their own is alive and hiding here," Drake suddenly says, speaking in the black-haired man's thoughts. "They won't, because you'll help me detect them from a long distance," the young man replies, finishing buttoning his shirt. "I thought you might say something like that." "Fine, I'm in," the celestial dragon comments. "But I need to know if you have a specific plan prepared in advance," he then asks. "Yes, I've already thought about it," Issei replies. "I'll cast a special spell right now, which will act as a probe, detecting the fallen angels within a short radius. You'll help me expand the detection area, and I'll take care of making it a silent spell." "Okay," Drake answers. "Okay, let's go there." Issei then closed his eyes, concentrating. A few moments later, a glowing white magic circle appeared beneath his feet, a circle he could barely fit into. "Detect life, fallen angels," the dark-haired man whispers. At that moment, a pulse of sorts shot out from him as its center, extending beyond his position. Drake appears in his reddish cloud, materializing on his shoulder again. "Expand," the dragon said, and a reddish aura quickly and fleetingly covered the boy. The magic circle turned red and became much larger, the pulses now reaching much further, allowing Issei to pinpoint the exact location of his enemies. "I can feel them. Two are a few blocks away. They're moving and seem to be getting further away. There's a third one, it's far away. There won't be any problem with that one," the young man announced as he opened his eyes. "So for now we'll be fine. When we get out we'll have to move quickly and avoid contact. We don't know what will happen when we come face to face with them," the dragon advised. "Yes, I will. Thanks for the advice, Drake. Now we better go or we'll be late. It's already 8 o'clock. We're running late," Issei says, a little worried. The black-haired man leaves his room and heads to Raynare's, then knocks on the door. "Raynare, are you ready?" "We should go now," the boy asked, waiting for his beloved's response on the other side. "Yes." I'm ready, you can come in if you want, Issei, the girl replies. The aforementioned decides to enter then, and there he sees her. Issei can't help but look surprised and blush a little. The female school uniform strangely made his girlfriend's beauty not only stand out more but also added a certain air of innocence to her. "'Too something wrong?" the brunette asks nervously. Issei shakes his head and then smiles at her. "Not at all. You look beautiful, Raynere," the black-haired man replies, which makes the girl blush again. "Do you really?" Heavens, oh, the uniform makes me look good, the girl comments, playing with her fingers nervously. "In that case I'd like to wear it, Issei," she says then. Issei smiles at her and then extends his hand to her. She looks at him. "Let's go." Raynere nods so tenderly that it nearly knocks the dark-haired boy out, who quickly recovers so they can both head out onto the street. Issei could sense the location of the fallen angels searching for them at all times. To his right, a few blocks away, there were two. Fortunately, their preferred path was to the left, so he could sigh with a little relief. "Okay, let's go this way," the boy points out, but not before extending his left arm to his pretty companion. "Would you join me?" he asks the brunette, who smiles at him. "Of course, Issei," she replies, taking his arm. They both began walking. Raynere leaned on her boyfriend's shoulder, closing her eyes to enjoy the moment, while Issei not only leaned slightly towards her but also kept all his senses on high alert in case something happened. "Just like that, now I can enjoy this wonderful moment," the girl comments, raising her head, opening her eyes and staring at the black-haired man, who was also looking at her. "I don't know if I've told you this before, but on many occasions I've seen couples in love walk together like this. I've longed for it so many times. Humans are very special. I've often envied their luck. They may be weak, they may not live long, but they are very lucky to be able to experience these kinds of things," she says then, letting her head fall again on her dear boyfriend's shoulder. "That's very true," Issei whispers in a tone audible to his girl, with a smile and turning his gaze to the road. "That's why I feel calm to be able to be among them, at least pretending to be a human. They make me see reality in a different way than an angel or a demon would see it," he says then. "Then let me be by your side more, Issei, so that I too can see the same things you do. I truly long for it with all my being," the black-haired girl begged. Issei looks at her, smiles again and hugs her. "Of course," he answers. Their enemies were still far away, so for the moment they could both enjoy a moment of peace. The two lovebirds could hear that sudden cry of pain. It seemed to be from a young woman who had suffered some kind of accident, a few meters away from them. Issei couldn't detect anything wrong, so he decided to find out what had happened. "Something happened over there, it looks like someone's hurt." "Let's go see, Raynere," the dark-haired man says. "Yes, of course, Issei," the aforementioned girl replied. They both quickly walked over. It just so happened they were crossing to the other side of the street, where there was a park. There, in the middle of the park, they could see a girl with long blonde hair and church clothes lying fallen. Raynere showed a look of absolute surprise upon seeing these details. "Who?" she asks suddenly. "No, it's impossible. What's wrong? Is it someone you know?" Issei asks his girlfriend about that confusing comment. I don't know, I'd have to," the brunette was going to answer, but her recent doubts were cleared up the moment many others arose upon seeing the face of the blonde girl. Raynere remained static for a few moments, then slowly approached the stranger. "Nit can't be Asia?" the fallen angel called. The blonde also seems to remain static in her place, then slowly turns her head, showing wide open eyes, which widen when she sees the brunette. "Raynare's?" the blonde girl named Asia asked, unable to believe what she was seeing. "Asia!" the brunette exclaimed, running over to where the blonde was lying on the ground and then hugging her tightly. "Raynare's?" Asia also exclaimed. "Why you here?" "But how?" she then asks. It's a long story, but you're here too." How? And what?" Now it was Raynere who was asking, surprised as both girls were. Issei decides to get closer to see and hear better what was happening. "Oh Asia, you don't know how happy I am to see you again," the brunette exclaimed happily, loosening her grip on the blonde slightly. "Madame too, Raynare's. I'm very happy, I really am. Although I was quite sad when I heard you had left the convent, I thought we'd never see each other again," Asia expressed with sorrow in her words. "No, How could you think that? I know there wasn't much I could do at the time, but I promised you I'd get you out of that awful place and somewhere better, somewhere where you could have a chance at a better life, and I intend to keep my word, Raynere says, with a determined look. Raynere isn't thank you very much. But I don't think that's possible. It's very likely that they're following me. They'll know immediately if the blonde was saying, when another voice interrupted her. That won't happen. You have my word that you will be completely protected if someone or something threatens to put your life at risk, Issei swore, interrupting her. IsseixRaynare whispers. She showed a smile as she trusted him completely. Asia was confused since she hadn't noticed the young man. Forgive me for intruding, but it seems that you and my dear Raynere have been friends for some time. I gather that you're having problems as well, and I'd like to help you. By the way, my name is Issei. Nice to meet you, the young man with short black hair introduces himself, surprising the blonde. The priestess was about to introduce herself when a certain word stunned her. Dear? I mean, Asia comments, looking first at a smiling Issei and then at a very smiling Raynere, who nods, giving the answer that the blonde least expected. Dear. I apologize greatly. Nice to meet the person who occupies Raynere's heart. My name is Asia Argento. And yes, she and I have been friends for a while, she says, then, trying to get up but immediately feels a pain in her left foot. Oh no, I think you hurt yourself, Asia said. Raynere, trying to help her and seeing exactly where the injury was. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, the dark-haired man spoke. Show me where it hurts, he then asks the blonde. She points out that it was on her left foot, at the ankle. I see. It seems you've twisted it a little. Did you fall? Why, I was walking and tripped. I was very confused about where I was, that I didn't pay attention to my path. I'm sorry, Asia answers and apologizes. Don't worry, no one's scolding you for that. Let me have your leg, the boy asked. She felt confused and a little self-conscious by his request, but Raynere told her everything was fine, that he would help her, so she agreed. As soon as he touched the affected area, Asia felt much better, a fact that almost left her speechless. Ciao. The girl tried to ask. I'm very good at healing with my hands. It's nothing, Issei answers. Now try getting up. Asia gets up, and indeed she didn't feel any pain when she hit the ground. But this is incredible, the blonde exclaimed, excited. How can you say it's nothing? You have a gift, listen. Just like me. Like you? The black-haired young man asks, immediately after hearing and seeing the girl's face. At that moment, when he decided to look closely at her, he discovered that she emanated a rather peculiar aura, one familiar to the raven. I think that aura comes from a sacred gear, partner. Although I couldn't tell you exactly which one it is since there are many in this world, but from what I can see and feel, it's a support type, Drake commented in his thoughts. Yeah, I thought so. Well, actually, I just looked more closely. Thanks for the heads up, Drake, the boy replies. Issei, she has a sacred gear that allows her to heal whoever she wants, Raynere whispers in his ear, confirming what he already knew. Unfortunately, that didn't save her from being seen as a heretic by those in the church, since they say she healed a demon. I'm sorry, I don't know much more about the subject, she then revealed, surprising Issei. I see, so that's why she got like that, the black-haired man commented in a low voice, with a tone that denoted his sadness. Raynere, do you think you can tell me more about you and her later? I also want to find out about your relationship, since you've known each other before. Maybe I can help her if... Partner! Drake suddenly exclaimed, inside the boy's thoughts. Excuse me, Issei said to Raynere, leaving her a little confused. Tell me, Drake, what? Leave that alone. I feel two of the fallen angels coming this way. Didn't you say you'd also stay alert? You mustn't let your guard down, the dragon scolds. Issei started to get visibly nervous, and Raynere picked up on it. Is something wrong, Issei? The brunette asks, while Asia looks at both of them as if she's expecting something from them. The aforementioned man quickly approaches his girlfriend and decides to whisper something in her ear. Raynere, we should go. I've detected two fallen angels coming this way. They're very close now, he whispers to her. Raynere looks at him, surprised and also desperate. But Issei, what about Asia? We can't leave her here. It's very strange that she's here today. I have a feeling that something bad could happen to her if we leave her alone. Please, don't abandon her. The black-haired girl begged for her friend's sake. Raynere spent a lot of time watching Asia in the shadows, and she couldn't allow herself to be left alone, especially now that she knew it was very possible that something could happen to her since she had a sacred healing gear that was highly coveted by the factions. I wasn't saying we'd leave her behind, Raynere. Of course we'll take her with us. I'll leave her with someone I trust at the academy while we finish our homework and think about what we should do next after all this, the dark-haired man replies, taking out a sheet of paper with a strange symbol that looked something like a yin-yang. What? The brunette was going to ask. There's no time, explanations later. Issei interrupts, now addressing Asia, who was standing still and also nervous about the whole situation. The boy extends his hand, surprising her. Come with us, Asia. I know we only met a few minutes ago, but I have a feeling it's much better for you to be near us than on your own and at the mercy of the fallen angels. What do you say? The blonde stared at him for a few moments, as if hesitating. In the end, she decided to accept, taking the boy's hand with some trepidation, and he smiled slightly. Raynere, take my arm. We're leaving now, he then asks his girlfriend, who immediately complies. Issei then firmly held the paper he had shown, on which was a kind of strange seal. It was certainly round and with a tribal style, added to the fact that the colors black and white were present in it, as if it were the yin-yang symbol, as had been said before. Two totally opposite sides working in perfect harmony. The seal shone brightly, surprising both Asia and Raynere, who had to close their eyes because a white light completely surrounded them, as well as Issei, causing them to disappear from the place. What was that? Middlet exclaimed. What? I couldn't see anything. Donasik asks in bewilderment. You don't know. They looked like three people, and I think one looked like Raynere but they disappeared. Or was it just my imagination? Aoua my head, I don't understand anything. The blonde tried to answer, looking totally confused. You should have seen them properly, Middlet. What if they were the ones we were looking for? His black-winged companion reproaches him. I'm sorry, the blonde exclaimed, truly sorry for what she didn't do right. Never mind. Now we have to return to Calawarner, see if he has any information about this Hayate Issei, then we have to prepare for the big ceremony tonight, the man commented. Which one will we use that heretical nun for? Middlet asks. Yes, the one called Asia, the witch. She has the sacred gear, Twilight Healing, a sacred tool very useful for any being. Tonight we will take it from her and use it for our purposes, Donasik answers, smiling maliciously. Oh well, she'll probably die, the blonde said in a low voice, with a tone of displeasure. For now, let's go back to Calacan, shall we? She then asks. Yes, let's go, Donasik replied, spreading his wings like Middlet and then disappearing into the sky. Behind the old building on the academy grounds, a large circle, similar in style to the one on the paper Issei was holding, suddenly appeared and began to glow brightly. Seconds later, the raven-haired boy, Raynere, and Asia emerged from that circle, the latter with a distraught expression and staggering. What was he? Yuck. The blonde fell to her knees and began to vomit. That little trip hadn't been good for her at all. Asia! Raynere exclaimed, running to her aid. Issei muttered under his breath, quickly heading over to where Asia was as well. Let me see her, Raynere's boy then asks. Sure, the black-haired woman answers. Issei lifted the blonde's head and noticed how her face was blue, a typical sign of motion sickness. Forgive me, Asia. Not everyone can endure an instant transmission or teleportation of this kind, whatever you want to call it. The young man apologizes for what happened earlier, after which he places both of his hands on either side of the golden-haired girl, who seconds later shows a look of astonishment. Are you feeling better now? The boy then asks. Why yeah, I feel fine, Asia exclaimed. Thanks again, I apologize too, this is the second time you've had to take care of me. I also have to apologize to Raynare, since she spent as much time taking care of me as she could. No need for that, Asia, Issei says, waving his hand and showing her a smile. Of course there's no need, Asia. You don't have to apologize for anything, we're both here to help you, Raynere exclaimed. But still, what just happened? I'm not understanding anything at all. It must be because I arrived in the city a few hours ago. How did you get here, Raynare? Who exactly is Issei? Where are we now? Why are we transported like this? Which asks the girl dressed as a nun, rubbing her head from the pain of thinking too much. Both Issei and Raynere look at each other and can't help but laugh at Asia's behavior. At that, the dark-haired man offers his hand to the blonde again so she can get up. She looks at him, smiles, thanks him, and accepts the help. Okay, let's see, where should we start? Issei asked. Not only was there a lot of information to learn and share, but they also had to finish their school duties and many other things that would arise with a new person in their care. But the truth was they would have time. For now, the young man with short black hair managed to get the two girls with him out of danger. Hello, nice to meet you all. My name is Amano Yuma and I transferred from Bringberry High School in Ottawa, Canada. I came to this school mainly because I'll be able to be with my dear Issei. I also currently live with him and we're dating. Anyway, I hope we can get along well. Raynare politely introduced herself to the 2B students while bowing. Everyone looked at her at first in surprise, some boys captivated by her image and some girls feeling a little jealous, although no one expected that final comment that the black-haired girl revealed about her stay and her love affair with the aforementioned boy. No one spoke, no one moved, no one even breathed. Everything seemed frozen for about a couple of minutes, until all the students expressed their confusion and surprise in a loud and resounding shout. Ehe! And it is that Hayadu Issei, one of the very few outstanding students of the academy, a symbol of respect and admiration for some and hatred for others, was dating that beautiful girl from another country. After the teacher silenced them, class began, and Raynare decided to sit next to her boyfriend. The spot was taken, but she cast a spell that allowed her to secure it. So, after exchanging a few smiles, they decided to start studying. Yumason, how did you and Issei know each other? Or rather, for how long? Yes, we want to know, please. During break, many girls and some boys gathered around Raynare, now under the fake name of Yuma. The girls mostly started asking her questions about herself and also about her relationship with the famous black-haired boy. Well, he and I met online. Every time we connected, we spent most of our time talking to each other. About general things, so much so that sometimes we'd stay up all night chatting. Then, last year, I had the opportunity to visit him on vacation. I stayed with him for a whole week. It was a very nice week, and I'll always remember it. For that very reason, because I wanted to see him again, to be with him, I worked hard in my studies to qualify for the exchange scholarship that allows me to be here today. So I'll make the most of every day to be by my sweetheart's side, right, Issei? The brunette asked while hugging her boyfriend and rubbing her head against his. He was nearby, listening to the whole fake story his girlfriend made up. Of course, Yuma, Issei replies, smiling and hugging her tenderly while the others look on in astonishment. Raynare, while she had crafted this entire story for the moment, told it with great emotion. Yes, the truth about their encounter may be quite tragic, but to think that it was a normal, human relationship, one that developed at first from a distance and gained even more strength the first time the two lovebirds saw each other in person, it seemed like a very beautiful love story. Awo! The girls exclaimed at the scene the bride and groom were showing, all with dreamy eyes. That's a very nice story, said one, smiling. That's right. The truth is, now that I look at it, they're made for each other, said another. Yeah, congratulations on being with a really cute and kind girl like Yumason, Issei-kun. Another girl complimented. Raynare and Issei flashed a smile as they hugged. Thank you very much. The two lovebirds responded to that comment, with the same expressions mentioned above. Later, some girls asked Raynare where she was from, and she answered that she was born in Tokyo, but that she moved, as soon as she turned 1, with her parents to North America, and that from that moment on she stayed in Canada, living and studying there for all those years, until now, when she had the opportunity to travel to her native country and be, as she said, with her dear boyfriend. Well, I'm really sorry, everyone, but you'll have to excuse us. Yuma and I are going to be alone for a moment, the dark-haired man suddenly says. Would you like to go get some fresh air, my princess? He then asks his girlfriend, like a true gentleman, while holding out his arm for her to hold on to. Of course, Raynare answers affirmatively, maintaining her radiant smile, also showing a blush on her cheeks, and then accepting, taking her boyfriend by the arm and leaving the room, not before saying goodbye to the other girls with a smile and a wave of her hand. Needless to say, everyone was stunned by the news and the affection the two young men showed for each other. Some of the girls surrounding Raynere and Issei were amazed and happy that such a good-looking boy could find such a girlfriend and, above all, treat her the way she deserved, although it's more than obvious that a minority would disagree with such a union, but they couldn't do anything, since getting the attention of someone like Issei was almost impossible to achieve. Now the two black-haired youths were walking side by side through the academy courtyards, where they could see many boys doing their corresponding physical exercises. Raynere, for a moment, rested her head on her boy's shoulder as she slowly closed her eyes. So this is what it feels like walking with the person you love through such beautiful places, the girl commented quietly, smiling as she felt comfortable in that position. But even if it's an area under the control of demons, no, that doesn't matter. What matters to me is that I'm finally here with you, Issei, she said then. The black-haired man smiles at what his dear dark-winged girlfriend told him. I'm also very happy to spend these moments with you, Raynere, if I like it too. On the other hand, you won't have to worry at all about this whole thing. You know that I myself have spoken to the demons here. I told them and assured them that the last thing you wanted was to cause any kind of trouble here, that you only wanted to stay in this place to be with me. Of course, I also said that you would be under my care and protection, so no one will do anything to you. I will be with you all the time, both here and at home, if that doesn't bother you, of course, the boy tells her as he pulls her closer to him in his hug, making the girl blush again. And no, Issei, don't worry, it doesn't bother me at all, Raynere answers, nervous and blushing as she's thinking about certain things because of what her dear boyfriend said. After that conversation, they both continued walking around campus for a while longer, but Issei noticed that his girlfriend's face showed concern. What's wrong? He asks, alarmed in turn and wanting to know the reason for that expression on the girl's face. No, nothing, it's just that I can't help feeling worried about Asia, Issei. I need to know that she can be safe here, the brunette replies, looking straight at her boyfriend, who watches her and gives her an understanding smile. We can go see her in the time we have left if that's what you want, but I've already told you that you can rest easy with her, no one will do anything to her. In these parts my words carry a lot of weight. And what's more, I've asked you to take good care of her. If she ever needs anything she just has to ask and they'll try to give it to her, the boy tells her. Raynere looks at him with a calm smile for a few moments but then looks down, completely embarrassed. Forgive me, Issei, it's not that I don't trust you, I really trust everything you tell me completely, it's just that she tried to explain, but the dark-haired man interrupted her by giving her a tender kiss on the forehead. You care about her a lot, I know, and that's okay. You shouldn't apologize to me too much for it if it's for your friend's well-being, Issei says, taking the brunette's chin and lifting her face so he can look at her. She then shows her happiness in her expressions and then nods at what her boyfriend told her. The two then quickly headed toward the old academy building to pay a brief visit to the golden-haired nun, Asia. As soon as the three of them appeared at the academy, escaping the fallen angels who were searching for them, the blonde demanded to know exactly what was going on, and then each member took a moment to explain things properly. First, Asia explained in more detail that she was an exiled nun. The church expelled her from its bosom for having cured a demon with her holy powers, which made her a heretic. That seemed to be only the beginning of her misfortune, since she was then taken by the fallen angels of Grigori, the organization of fallen angels, more specifically by a section that apparently wanted nothing to do with order and peace, to help them in strange rituals. That was when she met Raynere, a fallen angel different from all the others, a fallen angel who treated her differently, who comforted her and spoke to her whenever she could, but also couldn't do much for her because there were eyes and ears almost everywhere, but she promised her that one day she would get her out of there and they would escape however they could. Shortly after, Raynere had to leave, leaving Asia alone and sad. Asia was also ordered to travel to the same country where the brunette ended up, and that's how they managed to meet again after everything that happened. In turn, Raynere told him everything that happened while she was here, how she met the lucky young man with black hair who captivated her and how they ended up together. Regarding Issei, he declared that the first time he saw her, although he has not shown it, he liked her personality and her beauty, and despite the adversities that the black-haired woman said there were between the two, Issei convinced her that it was not like that, in addition to saving her from being killed. After all that conversation, Issei spoke with Rias and Aquino about the blonde nun's sudden intrusion into the old school building, headquarters of the Redheads' entourage. The president of the occult club agreed to let her stay there, but begged the black-haired man to stay for a short time, since it would not be well seen to have someone from the church there, not to mention that a fallen angel was already in the academy. Issei agreed, and Aquino was left in his care while the boy and Raynere attended classes. "Asia," the brunette exclaimed, happy to see her dear friend again. "Raynare-san, hello," the blonde greeted back with the same sentiment. They both shared a brief but strong hug. Issei appeared behind Raynere, showing a small smile at seeing that meeting. Then he noticed that Aquino was a few meters away, in the same room, observing the same thing although with a neutral expression, until she sees the black-haired boy and heads towards him, now with a small and almost imperceptible smile on her lips. "Hello, Issei," Rias's queen greeted in a whisper, bowing. "Hello, Aquino, it seems you carried out what I asked you to do an hour ago. Thank you very much for staying here to take care of Asia." The boy thanked her, while turning to look at the black-haired girl at his side with that small smile that remained on his face. "It was nothing," the aforementioned girl replied, moving her head to the side to avoid the blush on her cheeks. Despite being unhappy with Raynare's stay there, carrying out a request made by Issei seemed to please her and made up for that annoyance, so she let it go. "I also wanted to tell you that we'll talk sometime when we both can. Remember that we left a conversation halfway through," the black-haired man then commented, making Aquino look at him. "Right. Yes, you're absolutely right. Well, I'll be available for that whenever you like," the girl says. Issei nods slightly before turning back to watch his girlfriend and her friend. Returning to the two girls, Raynere asked Asia how she was doing. "I'm fine, thanks for asking, Raynare-san," the blonde replies, smiling at her. "Are you sure? Isn't there something you want to ask me for?" "I can bring whatever it is," the brunette asks again. No, I'm fine, don't worry so much. Kena-san has treated me very well here, she's very good, we even had tea together," Asia replies. Raynere was a little upset that her friend was interacting with a demon, but she calmed down knowing that the blonde was in perfect condition. "Well, I'm glad about that, Asia. Listen, I have to get back to class with Issei, they'll be back soon. When this is all over, I'll come get you and we'll go, okay?" says the dark-haired girl. "Sure, I'll be here, Raynare-san. I'll wait patiently for you to finish studying." "All right. I'm glad you're studying." "Good for you," the blonde replied. Raynere can't help but smile, then hug her and temporarily say goodbye to her again. After that, the brunette went to Issei's side but not before giving Aquino a cold look as she passed by, who responded in the same way, but nothing more happened than that. The two girls only did it to show each other that they didn't get along well, so to speak, due to the eternal fight between angels and demons. The two lovebirds, after visiting Asia, head back to the classroom. "What can we do now, Issei? We may be fine for the time being but they won't stop looking for us, and Asia must live peacefully and not run away from anyone. I promised her I would get her out of her troubles. Besides, where can we take her to live until all this is over?" the black-haired woman asked as she walked arm in arm with her boyfriend, once again showing concern for her friend's well-being. Suddenly Issei stops, so does Raynere, and then turns to look her straight in the eyes. "I'll let Asia stay home for as long as she wants, it's a good place. And don't worry, I'll take care of this and fix it once and for all, Raynere, you can be sure of that. No one will bother you or your friend ever again," the boy swore. Raynere stared at him as if stunned, without saying a word for a few moments. Thanks, but what are you going to do?" "Don't tell me," the brunette asks, starting to suspect her boyfriend's actions. "I'm going to confront those fallen angels and stop them from whatever they're doing around here, and also to convince them to leave you alone for good," the dark-haired man replied, looking seriously ahead. Raynere showed a very surprised, but then worried face. "Wait. Are you serious? Issei, they can kill you. There are many of them who are powerful. If you go there, you know, I won't allow it. I won't allow you to leave and risk losing you." "There has to be another way," she exclaimed, distressed then wanting to find an alternative solution quickly and not being able to think of anything to prevent her boyfriend from leaving and possibly losing him. Apparently she didn't remember at that moment that her worries were for nothing. Issei then smiles widely and proceeds to suddenly hug his girl tightly and with much love, who didn't know how to react to it. What are you doing, Issei? She asks, slightly blushing. You care about me, that's very nice and I admire it. But don't forget who was the one who saved you on the day of our first date, the boy tells her, very close to her. Raynere, still blushing, manages to clearly remember what happened that night, causing her eyes to open wide and she is stunned. Alright, you're absolutely right. Excuse me, but the brunette was about to say, but her beloved boyfriend interrupted her with a fleeting kiss that calmed her down. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen to me, I assure you. Now then, let's get back to our duties. When school's over, I'll take care of your safety and Asia's before anything else, okay? She asked the boy. Let's go, Raynere replies with a smile. Both then head back to the classroom to continue with the classes. After school ended, Issei and Raynere headed back to the old building on the grounds. Once there, they met up with Rias and all her other servants gathered there, who had to discuss whatever they needed to discuss before nightfall, and they began their activities as devils. Oh, hello Issei. I'm glad you came, the redhead said, greeting the two black-haired men, although her greeting was mostly directed at the boy, since she obviously didn't want to have much interaction with Raynere since she was a fallen angel. Hello Rias, the person in question greeted her briefly and precisely. As usual, I came to help Asia, so you and the others won't have to worry about status or any of that nonsense anymore, he said later, sounding annoyed. I'm sorry for asking you that, Issei. Really, my intention is not to upset you, but well, you know very well how we are. Don't blame us. Rias sincerely expressed her apologies to the black-haired young man, who looked at her for a few moments with his arms crossed and seriously. Raynere was by his side, uncomfortable like Asia in that place full of demons, so she was not going to let her guard down for a second. After that, Issei just lets out a tired sigh. Yeah, whatever, is all he says in response to the club president's comment. He then turns his gaze to the blonde, finding her also slightly uncomfortable as previously mentioned. Raynere then turns to her friend with a calmer expression. Hey Asia, the brunette greeted. Ready to go? She asked. The woman in question looked confused and surprised. Let's go? But where? This country is very big, I don't know. Don't worry Asia. Issei told me he'd be happy for you to live at his house for as long as you'd like. You'll be safe there in case anyone's looking for you, Raynere replies, surprising the golden-haired girl even more. At Issei's house? Oh no, I don't want to be a bother to him, Raynare's. I can't do this, the exclaimed former nun, refusing to accept help from the brunette's boyfriend. I told you that he told me he didn't mind you living there, Asia. In fact, you can ask him himself if he said he would love you to be there too, the brunette answers, causing the blonde to think it best to accept. Oh really? You really wouldn't mind? Asia asks again. Of course not. Come on, let's go, Raynere replies, getting her friend to accept the proposal. Would you wait for me outside, Raynere? I have to talk to Rias and company about something first, the black-haired man asks the two girls, who were heading towards him. Of course, Issei, his girlfriend replies, taking Asia with her. After closing the door, Issei settled into his seat and looked at those present with a neutral expression. As stated, all the club members were there: Kaneko, Kiba, Aquino, and Rias. The former was eating some sweets and looking at the newly arrived boy. With Kiba, he was sitting alone in a calm but alert pose. Aquino, as always, was next to Rias, who was sitting behind her desk. I'll be brief and direct. I'll go after the fallen angels who are looking for us, so I can end this ordeal once and for all, said the dark-haired man, surprising the other students. Are you going after them? And you alone? Rias asks. You have to keep in mind that they can outnumber you, Issei-kun, Kiba commented calmly. Are you doubting me? The man in question asked, astonished and at the same time annoyed by what the demons were saying. No Issei, don't get us wrong, it's just Aquino tried to explain, but the dark-haired man interrupted her. Yeah, I'm not interested. I said I'll go after them and I will, and yes, I'll do it completely alone like I always have, like I've always taken care of Kuo every night for these years, or have you already forgotten who I am and what I did? Said the young man, getting more annoyed to the point of making the room fill with a lot of pressure for a tiny moment, a fact that made the demons present very uncomfortable. I just came to warn you of that, so that you don't think of intervening or anything like that. Tonight you will have to take my place again, Kiba, he then asks, but in a somewhat authoritarian tone. Please, of course, Issei-kun, no problem, the blonde answers, raising a hand and showing a nervous smile. Okay, I'm leaving now. Bye. Issei, as always being quite dry with regard to greetings, says goodbye and quickly leaves the occult club room, leaving behind a deathly silence of a couple of minutes. Ahakria sighs, dropping her face onto the table so that it hits on purpose that hurt. She complained afterwards. What do you think about this, Bucho? Kiba asks. The aforementioned girl raises her head and takes it in both hands. I guess it would be good if Issei took care of some fallen angels who are lurking around and trying to disturb the peace around here. It's a decision he made and he'll carry it out well, as he always did, so we won't interfere. Let's get on with what we were going to do tonight, the redhead replies. Yes, Bucho. All her servants respond at the same time, obeying the order, although there was one little person in particular who was not happy with what was happening. Issei, Akino couldn't help but think about the black-haired man, and although she knew he was someone very powerful, uneasiness attacked her and now she was worried. So are you leaving now? Raynere asks, sounding somewhat sad, to her boyfriend, who was getting ready. Issei finishes straightening his jacket and looks at her, then approaches her with a smile. Yes, but I'll be back. For now, stay here with Asia, take care of her. They'll be safe, the house is well protected, he replies, raising his hand and caressing the brunette's cheek. I'd like to go with you, Issei. I really do. This is my fault. I want to fix it too, she commented. The dark-haired man puts on a sympathetic face at that comment. I understand, but Asia needs you now. Don't leave her alone. Take care of her, at least until I come. I also promise you that after that you can be with me whenever you want, be it at school or somewhere else, even accompanying me, but it's dangerous right now. Let me take care of this, Issei said. Raynere looks at him for a moment until he nods. I'll be back soon, he said, kissing his girlfriend on the forehead before finally leaving. Raynere watched him disappear into the distance, disappearing into the streets. I should have gone with you, Issei. I should have tried harder, but I think you're right. I couldn't help you with this. If there are many fallen angels there and they are powerful, I would only be a hindrance. This is when I regret being weak. I fervently believe that you can handle this. I will stay here and take care of Asia. I will comply with her and with you too. I will wait patiently for you to return, see? Was what Raynere thought before closing the door and heading to the room where they left Asia to settle into her new home. Drake, I'm going to try to detect the position of the fallen angels who were searching for us again. If what I'm thinking about Asia's relationship with them is true, then it's possible that something is happening in this city that I'm not aware of, the black-haired man said, warning his draconic companion of what he was about to do. Issei now found himself standing on top of another building, just like the night before when he was fulfilling his role as a night watchman. The black-haired man observed the city seriously, while on his right shoulder a reddish smoke swirled, which gave rise to the materialization of the small celestial dragon Drake, who seemed to yawn and stretch. Well, if you need help, just ask, the little dragon commented as he woke up. By the way, what do you think is happening in the city that you don't know about? He then asked, wanting to know why his companion said that. I said that because I don't think it's a coincidence that Asia, a former nun at the mercy of the fallen angels and whose only friend is Raynere, came today to do who knows what in the church that is on the western edge of the city, the black-haired man answers. Wasn't that the church where you destroyed that renegade demon who looked like a disgusting, deformed woman? The dragon asked. Yes, that one. I don't know why those who sent Asia to this city told her to go to that abandoned church. Besides, Raynere told me she had a very bad feeling about all this, since she once heard some fallen angels talking about Asia. They seemed to be planning something regarding her friend, something she couldn't hear very well but that worried her a lot. The boy continued answering. But why don't you go investigate that church? With what you told me, I'm also suspicious, and I think that place is no longer uninhabited, Drake suggested. Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to do. I'll go over there and see what's going on, Issei said, leaping into the void and immediately deploying his pair of draconic wings to fly over the city. Okay, I'll follow you, buddy, says Drake, spreading his wings as well and flying beside him. The two of them sped through the sky toward the target location, maintaining a safe distance and concealing their presence as much as possible. Once they arrived, the black-haired man spotted a presence at the back of the church. He looks like a fallen angel, Drake. I'm going to get closer, the boy says to the dragon at his side. Let's be careful, let's take full advantage of the good level of stealth we have, so if you notice that it can pose a problem for you, you can finish off that angel with a deadly blow, advised Drake. Issei nods at what she said, and moves away a little so he can land safely without being detected. Slowly, he approaches the trees and undergrowth that fortunately were there and helped him hide his presence even further. Aha, this is boring now. It turns out I have to be protecting the back entrance of this ugly place, and on top of that Calican is mad at me because I tell her this way and also because I failed to look for Raynare. I'm an idiot, said a blonde girl dressed as a maid, with a pitiful tone, who was sitting on top of a tree just a few meters in front of the black-haired boy, who saw and heard everything. I know it's forbidden, but Calican, I wish I could tell you how I feel about you. Because I know that you don't see me the way I see you, she says then, complaining. Issei took advantage of the fact that the girl, who was indeed a fallen angel based on her aura, was busy with her love problems to get even closer to her, and when he saw the perfect moment, the black-haired man, located in the shadows, threw a kind of golden chain from the palm of his right hand, which was linked to the neck of the female fallen angel. WWHW. Completely terrified, the girl with short, messy blonde hair opens her eyes to find herself face to face with her captor. Upon seeing him, her expression showed surprise and fear combined. Why, you are there? She tried to ask, but Issei squeezed a little tighter. Shut your mouth, I don't want them to hear us. If they discover us, I'll kill you, the black-haired man threatened, showing some brutal and very terrifying reddish eyes with slanted pupils. He also took out a strange and terrifying sword with a red-hot edge and brought it close to the fallen angel's stomach. The blonde then felt terror, an indescribable fear on the surface of her skin. She knew instantly that if she did anything, even the slightest thing wrong, her life would end in a not-so-pretty way, let's say. Please don't kill me, the blonde begged, starting to cry bitterly as she tried uselessly to free herself from the boy's grip, who was slightly surprised by the attitude he saw in her, but still stood firm. I told you to be quiet. If you cooperate with me, I won't kill you, that's a promise, but if you betray me, I swear. I'll help you with anything, but please don't kill me, I still have a lot to do. Please, the blonde responds and begs in the face of the brunette's threat, still crying. I want to know who you are and what you're doing here, the boy ordered. My name is Middlet, I am a fallen angel, and I was protecting the back entrance to this church, answers Middlet, still trembling from having that weapon so close to his body. A fallen angel protecting this abandoned church at night? Tell me, what are they hiding there? The black-haired man continued. As several priests come here to perform rituals, and since we are on their side, we have to cooperate by protecting them, the girl answers. So, protecting them, huh? Are these priests working behind the church's back? And what kind of rituals are they performing here? The boy asked again. I don't know, I'm not interested in any of this, I didn't want to have anything to do with this. I just want to be with Calican. Middlet exclaimed, starting to sob again. Issei was surprised. He didn't expect that there was actually another fallen angel who thought the same way as Raynere regarding being against whatever the fallen angels did there. Although now something else caught his attention. Who is this Calican you're talking about? Issei suddenly asks, curious to know who this person Middlet was talking about so much. She's my best friend, she's a fallen angel, just like me, the blonde answers, looking at him with fear. Are you in love with her? The dark-haired man asked, surprising the blonde for a few seconds, but then she realized he'd been listening to everything before kidnapping her. Yes, it's true, I'm in love with her, I'm in love with my best friend. That's why you hide, Issei, please don't kill me, yet I haven't told her. Please, Middlet begged again, starting to cry again. Now the raven-haired boy was, technically, speechless. But not because the fallen angel he had captive was in love with another of his species and gender, but also because that girl knew him. How do you know me? Tell me now, the boy commands, his gaze more penetrating and frightening than before. KK Calican told me. She investigated further about who Raynare was targeting. She remembered your name but not your appearance, so she went to the registry and got some information about you. There's no doubt that it's you are or were Raynare's target, Middle replies. Enough, it's too much, Issei said seriously as he raised the sword and brought it closer to the blonde again, who began to tremble and feel very scared. No, what are you doing? Wait, the girl exclaimed, trying to stop the black-haired man. They know too much about me, that's a problem. I'm sorry, but I'll have to take you out, he said, bringing his weapon closer to Middle's stomach. And please, Jay, just wait. Don't do it please, the girl begged and begged, crying her eyes out. Calican, she thought then, remembering the face of the woman she started to feel attracted to, imagining her smiling at her, forgive me. Middle resigned herself completely, surrendering to the cruel fate that had been prepared for her from the moment she embarked on this whole circus. She expected the burning metal to sear through her body and plunge her into unimaginable pain, thus ending her existence, but seconds passed, and that never happened. Instead, she felt Issei's grip slowly weaken until he completely let go. Middle coughed as a reflex action due to her throat being trapped, and then looked in astonishment at the boy with short black hair, who in turn looked at her without losing his serious expression. Go away. I won't hurt you, but I don't want to see you again either. If I do, I won't hesitate to finish what I left here, Issei says, turning around and heading towards the church. Middle felt relieved for a moment, but she couldn't help the worry that surfaced in her when she saw the boy walking towards the building. W8. What are you planning to do? Middle asks. Isn't it obvious? Stop whatever stupidity is going on here, the black-haired man replies. B. But will you achieve this by destroying us all? The blonde asked again, worried. Issei just stares at her, a little puzzled about what she wanted to know with that question. Why would you be interested in knowing that? Besides, I told you to get lost. Isn't it enough that I spare your life? Don't waste the opportunity one gave you, the boy answers with a question. But suddenly at that moment, Middle, are you here? A female voice was calling from a distance. The blonde then opened her eyes wide. Calican, she whispers. Issei hears her, and then turns his gaze toward the place where he heard the voice. Middle notices and despairs. Don't tell me that you're thinking of killing her, the blonde asks. Issei just turns a little and looks at her out of the corner of his eye. Please don't do it now. She was begging him not to end the life of her best friend and the one she felt attracted to. If it's that, Calican, I won't do it, he answers her. Issei emerged from the thicket to confront whoever was there. A few meters away and above him, he discovered a woman who looked somewhat more mature than him, with a rather attractive body in tight clothing. In turn, that woman noticed the presence below her, and descending a little, she noticed, with great surprise and disbelief on her face, who was there. You! Exclaimed the woman, her long, dark violet hair tied in a ponytail, as she pointed at the young man in front of her. Issei shows a small smile and raises his arms on either side of him. You probably know me well. After all, you were the one who asked about me, weren't you, Calican? The black-haired man asks. Calawarner's eyes widen even more upon hearing how the boy addressed her, so she can't help but get angrier and angrier. You son of a beach, so you really are a suspect after all. You really did have something to do with Raynare's disappearance. And now what have you done to Middle? Answer me, you effing piece of trash. The violet-haired girl yells, enraged, creating two spears of purple light in her hands, both of which gave off a light aura of the same color. I'll ask you to calm down because you're thinking very wrongly about me, also regarding your friend, says the black-haired man, then making signs to his left side to something that Calawarner couldn't see. I didn't do anything to her and I don't plan on doing anything to her, he said then. At that moment, from among all the vegetation, Middle comes out so that the violet-haired girl can know that she was actually safe. Calican, the blonde exclaimed, running to catch up with her friend, who jumped down and came closer. Middle took a running start, then jumped up and landed on top of Calawarner to give her a big hug, which left the violet-haired girl quite confused. Middle, what? The woman was going to ask. I'm sorry if I worried you, Calican. Yes, I'm fine. He didn't do anything to me, the blonde replied, as she hugged the violet-haired girl again and buried her face in her large boots, which made Calawarner blush quite a bit. What are you doing? The woman asks, nervous about how Middle was acting toward her and also confused by her own reaction to such an action, since the blonde had never shown so much affection toward her. Calican, the blonde whispers, showing a face that left Raynare completely stunned and almost knocked out by so much cuteness. A cuteness that she had never seen from her partner, or rather her friend. The blonde slowly brought her face closer to that of her violet-haired friend, who was confused and didn't know how to react to this strange demonstration the maid was putting on. And then the inevitable happened. Mitlet placed her lips on Raynare's, melting into a kiss filled with tenderness and a love that was about to explode from being kept hidden for so long. I don't know why, but I feel like Cupid, the young man with black hair commented in a whisper, scratching his head a little nervously. I think this is another achievement to add to the list. Issei makes two fallen angels confess their love for each other or at least kiss. What do you think? Drake joked, appearing on her shoulder again. Yeah, well I don't know if it's worth listening to someday, but anyway, an achievement is an achievement, said the black-haired man, shrugging his shoulders. Returning to the two fallen angels, Middle stopped kissing Raynare, a small thread of saliva dripping from between the two when they separated their lips. Middle, the violet-haired girl whispers, without letting go of her blush, confusion and astonishment. Calican, I too have been in love with you for quite some time, and I didn't want to tell you until now because I thought you would reject me and end up hating me. If that happened I would be devastated, the blonde expressed, looking distressed as she imagined herself in that situation. Raynare just looked at her with the expressions described above, technically unable to believe what she was hearing, what she was experiencing, and that's why she was the one who brought her face closer to Middle's to kiss her more passionately, which left the girl dressed as a maid stunned and extremely blushing, who then let herself go. Approximately a minute later, they both separated to stare into each other's eyes. Calican, the blonde whispers with a dreamy face. Middle, to tell you the truth, I was also in love with you for a long time, the violet-haired girl confessed. The blonde then felt a crush straight to the heart upon hearing such news. I'm extremely surprised and I'm also glad you told me. It's appropriate that I apologize to you too for not having told you anything about this, because I also thought you would reject me and see me in a very strange way, until in the end you separated from me and we would remain very distant, she said then, also sounding sad. Tu would never do that, Calican. Tu am so happy to hear that you have the same feelings towards me as I do towards you. The blonde exclaimed, bringing a smile to the violet-haired girl. That makes me happy to hear that too, Middle, the woman whispers. At that, both girls heard Issei's footsteps, who was approaching showing a calm expression, which also looked friendly. I'm glad you're declaring your love and all, but I have to ask you one thing. What are you going to do now? The boy asked. Raynare looked at him somewhat seriously, though puzzled by what he was referring to. Yes, Middle said. Raynare turns and looks at her. What are you trying to say, Middle? The violet-haired girl asks, wanting to know more details. The girl in question is now looking at her, with a small smile on her own. Calican, would you like to come with me? Middle asks, but the violet-haired girl was even more confused than before, which is why the blonde decided to explain herself better. If you would like for both of us to go somewhere else, away from all this, away from the problems, Calican. Honestly, I never agreed with anything we did, and I never said anything for fear that they would do something to me and that I would never be able to see you again. The violet-haired girl also feels sad about what the blonde says, lowering her gaze at the same time as her, but then raising them with determination. Apparently she already had an answer. Then yes, Middle, yes, we will leave here. Since I too have kept this to myself for a long time out of the same fear as you, and now that we have both been able to show each other the love we feel for each other, it is best that we distance ourselves from all of this, because it is more than certain that, if they see us like this, they will not leave us alone. I am not saying that I do not like being with you, Middle. It is just that I would not like them to chase us and threaten our lives. Raynare answered affirmatively. So that also means we can be girlfriends? Middle asked, the question causing a deep blush to appear on both women's faces. Of course, the violet-haired girl replies. Middle smiled widely at that answer. Calican, said the blonde, kissing her recently declared girlfriend and also best friend again. But not everything seemed to be good times. Watch out. Issei exclaimed, moving quickly and getting in front of the two girls, deflecting with his hands what was a spear of light thrown directly at them with the intention of killing them both with a single blow. "What the?" Middle exclaimed. "Gosh, I suspected this moment would come," said a male voice from the surrounding vegetation. "Don't seek, I should have known he would get here by now," Warner whispers, heard by the black-haired man in front of her. "So it's another fallen angel. I think this one isn't as friendly as you guys," Issei comments, keeping his guard up. "Show yourself," he then ordered, but only received another spear blow from the fallen angel in the shadows. "So you're such a chicken that you prefer to hide in the bushes instead of facing me like a man?" he then asks, trying to make the attacker feel ashamed of himself and thus come out of hiding, but that didn't happen. He call it caution," Don't seek answers. "Just look at finding the boy responsible for our whole commotion this morning." Hayadu Issei, the one who supposedly possesses one of the two most powerful Longinus and which are capable of killing even gods. "Interesting, I guess I shouldn't tell you about what happened with Raynere. Raynere is fine and safe from you, trash. You'll never be able to find her. If so, you'll have to go through me first," the black-haired man said seriously, preparing for any eventuality. "As you wish, I didn't come with pacifist intentions, but to finish what was ordered in the first place, to kill you and kill all the traitors who oppose the order," said Donasik, shooting out of the shadows, straight towards Issei with a spear in hand ready to impale him, but the boy evaded him in time and disarmed him, pushing his spear aside. But the man was fast, and with his other hand he created another of that weapon of light ready to harm the boy, although Issei was fast and totally aware of his surroundings. So he stopped his attack in time while looking at his enemy with a mocking smile. "Sheet, so you know how to move. My suspicions are correct then? You fully know the power you possess," the man commented. "That's right, from what I gather you're in serious trouble," Issei commented. Well, I don't think so," Donasik replies, showing a triumphant smile while struggling with the boy, who didn't understand what he meant exactly, but his doubts were cleared up in seconds when he heard a scream coming from behind him. "Calican!" Middle shouted. The blonde was standing behind Warner, who was protecting her from three more fallen angels who were slowly approaching, intent on harming them. "Middle, stay behind me, you won't be able to beat them," advised the violet-haired girl. With one hand she held the blonde and with the other she held a lightsaber. "Back off, you BSs, I won't hesitate to defend myself if you dare to touch us," shouted Warner, threatening while she swung that sword, but it seemed that this didn't seem to intimidate the enemies, who were already close to pouncing on the two women. But before that could happen, Issei, in a swift movement, got rid of Donasik with a strong kick to the stomach that sent him flying far away. The black-haired man then took the opportunity to jump, reaching Warner and Middle in a split second. The entire scene, surprisingly, seemed to be in slow motion. The enemies moved very slowly, going towards the two women who were trying to defend themselves. Then Issei suddenly appeared on the scene and raised his right arm high. Then a light appears for a tiny second, bringing with it the appearance of Issei's additional tool for the fight. "Boosted gear!" the dark-haired man shouted, materializing the mythical gauntlet on his right arm. Immediately, below him, a kind of dark energy began to rise through his feet, running through his body until it reached his head, beginning to create a cyclical torrent of blackness that intermingled with another type of red energy. Haya. With that powerful shout, Issei unleashed all the energy stored in his body in a massive explosion that sent all the enemies above them flying. But it didn't end there. "Drake," the boy called. "All right, mate," the dragon replied in a more powerful voice, shooting out of the cloud on his shoulder, his body now taking on a large size close to that of a truck. "Jar!" he roared loudly as he charged at one of the fallen angels, took him in his jaws and tore his body apart. Both Warner and Middle, as well as the proclaimed enemy Donasik, were completely stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. It's the dragon!" the blonde exclaimed, fear in her voice. The dragon, after chewing and spitting out the pieces of the fallen angel's body it reached, stood up and looked at the panorama, while slowly exhaling smoke through its nostrils, and its terrifying eyes observed everything. On one side, Issei was with the two women who posed no threat. On the other, Donasik was far away and the other two fallen angels' accomplices in the attack, who now began to attack the dragon as best they could. Gwajajajajajajaja. Pathetic, always pathetic. Drake exclaimed, giving a laugh of fear and crushing one of the fallen angels with a tremendous and very heavy slap. Poor little birds. Issei just looked with a poker face at his friend and battle partner for showing that attitude. I guess he's been keeping it to himself for a while. Well, I'll let him have a little fun, at least the black-haired man commented, then turning around to look at a completely terrified Middlet and Calawarner. Don't worry, he won't attack you. Now, we still have to take care of one loose end. Donaseek couldn't believe what was happening. The very same celestial dragon of domination was before his eyes. He didn't want to admit it, but an indescribable terror welled up in him, so he thought about escaping, the only way. That way he could get back to the barracks and report all of this. But before he could even take a step, a shadow appeared in front of him, grabbing him by the neck and knocking him down, causing him to fall with all his weight to the ground. Where do you think you're going, trash? Issei asked seriously, while keeping the man on the ground without him being able to do anything. We still have to finish our business, don't think you'll get away with this, he said then, while watching how Donaseek seemed to curse his luck. Now finally, it seemed that this was finished, but the truth is that the ritual that was being carried out inside the church still had to be dismantled, and it was not going to be easy since it caused a lot of scandal outside. So with a sigh, Issei dedicated himself to temporarily tying up the man, and he will take care of the renegade priests in order to finally return to the fallen angel. Yes, the night was still very young. What was that? Rias exclaimed, jumping from her desk and going to the window, appearing surprised and stunned because both she and Aquino felt a very high peak of power, which seemed to have its center a great distance from the two of them, more specifically in a church located west of Kuo City. Issei, the black-haired woman, whispers in a tone audible to her red-haired partner and mistress, who looked stunned for a few moments and then serious. Yeah, I should have suspected it was him. Ding. He's making too much of a racket, the demon girl muttered in a low voice. She immediately turned her face towards her black-haired friend. Aquino, call Yuto and Kaneko immediately, warn them not to approach the place for the moment, to wait for my orders, she then ordered. Yes, Bucho, but Issei said not to interfere in the fight. Aquino thinks. Aquino, he's causing a lot of commotion. He'll attract a lot of attention. If anyone finds out about this, the redhead said seriously. Okay, fine, I'll do it right now, says the girl with long black hair, taking out her cell phone and typing quickly to give the message to her classmates and friends. You better go to sleep, trash. Issei had said that as he left Donaseek's unconscious body on the ground after having spoken to him and getting no answers. The boy left him tied up and gagged before the astonished gazes of Middlet and Calawarner, who were still a little afraid of the present dragon, which was chewing on the body of the last enemy fallen angel they had faced. Maybe there's something you like inside, that's why we have to go, the black-haired man commented in a neutral tone to his companion. At that moment, Issei turns around and faces the two girls, who were just staring at him without saying a word about what had happened. The black-haired man already knew what was happening. As you can see, he's on our side, he won't hurt you, said the boy, pointing at Drake, who shrinks back to the size of his wearer's fist and rests on his left shoulder. That is the legendary celestial dragon of domination, the blonde comments, still in her stupor. Wow, I like those words, the dragon comments, satisfied with the compliment. Still, how is it possible? I mean, you're obviously the wielder of the boosted gear, but I've never heard or seen a wielder of this sacred gear summon the dragon within them, Calawarner questions. Both she and her partner, now girlfriend, wanted answers about that. They don't know you're a Nephilim, Drake comments to Issei in his thoughts. It's better this way. If they have to know, it will be later, all in due time, the young man answers in the same way, focusing his attention now on the two girls with black wings. Listen to one thing, the only thing you should know for now is that I came to finish this and nothing else, so there won't be any problems for Raynare and Asia, he says then, causing the women to open their eyes in surprise. What? Raynare? But Calawarner was about to ask. She didn't really know how to ask that question, since hearing the suspect in her companion's disappearance talk about her as if she were alive left her quite confused. Middlet, who was holding her arm tightly, found himself in the same situation. Yes, as you heard, I talked about Raynare. The black-haired man confirms she is alive. I didn't do anything to her. Of course she is safe, as is Asia, the exiled nun that you were holding. in a place that only you and I know. Abu says then. The two fallen angels were quite surprised, even more so than Raynare, as they believed he had done something to their companion despite having helped them. Look, I don't care if you believe me or not. The only thing I'm going to ask is that you stay out of the way. I've started something and I'm going to finish it, for the sake of Raynere and Asia. Declared the boy with short black hair, something that left the girls off balance since he said it in a tone overprotective. That left a lot to think about. Goodbye. With that dry greeting, Issei says goodbye to them, being accompanied by his faithful friend and battle partner Drake, leaving the two angels in the place with all the damage. It was almost 2 in the morning and the whole atmosphere seemed calm. And that wasn't normal, despite the scene the black-winged girls were contemplating, who looked at each other, still trying to find a reasonable explanation for Issei's response as they watched him enter the church. Okay, it'll be as he says. Then Raynare suddenly says, drawing the attention of his blonde-haired girlfriend, if he doesn't want us to get involved then we won't, but I suppose we can go see, maybe he needs help at a crucial moment. What do you say, Middled? He then asks the blonde, looking at her on his left side. So you believe him, right, Calican? The woman in question asks. Let's just say so. I have to tell you honestly that I have some doubts, but I feel like he's telling the truth, the woman with long black hair replies. So, for now, we'll both be on the lookout in case he needs help. But yes, later we'll have to go and make sure that what he said is completely true, that Raynare is still alive. I think you're contradicting yourself a little, Middle comments, somewhat nervously, with a smile and a drop of sweat on the back of her neck. To guess, so Raynare says okay, let's go then, she says then, being followed by her girl into the church. Having left that destruction behind, neither of the two women, nor even Issei, noticed that several small beings were observing the entire scene. They were none other than Akino's familiars, tiny ogre-like monsters located in the canopy of several trees, one far from the other. These beings were reporting to their mistress what was happening. How's the situation, Akino? Rias asks her queen, who is standing by the window. The aforementioned woman was concentrating hard to hear what her family had to say. Behind her, not only Rias was waiting, but also Kaneko and Kiba, all on alert. They tell me there's no one in the area anymore. Both Issei and the two angels who were with him entered the church. The enemies who were fighting with them, only their remains remained in the place, the black-haired woman reported, saying the last part with some displeasure. Did they go inside the church? But Rias was confused by that information. She wasn't happy with the fact that Issei had let those fallen angels live and then entered the building with him. Akino, Kaneko, Yuto, get ready. We'll go see how the situation is going in person, the redhead ordered. Hi, Bucho, her servants responded instantly, though Akino did so with a bit of hesitation. On one hand, she thought Issei could handle the situation perfectly, but on the other, she wanted to help him even if she couldn't, and this was the opportunity, so she resolutely got ready and left with her clubmates and friends. Whoa. So you're the brat who has that troublesome sacred gear that many both desire and fear, the boosted gear, said a man with short, white hair, emerging from the shadows inside the church building, standing near the altar in the main hall. He was wearing priestly robes, but his aura didn't seem benign at all. Issei was at the other end of the room, but he wasn't at all surprised by the man's entrance. His expression remained serious. He also preferred not to exchange a word with the stranger. He wanted to hear whatever nonsense he was about to say. I honestly didn't think I'd run into you today, but I guess I should thank my comrades for hiring me today, since I'll have the pleasure of killing a trashy demon, the detestable character continued. Issei only raised an eyebrow at what she said and her way of acting as he took out a pistol and a lightsaber and then liked the firearm. Do I really have to fight this idiot? The black-haired man thought, frustrated. Bah, don't complain, just one hit and you'll knock him out, or you can kill him if you want. I don't need to tell you that his power level is inferior, although he's certainly skilled, but he's still no match for you. Don't get too confident either, the dragon comments internally. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Mom, the boy replies, to which his fellow dragon just lets out a snort of annoyance. What's wrong? Did the cat get your tongue? Are you afraid to face me? The fake priest asks, his face crazed. Oh, excuse me, could you repeat that? I was just thinking about more important things than chatting with a fool, the black-haired man asks ironically, clearly mocking the albino, which makes him angry. Let's see if your disgusting face keeps that smile after I take your head off with my sword, the mad priest shouted, lunging at Issei, who remained calm in his place. In less than a second, something inexplicable happened. First, the swords clashed once, then a sword slash in the air. The mad priest appeared behind the dark-haired man, who followed him in his place, in the same position but with the same knife he used to threaten Middlet, which now looked larger. Gagagj. The heart-rending cry of pain was heard throughout the place. You son of Asen of a Ff. It all happened so fast it seemed Issei revealed his deadly weapon before the albino could reach him. With it, he delivered the first sword blow, slicing his enemy's melee weapon in half before taking the limb away while the priest was still running. What's wrong? Have you run out of the will to kill me? The boy asks, turning around and staring coldly at his enemy lying prostrate on the ground, cursing him under his breath. The dark-haired man swings that enormous knife around with ease, not even a bloodstain remaining, perhaps due to its hellish red-hot blade. You're a worthy opponent for a weakling. I have to honestly say you're no match for me. Perhaps if I had been a weakling, or a disgusting demon, as you rightly said back then, you would have given me a fight, but that wasn't the case today, he comments later. With a slow, threatening step, he approached his enemy until he reached him and crouched down to be at his height. Well, given the conditions, I think the one who will lose his mind here will be you, says the boy while staring at the albino, making his pupils become bestial. The fake priest can see that to one side of the young man, more specifically on his right shoulder, appears the small dragon that was supposed to be inside the gauntlet that Issei possessed. Supposedly it should be nothing more than the dragon's soul locked away, but it was there physically, clearly visible. At that moment, the white-haired man knew he was in deep trouble. The man he had underestimated, that disgusting demon, turned out to be someone very different, someone very dangerous. Who are you? The albino asks furiously as he is lifted up and grabbed by the neck by Issei, who stares at him for a few moments in the same threatening manner. Hi to Issei, son of angels and demons, the one who can be the world's greatest threat or its salvation, and your executioner, the black-haired man answers while raising the knife, which burned even more brightly. This can't be possible, Calawarner muttered in a low voice as he watched Issei go down the stairs hidden under the altar, leading him to an unknown section of that church. Both she and Middlet had clearly heard, hidden in the shadows, the answer that the black-haired boy had given to the white-haired priest, who now lay on the ground headless. The girls watched in amazement at the very few movements Issei had made in his confrontation with Fried, which was the name of the fake priest, until the final moment where the black-haired man made that statement that left both women frozen. Angel and demon at the same time? But how? I thought he was just a demon, Middlet asks, still stunned by the news. Both she and her companion thought Issei was a demon. It was already strange that he didn't attack them as soon as he met them or that they didn't attack him, but knowing that truth. Me too, but now I don't know how I should act with such news. Calawarner comments in the same conditions an angel demon, if that exists, then there is something else here that we should know, something that we can only know if we stay by Issei's side. Thus, both angels decided to follow the path of the black-haired man, who had already gone down in the direction of the service he was supposedly holding under the church. Raynere had lain down wearily on the table. She was exhausted, but not from helping her dear friend settle into her new home, but from waiting for her beloved Issei. Worry was making her body weary, as almost an hour ago she had felt a rather high surge of power a great distance from her location. She knew very well that it was the abandoned church at the edge of town, where her boyfriend had gone. Despite the dark-haired man's promises that he would be fine, she couldn't rest easy after feeling such a thing. Whether that surge of power was Issei's or not, she was still very worried. Issei, I just hope you're okay. If something happens to you, Raynare whispers, looking through the window through a small space since it was previously covered with a curtain. After that she sits down again and leans on the table. Both the kitchen and the house itself seemed very lonely at that moment. Just her there and Asia, who was in her room, a fact that made her very sad. It reminded her of how she felt before meeting Issei alone and without a soul mate, sentimental or other designations that humans could give to couples. Maybe I'm worrying for nothing, maybe. At that moment she remembered how both lovebirds had said goodbye, Issei advising her that she should stay for Asia, since she might need him, to which Raynere nodded and then the black-haired man gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon," that's what he had told her before leaving, with that smile that still captivated her. For a few moments, Raynere remained silent as she remembered this, before showing a determined look. "I'm definitely not going to stay like this. I don't want to go through this again, being this distressed, so next time I'll go with Issei whether he likes it or not. I'll be by his side and help him with whatever he needs," she said later, crossing her arms and somewhat annoyed. Immediately after saying those words, she heard a knock on the door. It was quite late, around 2 in the morning, so it seemed strange to her, but then she thought it might be her boyfriend, so she ran to open it. And indeed there was that boy I was thinking a lot about. "I see," Raynere exclaimed, surprised and very happy that her boyfriend was back, looking slightly blushy. She didn't care about anything else, so she ran up to him and jumped in to give him a strong, warm, welcoming hug. The black-haired boy reciprocated the hug, looking happy with his girlfriend's reaction. "Hey Raynere," the boy greets. "I told you I'd be back and I'm back, see? You must have missed me," Issei says as he loosened up a bit to look her in the eyes. "You fool, you don't know how much," her girlfriend replies with a sad face while giving her a kiss. At that moment, Issei quickly grabs her legs with one arm and lifts her up to carry her, not to mention that he also started spinning her around, something she wasn't very used to, which scared her. "Issei," Raynere exclaims, holding on to him tightly while the black-haired man laughed. "Why, you fool, don't laugh at me," she then shouts, angry but with her face still red. Issei slowly comes to a complete stop, still staring at his girl with a smile that made her a little nervous. "What's wrong?" she asks. "You're very pretty, Raynere, that's what happens," the black-haired man responds directly as he gives his beloved a kiss, leaving her speechless. Almost 3 minutes later, a girl standing near them coughed to interrupt the sweet moment. Both lovebirds immediately separated their lips. Raynere blushed and so did Issei, although he quickly recovered, clearing his voice as well as the one who interrupted them. "Well, I guess this will be more than enough proof that Raynere is in perfect health and that she's also someone I'm in love with, right?" The black-haired man declares and asks whoever was accompanying them there, presences that Raynere didn't notice before and that, now that she did, she got a very big surprise. "Bibawa? Middled? Calawarner?" asks the girl who was still in Issei's arms. "Hello," Raynere the blonde greets, blushing a lot from the scene she was watching moments ago. "Ho hello," Calawarner greets in the same way too. "Guess yes, that's enough proof," he says then. "I see." Raynere had shouted her beloved's name, blushing and very happy to see him again. She had truly missed him, had felt his absence during all those difficult hours in which she couldn't stop thinking about anything but the well-being of her handsome boyfriend, so without caring about anything else, she ran up to him and jumped on top of him to give him a strong and warm welcoming hug. The black-haired man reciprocated the hug, taking her firmly without exaggerating and lifting her up a little, also looking happy with his girl's reaction. "Hey Raynere," the young man greets. "I told you I'd be back and I'm back, see? I'm sure you've missed me," Issei says as he slowly lowered her and let go of her a little to look into her eyes. Why, you don't know how much her girl answers with her face blushed but sad while giving her a tender kiss. At that moment, Issei quickly takes her legs with one arm and lifts her up to carry her, thus beginning to spin her around, something Raynere wasn't very used to, which scared her. "Issei," the girl exclaimed, holding on to him tightly while the black-haired boy laughed. "Why, you fool, don't laugh at me," she then shouts, angry but looking even more adorable because of her blushing face. Issei decides to listen to her, so he slowly stops until he stops completely but still stares at his girl with a smile that made her nervous. "What's going on?" she asks. "You're very pretty, Raynere, that's what happens," the black-haired man responds directly at the moment he gives his beloved a kiss, leaving her speechless. Almost 3 minutes after that passionate kiss, the high-pitched voice of a girl who was near them is heard clearing her throat and deciding to interrupt that sweet moment. Both lovebirds immediately separated their lips. Raynere blushed and so did Issei, although he quickly recovered, coughing with some discomfort almost like the voice that interrupted them. Well, I guess this will be more than enough proof to prove that Raynare is alive, in perfect health, and that she's also someone I'm in love with, right? The black-haired man declares and asks two strange presences who were accompanying them there, presences that Raynare didn't notice before, and when she did, she got a very big surprise. But what? Middled? Calawarner? Asks the girl who was still in Issei's arms, unable to believe who she saw in front of her. Hello, Raynare the blonde greets, blushing a lot from the scene she was watching moments ago. Ho hello Calawarner greets in the same way too. Guess yes, that's enough proof, he says then. After the blue-haired girl said that, silence took over the place, and only the gently blowing wind spoke for those present in those few seconds in which Raynare just looked at the newcomers with a face of disbelief and stupefaction. Issei felt the tension in the environment growing, but he only showed a calm face despite the circumstances, while Middled and Calawarner looked more worried with each passing second. What does this mean? What are you two doing here? Raynare asks threateningly, who was staring at the two angels as if she was trying to scare them. She, without stopping hugging her boyfriend and putting herself in front of him to avoid any attack, believed that both Middled and Calawarner tricked Issei into bringing them there, deceiving him so that in the end they would betray him and hurt them, as they had planned to do in the first place, or, as it was said, that was what the brunette believed. The two female fallen angels looked at their former companion with distress on their faces. Together they had been able to confirm that everything Issei had told them about Raynare's well-being was completely true, in addition to the fact that she was now romantically attracted to him, which left them stunned. Neither of them knew exactly what they could say to Raynare to calm her down. After all, she had every right to see them in a very bad light, to think the worst of them both since, even if they did it against their will, they sought her, Issei, and Asia out to hurt them. Relax, those two are here on their own, Raynare. But won't hurt us, they already gave me their word and no, they haven't brainwashed me or anything like that, the black-haired man clarified before anything crazy could happen, while gently stroking the head of his pretty girlfriend, who blushes and looks at him surprised and confused. Icha? What are you here on your own? What do you mean by that, Issei? The brunette asks, staring at her boyfriend, who stares back with the same expression. We don't intend to hurt you or Issei, Raynarican. In fact, that was never our intention, right, Calican? Middlet expressed and asked her friend and soulmate. That's right. We never meant to hurt you, Raynare. Please accept our sincere apologies. What we've been doing is because we had no other choice. If we went against our orders, Calawarner said, they were going to kill us, that guy Zelt was going to finish us off, the blonde continued, although when she finished saying that she showed a somewhat disoriented face. By the way, where could he be? Since the day you disappeared, Raynare, he disappeared too. When Middlet finished speaking, the aforementioned brunette looked serious, her gaze fixed on the floor. Issei noticed this and immediately understood the reason for his girlfriend's sudden behavior, so he decided to intercede for her to resolve the blonde-haired fallen angel's doubts. That fallen angel you're talking about almost ended my Raynare's life. At this, the two fallen angels standing in front of the two lovebirds looked stupefied. Learning that Zelt tried to kill Raynare was a somewhat unexpected fact, but on the other hand, it was to be expected. After all, she disobeyed orders. But still, where was that guy? But I killed him before he could continue hurting her, because anyone who dares to touch even a hair of my beautiful girlfriend will pay dearly for the consequences, the dark-haired man expressed as he hugged his girl tightly, as if not to let her go. Obviously, Raynare turned as red as a tomato and began to tremble, hearing those words from her dear boyfriend that, although they sounded threatening, for her were the declaration of the great love he had for her. Both female fallen angels, Middlet and Calawarner, stared at each other, open-mouthed and terrified after learning the truth. The possessor of the boosted gear and also of the strength of angels and demons had encountered the one who was almost Raynare's executioner, so their encounter did not have a good ending for him. Obviously, both girls thought they made a very good choice by using their judgment and leaving aside the underground sect of fallen angels that supported the corrupt priests. If they had continued with their own thing, well, they would have met Issei and they would not be there at that moment. Now Raynare could be seen very loving as she hugged her boyfriend, who changed his expression and looked happier as he caressed her, all of which was caused by the words he himself pronounced, leaving the black-haired girl surrendered. That sweet scene was watched by the two angel girls, who turned red with embarrassment while occasionally throwing fearful glances at each other. Neither knew what to do with the other in that awkward moment in which the two lovebirds in front of them showed their full love. It was clear that both wanted to demonstrate the enormous affection they had for each other, and that they hadn't been able to do so moments before, except when they were being attacked by Donasik's accomplices, who, incidentally, was placed under surveillance by the demons. After a couple of minutes and unable to stand watching the little hearts sprouting all around Issei and Raynere, Middlet and Calawarner decided to interrupt them. Even though they really didn't want to, they had to. Excuse me, Middlet was the first to speak, her tone a little low, unsure and a little annoyed with herself for cutting short that sweet scene. Seeing that she couldn't achieve her goal, she looked at her long-haired companion as if she were waiting for her to be able to achieve what she couldn't. Calawarner returns her gaze for a few seconds until she turns around, observing the lovebirds Issei and Raynere. Raynere, Issessima, could you? The blue-haired girl asks in a louder tone, although stuttering slightly in the process, finally being heard by the two young men who separate just a little, looking embarrassed and blushing. The black-haired boy coughs to the side as a way of apologizing, and the brunette looks away in embarrassment, although both of them did not let go of the grip that kept them together. After a couple more seconds while they compose themselves, Raynere can notice that her black-winged companions were holding hands while keeping their blushing faces averted. Middlet, besides looking as described, was also trembling and nervously moving her left foot and clutching her dress with her left hand. Calawarner also looked trembling, nervous, and with that blush on that face that almost always seemed serious. Well, let's just say it was something completely new and quite disconcerting for Raynere to see not only her but also the blonde like that, adding the fact that they were holding hands, which made her think of only one thing. Raynere, you see there's something we have to tell you, don't we, Calican? Said the blonde-haired girl, looking with a small, trembling smile at her companion, who can't help but laugh with the same nerves that were plaguing her girl. That's right, Middlet. It's something that might surprise you quite a bit, Raynere. You see, the two of us how do I put it? The blue-haired girl spoke, unable to look the brunette directly in the face due to her unease and fear, which caused her to go around and around with her comment without finishing revealing what she had to reveal. As more seconds passed and the indecision shown by the girl with long blue hair, both Middlet and Raynere became impatient, especially the blonde, who already wanted to get rid of the weight of hiding her love secret even though they weren't hiding it from anyone, and not even half a day had passed since the two angel girls declared their feelings for each other, thus agreeing to commit to spending the rest of their days together. "Yin love," the blonde cried, unable to hold it in any longer, her eyes closed and her face flushed. Faced with such a statement, Raynere opened her eyes wide as she became petrified, and Issei gave a small smile. Middlet immediately embraced her partner Calawarner, all the while looking at the couple in front of her, thus demonstrating the authenticity of their union. "You've always been in love with Calican, Raynere, and WWE declared our love," the golden-haired girl continued. "Tu was attracted to her too. I was so serious that it seemed totally unlikely, but the truth is that I was always in love with Middlet. The time she seemed to drive me crazy was because I didn't know how to respond to that very pleasant way of addressing me. But thanks to Issei, now we can both be together," said the blue-haired girl while taking her girlfriend's hands and observing her in a very affectionate way. Until then they both gave each other a fleeting but very loving kiss. They couldn't do much more because of the embarrassment they felt at feeling watched. Because of what she saw, Raynere was speechless, stunned, and very confused. Was her boyfriend the one who caused all of this? And how exactly did he do it? It wasn't that she distrusted him. The brunette knew perfectly well now more than ever that her cute boyfriend was in love with her alone, and that was precisely why she trusted him with all her heart. But she still didn't understand at all what was happening. Her two racemates, Middlet and Calawarner, in love and engaged, experiencing love just like her? How and when did all of this happen? Immediately, the girl turned to look directly at her boyfriend, who also looked down at her, giving her a smile despite her bewilderment. The happy expression on Issei's face had a reason. Issei, wait. Raynere, all blushed, is startled to be picked up again and without warning by her boyfriend in his strong and warm arms. It wasn't that she disliked it, in fact, she loved it when he did that to her, but she still wasn't used to being taken by surprise like that, aside from the fact that she wasn't used to being carried. But I don't want to wait. I want to hold my beautiful girlfriend and see her with that blush on her cheeks that I love so much, the black-haired man expressed, making his girlfriend's cheeks turn very red. Why, you fool? If you say things like that to me, I in this state, the brunette stutters, trying in vain to hide her embarrassed expression. Don't hide your beautiful face, Raynere. I want to see all of you, your flushed cheeks, your sparkling sapphires for eyes, your delicate lips. I want to see you and never stop, the boy begged, much more romantically than before, completely overwhelming his pretty girlfriend, who was now looking at him with dilated pupils and little hearts inside them. Her delicate lips, as the passionate boy had said, were now trembling, and she couldn't utter a word because of the sweet words her boyfriend dedicated to her. Hey, the poor young girl stammered in a low tone, audible only to her boyfriend Issei. She exclaimed then to finally kiss her cute boyfriend madly and passionately, who reciprocated in the same way. Raynere had fallen completely in love with Issei's declaration, and in the middle of that kiss that expressed how happy and flattered she felt, the brunette gets lost in that fusion of lips, completely forgetting about the world and the presence of her two clan mates. They seemed to be used to this middled thought, embarrassed and blushing just like Warner. Both of them watched, together but again very nervous, the sweet scene that was taking place between the two lovebirds Issei and Raynere. Two never thought that this could be this awkward. And that they could show their love for each other like this. It's like if they've been madly in love their whole lives, the blue-haired girl thought. Middle was about to interrupt them due to those couple of minutes in which both lovers were making love to each other, but luckily he didn't have to do it since they separated to get some air. Raynere? The dark-haired man asks, looking at his pretty girl with a relaxed look and a smile. Yes, Issei? The aforementioned woman replies with a goofy smile, seeing her sweetheart with little hearts in his eyes flying near her head, thus showing how enraptured she was by the affection she received. We'd better go inside, we might catch a cold. Besides, there's a lot I want to tell you about what happened, the boy replies. Okay, Raynere says, then leans her head closer to her boyfriend's chest, maintaining her smile. Middlet and Warner will have to come too, we can't just leave them out here after all. We'll have to talk not only about what happened but also about what they plan to do from now on, the black-haired man then comments, looking at the two aforementioned girls, who look confused. Of course, Issei the brunette answers again, this time seeming a bit strange. What's wrong? Her boyfriend asks. It's just that please don't think badly of me, Issei, I truly trust you with all my heart, I know they wouldn't hurt us now, the only one I'm worried about is Asia. What will she think when she sees them? How will she react? Raynere answers, further expressing her concern. Don't worry. If she gets a little scared, you'll know how to contain her and make her understand. You're her best friend, and she trusts you completely, Issei replies, giving his girlfriend a half-smile. He hadn't put her down in no time. He continued to carry her in his arms, not showing the slightest bit of fatigue. Why, you're right about that, the black-haired girl comments, blushing a little and looking away, somewhat embarrassed, making her boyfriend laugh slightly. Well, let's go in then. Let's not waste any more time, there's a lot we have to talk about and time we should have together too, he says then, now giving his girlfriend a somewhat mischievous look, who when she discovers said look turns completely red as a tomato. What are you doing standing there? Come on, you can come into my house. The black-haired boy invited the two angel girls into his house, who looked very confused and somewhat worried. They hesitated at first should they accept the invitation of that boy who now behaved so differently than when they met him. That young man possessed of unimaginable power, as well as bloodthirsty on the battlefield, now showing himself to be more than normal and above all in love. The two female fallen angels decided to accept. As ironic as it may sound, they wouldn't be there at that moment, alive, if it weren't for him, and they were grateful for that. They wanted to express their gratitude for him and for achieving their union. After nodding, the two followed. Issei was still carrying Raynare to her house. We've already taken care of the mess in the church basement, what should we do now? Saji had appeared in front of his president, Sona, who was standing next to Rias, to inform her of the news about his work with a somewhat tired face. Excellent, Saji, now I will ask you to please wait for Rias and me so we can give a final order together. First I have to talk to her about what happened, responds the girl with short black hair, looking through her glasses with that impassive expression she always had. Thank you for the report, Sajikan. Please also announce this news to my servants. It will only take a few minutes and we will be with you, Rias kindly asked her friend's servant. As I will, Ria-senpai. With your permission, I will take my leave, Kaicho said the boy, bowing somewhat nervously before leaving the two young women alone. So, all of this was caused by Hyacin, wasn't it? The student council president asks, now looking somewhat worried and distressed. Yes, that's right. While he did it to break up the meeting of corrupt priests and fallen angels being held here, the truth is he went a bit too far, Rias answers in the same way, with a face that showed pain. It's a good thing we arrived at the moment when several police patrols showed up at the place since, obviously, the commotion that broke out here did not go unnoticed. By then, Issei had already left and we had to persuade them that nothing had happened here. Oh, and yes, he had asked us to take care of all this because he had more urgent matters to attend to, she commented later. At that moment, Sona looks at her with a serious look, as if she were angry but not at her. Surely those urgent matters were about none other than the fallen angel who's by your side now, the black-haired girl comments, this time with a disdainful tone. She obviously didn't like having a fallen angel living so close to her. I'm sure you do, the redhead at her side says, arms crossed and in the same tone. She didn't agree with the change either, and now that she could, she was complaining. It seemed like it would take a while for the demons to get used to a different presence nearby. At that moment, both of them sighed together, not only out of tiredness and as a way of lamenting that a fallen angel was invading their territories, but also because of having to deal with all the chaos that Issei had caused to, as Rias said, break up the meeting of enemies that was taking place there. But as I said before, we can't refuse. Even if he's now with someone from a race we consider our enemy, we must accept it. After all, he's helped us for a long time. At that moment Rias seems to get a little tense, nervous. Abe sides, I wouldn't like to see him angry because we all continue with this position. Then she sighs, relaxing. Honestly, I must tell you that I wouldn't expect anything from him, at least not something bad, but maybe something similar to what he did today, the redhead explains and comments, scratching the back of her neck and laughing slightly with some embarrassment while being watched by her friend. You're absolutely right, Rias. I agree with you about thinking carefully about Hayudusan and fearing him, but the one I'm most worried about is Raynere. Maybe she, without knowing it or perhaps knowingly, is leading him down the wrong path, leaving us with the very serious problem of defeating an enemy that can destroy realities. But maybe I'm worrying for nothing, I don't know. It's best to wait and watch, Sona comments, relaxing as she spoke. Well, yes, that's the only thing we can do, said the redhead. So, shall we go in? I don't think leaving our servants waiting is a good idea. We have to hurry if we want to completely bury what happened here. Afterwards, I guess I'll go talk to Issei. Talk to him? About this? Don't you think that's a bit unnecessary, Rias? The girl with short black hair commented, looking at her friend with a drop of sweat running down the back of her neck. The redhead tensed for a moment upon hearing that opinion. Wise, maybe you're right, but I still have to try to make Issei understand, the young woman with long red hair answers after slowly turning around. Sona just watches her with a serious face. Fine, as you wish, said the student council president. I think that's totally unnecessary, as I've told you, but if you want to do it, it's up to you. I just hope for your own sake that you don't make our valuable ally too angry, the brunette commented while adjusting her glasses without breaking eye contact with her friend. Rias trembled at the last thing the girl with glasses had said regarding her idea, and swallowing hard, she assured her that she wouldn't say or do anything stupid that would anger the black-haired man. After that, they both enter the abandoned building to finish the last task of that night. After entering his house while carrying Raynare, Issei led the two guests, Middlet and Calawarner, to the living room, where he also accommodated his beloved girlfriend on one of the two sofas that faced each other and were separated by a small wooden table. On the other piece of furniture were the blonde and the blue-haired girl, still a little uncomfortable from having seen everything that happened around the black-haired boy. Well, then I think we're done, the black-haired boy comments, leaving Raynare in her place and observing the two new members of the house, before letting out a tired sigh. What's going on? The dragon suddenly asks inside, wanting to know the reason why his companion was feeling tired and somewhat tense. It's just it feels really weird to have several people in my house in such a short amount of time. You know very well that I've lived alone almost my entire life, and for this to happen to me practically overnight, the black-haired man replies. Wow, I didn't know you could have this kind of problems, Issei, comments Drake with a certain mocking tone. What's the joke? Tell me too and see if I laugh, the black-haired man says, angrily. Hey, calm down. It was just a light joke, nothing more, exclaimed the dragon before the storm broke. Good heavens, you really are irascible. I can't say anything to you without you being about to jump and attack me, he then said as if disappointed. Look who spoke, the great dragon called Drake, who has not caused any damage or killed anyone in the last war between the divine species. It is obvious that you can't tell me anything, Drake, you are the least indicated. I'm going to ask you to shut up and pay attention because I may have to ask you something, says its bearer with quite a bit of annoyance in his voice. Drake didn't say anything else, just snorted in annoyance at his partner's detestable behavior towards him. For his part, Issei was now focused on what he had to tell his girlfriend. If he decided to tell Raynere what happened in that church, he would first have to teach her about Drake's existence, and it was very possible that this would scare her since she had never noticed his presence. The black-haired man had always kept him hidden until that moment. In the end, he chose to reveal his partner's existence. Raynere, the boy called softly, getting the long-awaited attention of his girlfriend, who asked him what was happening in a friendly manner. Before talking about what happened, I have to show you something that might worry you a little, he then expressed, showing a face that bordered on seriousness and a touch of disgust. The brunette seemed confused by what her cute boyfriend wanted to show her. Okay, Issei, I'll try not to let it worry me then, the girl says, looking at him with a smile, causing the dark-haired man to return her gaze with the same expression. After that, she notices him briefly glancing at the two newly arrived girls, his former classmates, who seemed just as, if not more, bewildered than she was at first. All right, Drake, it's time, Issei said in his thoughts. Time for what? The dragon asked, completely disoriented by his companion's sudden comment. That you show yourself, the black-haired man answers. After that, the boy extends his left arm towards the small wooden table in the center of the room, and to the great surprise of the three girls present, a reddish mist snaked along Issei's entire limb, going directly towards the designated piece of furniture while taking the form of a small dragon until it finally transformed into the beast that was fighting alongside the black-haired man in the church. As expected, both Raynare and Middle were startled by the sudden and shocking appearance, although they were able to cope with it since they had seen the winged lizard before. As for Raynere, she had literally jumped into her lover's arms to be carried and prevent that being from doing anything to her. Issei, the brunette stammered, still staring at the lizard with her pupils contracted. She clearly looked very scared. It's Drake, the dragon of domination, Issei answers. He is one of the dragons that almost wiped out all the factions in the previous war. I thought that he was supposedly sealed in the boosted gear that was supposed to be in one of my arms? Raynere, I'm sorry for not having told you after you agreed to be with me, but the truth is that Drake can manifest, partly at will and partly if I want him to, the black-haired man explained. All eyes turned to the lizard, which seems to be getting uncomfortable. In my defense, I will say that after so much time being commanded by my idiot partner, I have learned many things, among them not to go crazy destroying anything that gets in my way unless I find myself on the battlefield. Then I can make a screw or two come loose, the mini-dragon expressed, but far from calming the spirits, it caused the girls to become more tense. Yes, the thing is that he won't do anything that could hurt you or your companions, Raynere, you can be sure of that, the boy comments while giving a reassuring smile to his girlfriend, who fortunately calmed down. Oh, and Drake, you better have more respect for the next one, because if not, he said then, giving a stern look to his scaly companion, who tilts his head while looking angry. Okay. Sorry, she apologizes later, leaving the three angels even more perplexed, especially Raynere, who was still reeling from the revelation given to her by none other than her boyfriend. After a few minutes of that scene, Issei proceeded to recount what had happened in the abandoned church. He started at the beginning, obviously from the moment he arrived in the area and encountered the two female fallen angels and the subsequent battle he had with Dona Seek, to when he entered the building and ran into Freed, the mad priest who tried to kill him but was defeated, and then went down through a secret entrance under the central altar. The boy went down a spiral staircase until he came across a somewhat rotten wooden door, which he proceeded to knock down with a strong kick. The door had fallen, causing a lot of noise. Behind it was a huge hidden room, somewhat similar to the one above, but with the slight difference of more space. A group of hooded people were sitting on the many benches arranged around the room, and they had suddenly stood up in great alarm after hearing the noise caused by the visitors' movement. Issei, apart from seeing all the aforementioned tumult, noticed that everything was entirely built of stone, in addition to the fact that those present were located around a giant altar with a large human-sized cross but of a dark color, located at the back of the enormous room, which left him very intrigued about what function it could fulfill in that place. But there were bigger problems at the moment than admiring a giant cross-shaped object. "What the hell?" a man shouted from the large group of people. "Who is he?" another exclaims, alarmed. "An intruder! Help, fallen angels!" another cried. Immediately, several of the aforementioned winged beings, a dozen of them in total, emerged from the shadows, responding to the cultists' desperate call for help. These men were armed with axes, short swords, and some with pitchforks and candlesticks. Yes, candlesticks. In less than a second, Issei materialized the great sword with the red-hot edge, which he had used against Freed, ready to attack without exchanging a word with those present, who already also had the intention of attacking him with the same intentions. "Drake, you take care of the fallen angels and I'll take care of the cultists. You can take a gigantic form if you think it's necessary to overwhelm them," ordered the black-haired man, without taking his very serious gaze off his enemies while he swung the sword, thus creating light gusts of hot air, as if he were preparing it for the massacre to come. "It will be a pleasure," the dragon replied inside. "I just hope these fallen angels know better than the ones out there," he commented later, starting to swirl that reddish smoke, a sign of his future presence in the physical world. "I highly doubt it, but anyway. Let's go," the young man exclaimed, raising his sword with both hands. Drake's reddish mist grew larger and larger, powerfully capturing the attention of all the enemies present, who watched the event in astonishment, until suddenly, Groroair, the powerful roar of the fearsome domination dragon, was present throughout the place, making everything and everyone tremble and putting the area at risk of collapsing. That mist transformed into the body of the beast, which was observed with utmost terror by everyone present, except for Issei obviously. "Melons can't be possible," some of the corrupt priests exclaimed. "It's the legendary beast, the great dragon of domination," others said, fear in their voices. "The one who claims to be able to devastate entire worlds with his enormous power," shouted several others. Drake couldn't help but feel flattered when they said that. But how? We thought it was sealed forever," said one, but was suddenly interrupted by the thunderous laughter of the aforementioned large lizard. "Mwajahajajajaja. Ungrateful people. Did you think the ancient dragon of domination was defeated millions of years ago? How stupid you were to believe that. Prepare yourselves, for now your screams of horror will fall on deaf ears." The beast roared, delivering a terrifying gaze with its bright, bloodthirsty eyes, which pierced deep into the hearts of its enemies. The fallen angels, who looked so imposing, and the cultists who looked so enraged were now trembling from the panic that Drake was instilling in them. Whatever Issei comments with a tired tone, raising his sword and pointing it at his enemies on the ground while showing that fierce and terrifying look with his own eyes while letting out an imposing aura of red and black colors, which tried to mix in a torrent that flowed towards the sky. "It's time for these wretches to die once and for all," he said then, with a tone of voice that expressed immense fury. It was then that the enemies of the creepy duo of death saw their imminent elimination before their eyes. It would be of no use to beg for their lives at this point. At that moment, everything seemed to go into slow motion. Issei lunged forward with enormous strides that greatly shortened the distance between him and the cultists, holding his sword firmly, possessing that scorching edge, with the sole objective of cutting everything in his path. Drake, behind him, also rushed forward, opening his enormous jaws that contained that endless number of sharp and terrifying fangs that longed to tear flesh apart. His claws advanced, destroying the ground and making it tremble at the same time. "Who?" cried many of the victims who fell, severed by that infernal sword. It was of no use to defend themselves, since the weapon could cut through anything, severely burning it on contact. Issei slashed left and right, moving his weapon through the air with unsurpassed and impeccable skill, sending the remains of his enemies flying everywhere without even drawing a drop of blood. For his part, Drake had reached with his mouth to one of the fallen angels who remained motionless in fear, while with his claws he caught another and slammed it into the ground, causing its body to explode from the immense pressure it received. Barf! Drake chewed the body of his victim between his teeth, only to spit it out seconds later. Dimon. Why the hell must these pathetic beings taste so bad? He then exclaimed with great annoyance in his thunderous voice, directing his sharp teeth at another of the potential victims who were flying in the air, trying uselessly to attack him. Unfortunately, the light attacks carried out by the fallen angels were of no use against the body of the enormous beast. "Stop wasting time and finish them off," Issei shouted, annoyed by the dragon's attitude, which only delayed his goals further. He wanted to finish as soon as possible, but what his beloved scaled companion was doing was making it difficult to achieve that goal. Clank! The black-haired man blocked just in time a double attack delivered by two priests with their weapons, which were aimed directly at his chest. With a strong upward movement, Issei threw them off, leaving them unarmed, and then spun around, performing a spinning slash and slicing the attackers' bodies in half with the steely shockwave. "Fine, fine, all right," the oversized lizard replies, snorting because it couldn't have a bit of fun, so it had no choice but to obey its wielder's orders. It immediately began to breathe fire from its jaws, while simultaneously using them in conjunction with its claws to trap the unsuspecting fallen angels who were focused on evading its flames between its teeth. And so, with the dragon taking care of those above and Issei taking care of those below, they both managed to completely clear the place of their enemies, finally finishing all the work, achieving the long-awaited goal that the black-haired man had of finishing off those who threatened the peace of both Raynere and her friend, Asia. He knew perfectly well that there were still more lurking around, but for the moment he felt calmer knowing that he had begun to decimate his forces. After that, when the two were about to leave, they meet just before reaching the spiral staircase, the two angels Middlet and Calawarner, who had told him that they had seen everything, even though he told them to leave, which forced the black-haired man to order them to stay with him for the moment, at least until he knew what he would do with them, or the two women gave him their word that they would not reveal anything of what they had seen that night in that place. Accepting that command, the two girls left the church, with Issei's help, through a back door that the Nephilim himself devised in just a second to get them both to leave and save him extra explanations to Rias and her servants, who were already about to enter the place. Once the black-haired youth went upstairs, he met with the aforementioned demons, whom he asked to clean up the place. Yes, that was certainly insulting to the members of the occult club, but given the circumstances, the black-haired man's serious insistence, they couldn't help but agree. "So that's what happened," Raynere stammers, saying that in a light tone of voice that simulated a calm state in her, but the truth is that she was stupefied for having heard everything that happened. Everything that her boyfriend did, the fact that he had gone to such limits just to protect her in Asia was something that surprised her too much, even though she already knew that the boy who was now by her side was someone who was anything but ordinary. "Yes, that happened," Issei reaffirmed, looking into his girl's eyes with a calm face that tried to hide the discouragement he felt when he saw the confusion, surprise, and fear mixed on her face. Drake, for his part, looked at the two young men who were together, who averted their gaze most of the time, which caused him to snort loudly and in disgust, releasing smoke from his nostrils, scaring the other two angel girls who were closest to him and who had not spoken in all that time. "And to think I once told myself I'd never see you this way, mate," the dragon thought, noticing the situation his wielder was in for believing what his soul mate was about to tell him. But surprisingly, Raynare hugs him tightly, leaving the black-haired man perplexed. "It's a good thing you're okay, Issei. Nothing bad has happened to you. That's the most important thing to me," says the girl with long black hair, With affection in her tone of voice, I must confess that, as much as I feel a little scared by the fact that this dragon could become visible, the truth is that what matters to me most, or rather, who matters to me most, is you, so please don't think badly of me. I'm not angry or anything, the girl comments, smiling at him and getting the same expression in her cute boyfriend whom she kisses afterwards. Okay, that was amazing, but very good. Good for you, Issei, the dragon congratulated in his thoughts, hiding a small smile that wanted to escape him. The blonde girl with a maid appearance, Middlet, clearing her voice, manages to get the attention of the two young men who were already, once again, cuddling. Excuse us if we interrupt you again, Raynare Issei, but we both have a request to make, if it's not too much trouble. And what would that request be? The boy asked. The tone in which the question was uttered was calm, but it could easily have been misinterpreted as if he had asked it seriously. Well, we wanted to know if it wasn't too much trouble for us to stay here for a while. It's just that we honestly don't have anywhere else we can go, then asks, causing the eyes of the two lovebirds to open wide, especially Issei, who sighed because of it. Do you want to live with us? The black-haired man asks, slightly confused and somewhat surprised, although, to be honest, he had expected that outcome given everything that had happened before. Why, but we're not forcing them to let us stay. We can manage on our own, but the Middlet said, nervously clutching the couch cushion, quite embarrassed for asking such a thing. WWE could use some help, that's what Middlet is trying to say, at least at first. If they do allow us to stay here, it will only be for a while. We promise that we will not bother you anymore and we will leave as soon as we can, but not before thanking you for all the help provided, of course. If you are in favor of this request, Raynare clarified. She also seemed visibly distressed, and although she was holding the hand of her girlfriend with short blonde hair, the truth is that she felt just as nervous and worried about her fate as Middlet. Issei looks at both of them. He could see the anxiety on the surface emanating from the eyes of the two fallen angels, which quickly traveled to any other point so as not to have to establish direct eye contact with the black-haired man's eyes, since his own gaze had a lot of weight. After that, the boy looks at his girlfriend, Raynere. She gives him an understanding look while clinging to his arm, apparently telling him, no matter what decision you make with them, I will understand. Issei smiles and then turns to contemplate the two newly arrived tenants again. Middlet, Raynare, listen, our meeting today was certainly unfortunate, there in that church, but I also believe that fate made me meet you, that our paths crossed, otherwise it seems to me that you would not have been able to survive. You would not have been able to confess your love as you did there. Now both of you are here, together and holding hands, in a moment of peace, even if it is temporary, and let me tell you that I am very happy to see you like this, the boy expressed, with a somewhat serious but sincere smile, causing the two mentioned to blush slightly, also feeling happy for that last comment. That is why I am going to tell you the two reasons why I will allow you to stay here as long as you prefer. The two girls opened their eyes wide at what the black-haired man said. They seemed incredulous. They believed that the words said at the end of it had been misheard. The first, you already know who I truly am, and therefore I cannot allow you to leave here without truly knowing if you will comply with the mandate to not reveal anything you have seen or heard to other people or beings, so you will remain here under my care. The second reason would be that I prefer you to stay here for your own safety. If the two of you leave so you can forge your own destiny together from the beginning, you will be completely unprotected, open to attacks from other fallen angels or other beings who will seek to harm you out of revenge or for any other reason, and I would not like that to happen to you, Issei says, with his imperturbable smile, now more relaxed. The two fallen angels didn't know what to say. They didn't know how to react to that comment made by the black-haired man who clearly accepted their stay in his own house, so both of them, deciding to crawl on the floor at the same time, reached Issei on their knees and took his hands while they looked at him with illuminated gazes full of hope. Both the black-haired man, his girlfriend, and Asia were startled by such an action. Oh, thank you so much, Issei. Thank you so much, so much. Middlet exclaimed, very excited and excited. You don't know how much we appreciate it, Issei, really. You're an angel who fell from heaven to us. Despite the conflict that's been generated around us, we can finally have a glimmer of hope and joy in our lives. Raynare exclaimed, in the same breath as her girlfriend. Both she and the blonde had smiles from ear to ear. For her part, Raynere began to get annoyed. Seeing her boyfriend holding hands in front of her made her jealous and moody. She obviously did everything possible to hide it, although her angry aura was already perceived by both Issei and Drake. Partner, warns Drake, a bit uncomfortable for being around a jealous female. Yeah, I've noticed, Drake. Don't worry, Issei answers naturally. Issei nods to the two fallen angels who cried out for his help, and he gave them a favorable response. You have nothing to thank me for. Live your life as you would like, of course, without doing anything that could disturb the lives of others. The same goes for Asia, Raynare and me too, the black-haired man advises them, something to which the two girls nod their heads energetically. But, first of all, I want you to accept the conditions that I will impose on you, since this is my house, and following the rules, which I have strictly outlined, will help us to make our coexistence peaceful and productive for a long time, okay? He then asks, Of course, Issei. Middle replies, nodding with the same vigor, completely confident in her decisions. We understand that this is a place you consider sacred and that belongs to you, Issei, so we accept and promise to carry out anything you ask of us, without exception, Calawarner responded, in the same way Middle had. Raynare hadn't liked the tone of his words at all, much less the phrase, anything you ask of us. Sounds perfect to me. Okay, first of all, in this house there will be some duties shared among everyone. The most important thing, order and cleanliness in this house are paramount. I don't want you to leave trash anywhere. If you make a mess, you must clean it up. And whatever you take, I'll ask you to put it back in its proper place when you're done. Am I being clear enough? He asked seriously. The two fallen angels immediately and confidently nodded at that question, so Issei continued with the announcement of his laws of coexistence. The trash must be taken out every morning. If for some reason it can't be taken out, it will be left in another container located in the backyard until it's time to collect it again the next day. All of you will have to do it. Raynare, Asia, Middle, and Calawarner will have 1 day a week to do this chore. The other days will be mine, okay? Explains the young man with black hair, ending with that crucial question. At that moment, Raynare stretches her arms a little, as if to get Issei's attention, who immediately looks at her, somewhat disoriented. But Issei, it's not necessary for you to have 3 days so that only you are doing everything here. It doesn't seem fair to me even though this is your house. That's why I want to ask you, please, allow me to help you, at least for 1 more day for me. It won't be a problem, I promise, says the brunette while giving her love a loving smile. Seeing that tender expression and that noble comment from his girl, Issei's heart beats with joy and he can't hide an expression that accompanied that feeling, and then gently caresses his girl's soft cheeks. Raynare, you are so pretty, so precious, he tells her, looking directly into her eyes, making her blush, and her beautiful purple eyes emit a special sparkle of love. I couldn't ask you for anything that you can't do, much less force you, but if you really want to do it and you're sure of it, then I won't get in the way. Comments later. Don't worry, Issei, it won't be any bother for me, really. After all this I'll do it too, as a way of thanking you for saving me and that you spend time with me now and you pamper me, the cute angel girl expressed, playing with her fingers, tremendously blushing and nervous, but still looking too sweet. The young man flashes a big, sincere smile and can't help but briefly, but lovingly, embrace the beautiful angel who stole his heart. Very well, then it shall be as you wish. I will allow you to carry out that wish, he answers while slowly bringing his face closer to the brunette's, who with her red cheeks and a small smile makes her nose touch the boy's. Both of them gave love in that way. It could not be seen, but Raynare was happy to do that. Oh, and I really appreciate it, Raynare. I know I've said it before, but you're so pretty, he expressed then. No, too, I thank you, Issei. I always, all my life, I will thank you. And you are so cute too, says the brunette, feeling defeated by a soft hug and the warm touch of her lover's lips. Middle clears her throat, nervous and embarrassed to witness this recurring love scene between the two young lovers, who had once again forgotten they were in company. Needless to say, both Calawarner and the innocent Asia were dying of embarrassment. We're sorry to be interrupting you again, Issei, Raynare, but we consider it necessary to reiterate our thanks for helping us. Also, I wanted to touch on a small, important subject regarding the two of us. Both our companion Raynare and Asia know well that we have done several reprehensible things in the past. I hope, or rather, we hope that you can also forgive us for it, since we both feel guilty, even more so with this great opportunity that Issei is giving us, says Warner, with sadness in her voice and on her face, just like Middlet. At that moment, Raynere and Issei look on with great sorrow at the two female fallen angels standing in front of her and Issei. The boy then notices that his girlfriend seems distressed by Warner's words, and assumes it was because they reminded her, in an indirect and unintentional way, that she also committed reprehensible acts in the past, so she decided to speak out again. You don't have to keep worrying about those things. I've already told you what I think about you. It was enough for me to see that you want to be together and your desire to protect each other, so yes, we forgive you, says the black-haired man, easing the grief of the angel girls, although immediately after that they both notice how the boy, tenderly, firmly takes Raynere's delicate hands, and she looks at him, surprised but still feeling sorry. You both already know that I know the fact that Raynere, my beautiful girlfriend, is a fallen angel, just like you, therefore it would not be necessary to say it. I emphasize it because, when we had our date and shortly after, we have talked about us. She told me that she has done reprehensible things before, but it was because she had no other choice. She did not know any other life apart from that one. She had to do it even though she did not like it at all, and I understood her and forgave her. You are not so different from her. You made mistakes against your will, but you knew how to realize it, and you are also good people deep down, so I plan to treat you the same way, she explained later, with a small sincere smile that was captured by the two mentioned, which made them quite happy. Raynere, for her part, no longer looked dismayed. On the contrary, she was tremendously happy for the beautiful words that her dear boyfriend spoke, dedicating them to her as well, so now the girl hugged him tightly and with much affection. Is everything okay, Raynere? Issei asks, chuckling inwardly at his girlfriend's sudden and cute change of mood. Am more than fine. No, I love the aforementioned one answers, nervous and with her cheeks reddened as she stutters those words so long awaited by her, so long awaited by both of them, leaving the Exnan and the other two girls with black wings stunned too. I wasn't sure, Tiff, if you had forgiven me for what I did before we met. Don't misunderstand me, please. The love I feel for you is stronger than anything else. I love you more than anything in this world. Issei, my love. The only thing that afflicted me deep down was not knowing the answer to that question. Nothing more, she expresses, then she lowers her gaze, ashamed and starting to tear up. Please, I beg you to forgive me if you thought that I didn't value your feelings by showing myself so insecure. I swear that I would never. The dark-haired boy suddenly silences her in a soft and gentle way. At the same time he kissed her on the forehead several times, on her right cheek and on her nose, calming the girl's bitterness. I know perfectly well of your feelings towards me, my love. I notice it in your eyes, how they shine every time you look at me, your tone of voice when you talk to me, your reactions when we touch or kiss. For all that and more, I am completely sure that you love me madly, just as I love you. After saying those sweet words, the black-haired man gently takes Raynere by the waist, and the poor girl, imprisoned and lost in the captivating gaze of her boyfriend, lets him do his thing again by placing his lips on hers so he can kiss her with more passion, in another kiss that will demonstrate the strong loving bond that they both have with each other. Obviously, Middlet and Warner, as well as the former priestess Issei, were at a loss for what seemed to be the third or fourth time in a row that night to watch this overly sentimental scene unfold between the lovebirds. Luckily for them, they both stopped a few seconds into their cuddles. Well, then it's decided. Warner and Middlet will stay in this house for as long as necessary. They've also accepted my conditions, so everything is in order. On the first floor, there's a room for a single person. For now, that's all I can give them. In a few days, I'll have the structure of the house renovated a bit, especially the bedrooms, so they can feel more comfortable. Issei will also have her own room. If she feels she needs a little more space, then I'll grant that wish. Issei looked stunned and slightly blushed, then her eyes began to glaze over with the young girl's desire to cry. Thank you very much. Sorry if I haven't said anything all this time. I sometimes am a little afraid to speak, but I want you to know that I'm really happy for the decisions you made for the three of us. You are a very good person, Issei. I will pray for you now and always. Thank you again. The young girl with long golden hair thanks her with a small but special smile, clasping her hands as if praying and bowing slightly. We promise that one day we will repay this great debt we owe you. Issei, we will not forget it. Middle comments, looking at the boy and then at Kala, who returns a happy expression on her lips. You're welcome was what the black-haired man replied, happy and satisfied. Now then, let's stop so much talk and start moving, it's getting late and we need to rest. Follow me, I'm going to show you the bedrooms you will occupy now, he says, then, getting up with Raynere. That fallen angel clung to his arm firmly, not wanting to separate from his love after all the affection he showed her. Both Asia and the two remaining angels, Kalawarner and Middlet, then stood up, but immediately after doing so, everyone froze upon hearing the front door of the house being knocked 3 times. All the girls present looked at Issei, and he showed a face of surprise and then seriousness. I detect demonic auras on the other side of the entrance, Issei, but they are not from just any demon, they seem to be the Academy's demons, revealed the winged lizard in the black-haired man's mind. Yes, I've noticed, thanks for the heads up anyway, Drake. Even so, what the hell are Rias and the others up to at this hour? Oh shit, they probably want to talk to me about what happened at that church a couple of hours ago, the boy asks and answers himself, with an exhausted and slightly annoyed tone. It was to be expected. I think that we caused quite a stir. Many people will have noticed, and these demons took it upon themselves to clean up your mess and silence mouths. Perhaps they came so you could congratulate them, comments the Red Dragon. I'm not anyone's boss, even though I emphasize the important things that need to be done, Issei thinks by way of response. Well, I'll have to talk to them, I owe them this and also an apology. Can I join you, my love? Raynere's pretty face asks suddenly, still trembling at the thought of starting to call her beloved boyfriend that way. Of course, love, the dark-haired man replies, nearly knocking his girlfriend out by using that pretty word again. They then both headed toward the door, under the watchful and expectant gaze of the other 3 girls in the room. Upon opening the door, Issei indeed found himself facing the Gremory clan devils, and as expected, upon seeing them, Raynere tensed and displayed a face of displeasure at their presence. Obviously, this was noticed by all the young devils. Issei, hello. Rias greets, daring to speak first, nervous as she is observed by the seemingly cold gaze of the black-haired man, even more so with the girl who was now the boy's girlfriend, who of course looked very serious. Rias the aforementioned greets the redhead guys, then to Kiba, Akino and Kaneko. Can I ask what brings you here? He finally asks. We were just about to get ready for bed, Raynere comments, still expressing her anger. We're sorry to be bothering you at this hour, Issei, but I think this is the only time we have to clear up some things about what happened there in that church a couple of hours ago. We hope you can understand, Rias replies, still trembling from not wanting to upset her most powerful ally. As always, my partner hits the nail on the head, huh? The dragon comments humorously in the black-haired man's mind, but he doesn't pay much attention to it. I suspected they would come to me with those ideas, the young man said aloud, with that serious and focused expression that was worthy of respect. Suddenly, there was a moment of deathly silence between the demons and the 2 angels, which seemed to last forever. You too don't want to sound rude, Issei, but can we come in? I think we'd chat better inside than out here, the redhead asked. Come in, the raven-haired man immediately replies, stepping aside to let the newcomers pass. Raynere was about to question him about the reason for that action, but all it took was a calm look from Issei that told her everything was going to be okay, that none of the members of the demon clan would do anything bad in her house, and the raven-haired girl quickly understood. After that, both lovebirds enter at the end, following the others and closing the door behind them. See, curse, the Grigori rebel leader cursed softly, crouching down, feeling the ground with his fingers. There seemed to be something there that disturbed him greatly, and this was noticed by a male figure behind him. What did you find that's got you like this, Kokabilsama? A young man asked behind him, looking at him seriously. The stranger was dressed in very classy dark clothes, including a suit, black pants and pointed shoes, matching gloves, and a mask that covered part of his face, from the nose down. The trail of something hideous, something that shouldn't be alive, something that could easily spell the end of all races as we know them, the cadre replies, now looking at the horizon with disdain. Is that thing or being you're talking about that powerful? The ninja asks, not believing the black-winged man's words. You can't imagine how much Kokabeel answers again, then slowly gets up. How is it possible that such a monstrous and relentless being is still alive? He shouldn't be. His disgusting soul was weakened, separated from his body and sealed in those pieces of sheet called sacred gears. The tiny remnants of this energy that were left here correspond to the crimson dragon, Draig, the celestial dragon of domination. Everything indicates that his body is restored, that he is now a physical, tangible being. He's a FNG son of a beach with a power that goes beyond everything. I think we're going to have a tough time from now on, damn it. Those disgusting demons did a good job here cleaning everything up, he then exclaims, very furious at the luck he was having. I'll tell you honestly, Kokabeel-sama, that I don't believe much in those dragon stories, and if there are any, then I don't fear them. My job is to finish off my clients' targets, be they monsters, ghosts, dragons or whatever. Everything falls and will fall before the blade of my katana, have no doubt about it, said the masked man, unsheathing his melee weapon and displaying it briefly, then putting it away again. Kokabeel didn't say anything, he just looked at the sky with the same threatening expression as before, and after a few seconds he turned around to face the masked man. Then I'll have no choice but to entrust this job to you, Kanzu, the cadre says seriously. You command and I will obey, the ninja called Kanzu replies, bowing. I'm going to need you to investigate all of this, how and why the hell several of my subordinates disappeared, be it Zelt, Raynere, Middelt, and Kalawarner. I strongly suspect that it was the Dmed Security, a certain Hayade Issei, who was responsible for this. Keep an eye on him, see what he does, where he goes, who he talks to. All of that will help us have power over him when the inevitable moment of confrontation arrives. But don't let him find out that you're watching him, decreed the fallen angel. As you command, Kokabeel-sama. Kanzu answers automatically, as if he were a robot and without moving. First, I'll give you some information, then you can take care of the rest. Don't come back to me if you don't have clear evidence, so we don't waste time and clearly define the next steps, the black-winged man then said. Understood, the ninja answers again. After that, the two stayed in the area for a while longer, searching the place further, but found nothing more, reinforcing Kokabeel's belief that the Kuo demons had done a good job of not leaving any clues about what had happened there. Afterward, the fallen angel and the hitman briefly left the church. The tension could be felt on the surface. There was a lot of discomfort in the atmosphere, both from the Gremmery demons and the fallen angels, a former priestess, a dragon and a Nephilim. Issei, as expected, was standing and looking at everyone. Asia and Raynere were next to Middelt and Kalawarner on one sofa, while Rias and her servants were all together on the other sofa. Well, the dark-haired man suddenly spoke, arms crossed and fed up with the silence and pressure in the room, so he decided to cut through the air with his voice. You said you came here to talk about what happened there at the church. I suspect you have questions about what happened and what came next, don't you? He then asked, staring at the redhead, who became nervous. Wise, too don't want to bother you with what I'm going to tell you, Issei, but you see, we've worked together with Sona and her servants to be able to finish cleaning the place. WWE appreciate you taking care of the problems that occurred there, but we also had some inconveniences, and handling silencing the police and the people was and is going to be something complicated. We have to keep all of this a secret, the redhead expressed. Both she and Akino, Kiba and Kaneko looked uncomfortable and dissatisfied at the same time. They obviously noticed the presence of two more fallen angels, and they had the enormous suspicion that they were there because of the black-haired man, so they didn't want to act badly. I know, the boy said sharply, very seriously and making the redhead tremble even more, who didn't know where to look, just like her servants. That's why I thank you for everything you've done for me, for us. There's no doubt that I owe you one. The four demons were taken aback by Issei's comment, and even more so by the genuine smile he gave them. Akino, who had obviously said nothing the whole time, seemed dazzled by that expression, and when the boy laid his eyes on hers, the poor young woman blushed and quickly hid her face. There were quite a few enemies there, who obviously put up a fight, but it was nothing I couldn't handle, and with Draig's help, everything became easier. Immediately afterwards, a red cloud swirled in the room, a little far from those present, bringing with it the presence of the great red dragon, now in familiar size. Hello, you're welcome, the winged lizard greets and says, lying down on the ground and starting to doze. The only one who found Draig's appearance and subsequent comment funny was Issei. The others were still tense. Getting back to what I was saying, the enemies weren't that big a deal, and if you were wondering, yeah, those two were guarding the entrance as the dark-haired man, pointing at Middlet and Calawarner. The demons were extremely surprised, and Rias was about to ask and complain when the boy in front of her got ahead of her. It doesn't matter why the hell you're here, we're going to talk about that at the academy with Sona and the others. What you need to know is that you'll spend the night in this house by my decision, and after saying that, no one else had any intention of complaining. Raynere saw how her dear boyfriend had the demons under control, and she liked that a lot other fallen angels appeared. We killed them. Then I went inside and a crazy and disgusting guy named Friedzelsen appeared. I don't care if he was a priest or whatever, the point is that I killed him by beheading him. Then I went to the lower part of the church, and I discovered many cultists there doing strange, clearly evil things, so I decided to execute them all, leaving no one alive. That's what happened, he concluded. The Gremmery clan demons looked stunned. Although they had witnessed the black-haired man's ferocity in battle several times, it still surprised them, even though he told them about it or they had witnessed it themselves many times. Listen, I know that Draig and I have caused damage on several occasions in order to protect order in the city, and I also know that you, on those occasions, had to take care of said damage, so I reiterate both my apologies and my thanks, and I promise that I will do something to compensate you when the time is right, of course. For now that is the only thing I can tell you. Tomorrow we will talk more in depth when we meet with Sona and her servants, okay? Is that clear, Rias? Issei explains and asks, calm but serious. Wywise, yes, it's clear, very clear. The aforementioned nods, suddenly nervous, having emerged from the stupor caused by seeing this small new facet of the boy W. I think it would be best if we left then. We're sorry to bother you, Issei says then, standing up and being imitated by her servants, and thank you. She thanks them at the end, with a small smile and a fleeting bow. The others imitate her again. You guys, Issei comments on the matter. I'll walk you to the door, he says then, going behind them, granting them passage through the entrance so they could leave. Akino is the last one to leave, but before setting foot outside, she turns to Issei, her downcast gaze rising until it meets the black-haired man's eyes. Issei, can we talk tomorrow? At the academy? The girl asks, slightly uncomfortable, with a slight blush and speaking in a whisper. Right, we had to talk. I almost forgot. He comments, sure. If it's not a problem for you, he answers later, normally. No, it won't be a problem, the brunette comments, with an imperceptible smile that the young man in front of her could catch. Goodbye, she then says curtly, before finally leaving. What did that demon want, love? Raynere asks, suddenly hugging her boyfriend from behind. She seemed to want to hide her jealousy with love, but the dark-haired man could sense it, especially being so close to his girlfriend, which amused him a little. Why do you ask? Are you jealous? The dark-haired man asks, glancing at his girlfriend with a mischievous smile. Two could never be jealous. At least of all of you, my boyfriend. How could you think that, Issei? She answers, slightly blushing, excited and pouting in annoyance at those questions. I'm glad, because I would never be with another girl. You're the only one for me, Issei comments as he suddenly grabs Raynere by the waist and legs and then lifts her up and carries her in his arms. Of course she got scared and was ready to complain to him, but the boy kept talking. Don't worry, Akino just wants to talk about unimportant things with me. Maybe it's something related to what happened at the church. As you know, I work with Rias and her entourage on these matters. That's for sure, he explains then. Normally let's go with Asia and your companions. We have to help them get settled so they can spend the night here. Hay finishes. Raynere's cute girl replies, hiding her flushed and nervous face. It seemed like her anger had gone away, but internally she was still a little worried. She didn't want her boyfriend to be assaulted by another woman, although in the end she ended up thinking she was just being paranoid, so she left him. So, Issei carried Raynere, then they guided Asia, Middlet and Calawarner to their respective new rooms, officially staying in the house from that night on. The next morning, Issei leaves home early for the academy, of course, but not before leaving his home heavily protected against any danger. A former priestess and 3 fallen angels are left resting peacefully there. Raynere must be pretty exhausted from last night if we finished so late. She looked so cute when she was sleeping, the dark-haired man comments, with a certain humorous tone, remembering his girlfriend in the process. Surely, love child Drake comments, appearing as if he were a little doll on Issei's right shoulder. Even if I don't understand much about human love, I'll still listen to you. After all, we are companions, and we must support each other at all times, he adds later. Exactly, the boy emphasizes, smiling. Now then, getting back to what concerns us, I must go to the academy to arrange an emergency meeting. Surely Rias will have told Sona about the 2 extra fallen angels I now have in my house, and Sona will want to know the reason for this. Normally I wouldn't tell them a DMN thing, but I'm humble, so I will. I must think later what I will do with Asia and the other 2 turtle doves. Aren't you going to send them to the academy like your girlfriend? The dragon asks, somewhat thoughtfully. I don't know, do you think it's feasible? The black-haired man asks. I don't know, I just threw out an idea, the dragon immediately responds, shrugging his shoulders. I guess it would be a sort of temporary solution, the easiest one at least, he then adds. You could be right, although I'm not sure if it will be more or less dangerous if we do it this way, Issei comments, with a hand on his chin. Well, at least think about that option. You can take it temporarily and then we'll see what we do, the little dragon tells him, observing him. I'll think about it on the way, thanks, the black-haired man replies, giving her a nod of approval with his right hand. Both continued on their way to Kuo Academy, seemingly quite peaceful, although it wasn't quite so. So there you are, my dear Hayate Issei, the bearer of the red dragon. Those words were spoken by the hitman Kanzu, who was leaning on the railing of a building several blocks away from the jet black man. The man wore the same dark clothing, and his gaze narrowed to observe his target. With the energy trail Kokabil-sama gave me, plus a photo with descriptions of you, I was able to find you. It was quite easy, he said with a short, selfish laugh. You seem to be a formidable guy. I think engaging in a confrontation with you would be very interesting and fun. For now, I'll limit myself to watching your every move, my dear Issei, but if I deem it necessary, well, I'll unsheath my sword and bring your head to my client, rest assured of that. He concluded, showing a sharp, confident, and very threatening gaze. Issei the dragon suddenly calls. Tell me you felt the same as me, Drake the man in question answers, asking him for that. A bloodthirsty, relentless aura focused on us, am I mistaken? The winged lizard replies. Nothing at all, Issei answers seriously. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to take this lightly. Whoever it is, not only is he out of our range of vision, but he can also be perceived as a formidable being. At least for now, we have to be very expectant, the dragon comments, in the same tone as the black-haired man. Yes, we'll get ahead of whatever that wretch who's got his or her eye on us wants to do. You take care of watching behind me, I'll take care of the front. We're almost at the academy, the boy asks again, quickening his pace slightly, trying not to look upset. As you command, partner, the red dragon immediately obeys. Raynere and the others will be fine. The barrier we always put up is almost impenetrable. It would take titanic strength to overcome it. A continuous and sustained assault with power similar to that of a god for several hours, Issei comments later. Without a doubt, one of our greatest prides, said Drake about it, with a smile and a feeling that accompanied that comment. Yes, but for now let's hurry. Understood. Said and done, Nephilim and Dragon quickly headed towards their destination, arriving in a short time at the aforementioned academy. Oh, Issei-senpai! Marayama exclaims, seeing the boy arriving in a hurry. Good morning, Issei-senpai. He then greets along with his classmate and friend Keitase, who, upon noticing, also comes forward to greet the aforementioned. Good morning, Marayama. Good morning, Keitase. Issei returns the greeting to each of them separately. Are you okay? You look agitated, the brown-haired girl asks, intrigued and somewhat worried. Yes, now that I notice it, that's true, the one with pink hair comments. I'm fine, girls, nothing's wrong, the dark-haired man replies, somewhat seriously and making hand movements to pretend it doesn't matter. And Raynare? What happened to her? Marayama asks now. She came yesterday? Keitase also asks. Raynare won't be able to attend classes today, she's resting. Last night she was helping me a lot since a few people came to live for a while at my house, So we were arranging a couple of rooms for them, the young man answers and explains. So that's what happened, the pink-haired girl comments, slightly surprised. Well, we hope she can come soon. We'd like to talk to her a little longer, if it's not a bother, of course, said the brunette. I'm sure it won't bother her, Issei said with a smile. Well, if you'll excuse me, I must continue. I have some important matters to attend to. We'll talk better another time. See you later. The black-haired man says a polite but brief goodbye to the two students, who greet him in the same way. Well, let's see, I have to go to Rias's, then talk to her, then call the others, both her servants and Sona's, organize that meeting, explain about Calawarner's stay, Middles and Asia's, think about what Drake told me. Issei was so focused on what he had to do that at one point he completely lost sight of his path, which caused him to run into someone without even being able to see their face. Both Issei and that person fell heavily to the ground, unfortunately the black-haired man on top. The boy complained in a whisper. Then, who did I fall on? I hope I didn't hurt her, he thought, hoping he hadn't done anything wrong. Sooner or later, he realized he was on top of a girl, and on top of that, Issei, the young woman stammered, in a tone of voice that the dark-haired man knew very well. He immediately opens his eyes, but slowly moves away to see who it was, only to discover that it was none other than Akino, who was watching Issei with a worried look and her cheeks very flushed from being so close to him. Akino, seeing herself defeated and completely at Issei's mercy, doesn't know where to look, her eyes fleetingly rest on the boys and then quickly change target. Hello, Akino, Issei greets, not having anything better to say, while he contemplated, still in his place, the reddened face of that poor girl, plus her eyes, which seemed to tremble from nerves. Chapter 10. The Truth Confrontation's Eye. I'm sorry, Akino. I was so distracted, thinking about my own things. Sorry, didn't I hurt you? Issei apologized, quickly moving a few meters away from the girl and then checking to make sure she was okay. No, don't worry, Issei. I'm fine, no problem, the aforementioned woman responded, stuttering and nervous, her cheeks flushed and she didn't know where to look. Are you sure? The dark-haired man asked again, to which the girl nodded affirmatively. Okay, let me help you up. After saying that, Issei extends his hand towards Akino, who looks at him with stupefaction on her face. Issei is helping me stand up. What should I do? No, this is so sudden, the girl thought while trembling without taking her eyes off the young man's hand. Hello? Akino, are you okay? Issei, confused, asks again when he notices that the brunette didn't respond to him. She just stood there frozen without even making a sound. What's wrong with this woman? Why is she like this? Drake asked, sounding just as confused as his wielder. Believe me, I'd like to know the answer too, the dark-haired man replied. Akino, he called again, this time raising his voice to bring the aforementioned woman out of her reverie. Issei. Wise, the girl exclaimed, tremblingly taking the boy's hand, who quickly but carefully raised it. Hey, are you really okay? Didn't you hit your head or something else? Issei asked again, more concerned this time. No, I'm fine, Issei, really, don't worry, Akino answers, without stopping stuttering, looking away every now and then and putting her hand, the one Issei used to lift her, on her chest. The dark-haired man looks at her for a moment, serious and moving his lips insistently, dissatisfied with the girl's answer. All right, I won't ask any more, the young man said, raising both hands as if in surrender. Let me ask you something else, Akino. What were you doing here? I went out to get some fresh air before going back with Riasbuchu, the black-haired girl answers, without letting go of her uneasiness at being under Issei's watchful eye. I don't know about you, but I don't believe him, the dragon commented. I don't believe her either. I don't know what Akino would be doing out here. Well, the truth is I don't care, so I'll stop asking her anything, Issei answers. Yes, remember that we must go talk to the other demons as early as possible. That's right, the young man answers in his thoughts. Well, I'm going to talk to Rias and Sona about what happened. Will you accompany me or do you have things to do? He questions the brunette again. Yes, of course. I'll accompany you, Akino replied, clearly still behaving oddly. The dark-haired man once again slightly deformed his lips in annoyance at the way the girl addressed him, but decided not to say anything else and began to walk, appearing serious, and the girl quickly followed him until she was at his side. Well, now that we have a little free time, without anyone being able to interrupt us, I'd like to know what it was you had to tell me, Aquino. That thing that had you worried and puzzled me, you remember we promised we'd talk about it when we could, right? Issei spoke, reminding the young woman at his side of that very important thing they had to talk about and that they had been putting off for quite some time. Ooh yeah, I remember, Issei Aquino answers, and Issei noticed that her expression quickly changed to a discouraged and worried one. Well, what did you have to tell me? Well, you see, Aquino stuttered again. I just wanted to thank you for helping us so much with our problems over the past few years, with the rogue demons and all that. She finally answered the young raven's doubt. Issei noticed out of the corner of his eye that Aquino had both hands together, moving her fingers insistently, a clear sign that she was nervous, as if she wanted to avoid having to answer that question. With her arms crossed and moving the index and middle fingers of her right hand, as if imitating the sound of the hands of a clock, the boy waited for the brunette to tell him more, but a silent and uncomfortable minute passed between them without any more words coming out of her mouth. And that's it? That's all? Issei asks again, raising an eyebrow. Wise was the only thing Aquino said in response. It's obvious you're not trying to tell me something, Aquino. You're hiding something from me, but it's okay. Now I'm done talking to you. I won't ask you anything else. I hope what you're not trying to tell me isn't anything bad, because when I find out it'll be much worse. And with that warning, Issei finally left, leaving the girl alone. Aquino watched the young man leave, her lips beginning to tremble as she put on a look of extreme distress. Her hands also trembled as she grabbed her skirt. I'm so sorry, Issei. I want to tell you so much this wasn't the right time, but when will it be? When will I be able to tell you that I'm in love with you? I feel like the more time passes, the harder it will be for me to confess. What should I do then? Aquino thought, feeling a lump in her throat, tears in her eyes threatening to spill, but she quickly brought her hands to her eyes to rub them, wiping them quickly, to finally take a breath, swallow her sadness and go behind Issei to accompany him to the meeting with the other girls. Good morning, sleepyhead, a smiling Calawarner greets a certain blonde. Good morning, Calican Middle greets, her face still sleepy, yawning and rubbing her right eye, but then she opens her eyes wide in surprise. Hey? K Calican? She exclaimed then, blushing extremely at the sight of Kala in her underwear, seeing the large proportions of her births and hips without some of the limitations of clothing. In addition, she was also in her underwear, and it goes without saying that they were both together in a large bed. What's wrong? Why are you so nervous, Middlet? Kala asked, slowly approaching the blonde with a mischievous look. Nothing's wrong with me, Calican, the aforementioned girl answers, stuttering and unable to look at her bedmate, with her cheeks completely reddened, until she suddenly feels something that makes her jump. Calican, your breasts can feel your boobs, the girl exclaimed as the brunette gently hugged her from behind. Then I'm glad, Kala says, wrapping her arms around Middlet completely and feeling the blonde tremble at the closeness of their bodies. Now I realize how much I like your body, Middlet. It's so soft, and you have a very nice scent on your skin. Middlet, you are so pretty. Calican, the blonde whispers, opening her eyes as wide as they can and turning towards the brunette, who takes control of her body to throw her down on the bed, placing them one on top of the other. Calawarner stares at her blonde-haired girlfriend, blushing and breathing slightly labored through her mouth, while Middlet watches the face of his beloved Calican in the same way, with her cheeks reddened and her heart beating rapidly. At that moment, Calawarner decides to lower her entire body so she can kiss her partner tenderly and somewhat passionately. Middlet couldn't believe it. He was finally having a loving and passionate kiss with his beloved, and he almost gave in to lust when he closed his eyes to feel the delicious lips of the brunette and her RDC body. And oh, Calican, I hope we can't, the blonde whispered, trying to break the sweet and hot moment, also trying to stop and push Calawarner away. What's up, Middlet? We finally have this time for the two of us. It's something we've been longing for. Didn't you want this? The brunette asked, confused by her girlfriend's reaction. Of course I want this, Calican, but we can't do it now. It hasn't even been a day since we moved here. Everything is so sudden. Raynare and Asia-chan are in the rooms next door. They could hear us, and we can't behave like we're in our own house either. The blonde answers. Warner then stares at her for a few moments, then decides to get up and sit on the bed. The two exchanged glances that bordered on seriousness and concern. You're right, Middlet. Issei was very considerate of us. He gave us this room with a comfortable bed and plenty of space for both of us, not to mention allowing us to live in his house for as long as we wanted. Having SEC now would be totally disrespectful to him, and Raynere and Asia might get very uncomfortable. I'm sorry, Middlet. I wasn't thinking about what I was doing. I got carried away by my feelings, Warner said, finally apologizing. At that moment, Middlet approached her and took her hands. Don't worry, everything's fine. Besides, I liked that you let yourself go a little, the blonde said, laughing softly before affectionately kissing the brunette, who immediately reciprocated. At the moment that happened, Raynere and Asia were waking up, each in their respective rooms. Raynere stammered after yawning, rubbing both eyes with both hands. Her attention then turned to the table clock beside her, surprised by the time it was and remembering that she had to attend the academy, but then she realized that, near the clock, there was a small note addressed to her. Raynere, I went to the academy. I need to talk to the demons about what happened last night. It's okay if you don't attend school today. Just stay home and help Asia, Middlet, and Warner settle into their new home. Oh well, it's a shame. I really wanted to attend today, more than anything to be by my love's side, but I'm also a bit tired. It's better if I rest a bit, and as my Issei asked me, I will help Asia and my fallen companions acclimatize to this place, the girl said to herself while folding the letter. In that, she can't help but remember the face of the group of demons from the academy, frowning. I hope they don't cause Issei problems because several fallen angels are staying here. In his house we are not a threat, but if they insist too much I will not hesitate to use force, she whispered while clenching both fists. Raynere immediately shakes her head after thinking that over. No, this isn't the time to think about that. I'd better change and get on with the preparations for our new tenants. Of course, I'll go to Asia first. She has priority, the young woman commented as she dressed and left her room for Asia's. Issei had arrived at the student council room, followed by a silent Akino. After knocking about 3 times, they both heard Sona's voice allowing them entry. Good morning, Issei, the president greeted, with her seemingly imperturbable gaze and a small smile. Good morning, Sona, the person in question responds politely with a slight nod. Likewise, the other council members greeted the Nephilim, and he responded as he had to Sona. Rias was also there, sitting down, but when she saw the boy enter, she quickly stood up. Rias, Issei greets, again with a slight nod. Hello, Issei. Hello, Akino, the redhead replies with a smile, also addressing her friend and servant behind the dark-haired man. Well, Issei, we've arranged this emergency meeting, you might say, by the way an incident that took place on the outskirts of the city, Sona declared, adjusting her glasses. Have you told her a little yet, Rias? Issei asks the redhead. That's right. I had to, the aforementioned woman replied, laughing nervously while scratching the back of her neck. The attack you carried out against the fallen angel forces was undoubtedly a severe blow to their ranks. I won't deny it, but you've exposed your existence, Issei. That surge of energy you unleashed there definitely won't go unnoticed by anyone in the underworld, let alone in paradise. Also, why have you decided to take in those 2 fallen angels and a priestess? What are you up to? The girl with glasses questioned, sharpening her gaze, accusing the dark-haired man of having done something terrible. Do you want to know what I'm up to? Issei asks, his voice sinister, as he approaches Sona in a threatening manner, or at least that's how all the demons present in the room saw it. There's stuff. What are you about to do, Issei? Rias exclaimed, stepping in front of him to stop him. The redhead was trembling and looked scared. Issei looked at her confused. Rias, I'm not about to do anything, I'm just going to answer Sona to her face. Why are you so upset? The boy asked, as if he had his most relaxed expression, which causes the other devils to relax a little as well. I was going to answer Sona that I have decided that those fallen angels and that girl will stay in my house as a way to protect them. I know in advance that they will not have a good time if they are left alone. There are those who will search for them to the ends of the world, and if they find them they will do terrible things to them as revenge for their betrayal, and I will not let that happen to them. The three of them are good people, just like Raynere, they just want to live peacefully. Answers then. Living peacefully? 3 fallen angels, a priestess, and a Nephilim, about whom, by the way, we still know very little? And on top of that, near a very important place controlled by demons? Allow me to be suspicious, Issei, you carry pure angel blood in your veins. Wouldn't that give you the right to exterminate us at any time? And even more so when you have several of our enemies living comfortably under your roof. Sona questioned, venom in her words. Issei then frowns even more, pushes Rias out of his way, and continues towards Sona, this time with a very strong aura of fury. Needless to say, Sona is startled, and Saji doesn't hesitate to get in her way this time to stop him. Stop right there, Issei, don't you dare lay a finger on Kaicho. If you do, I swear I'm going to hurt you. The brunette exclaimed, threatening to hit him, even though he was also scared by the black-haired man's reaction. I'm not going to do anything to you, your dear president, or anyone here, so I'm asking you to step aside and stop bothering me, Saji. If you keep insisting, I'll have no problem breaking all your bones. Issei threatened in the same way, or rather, in a more terrible way. Enough, both of you. Issei, please calm down. Sona shouts, trying to restore order by immediately standing up, avoiding any hint of fear. I'm not calming down one bit, the dark-haired man shouted in response, frightening those present even more. How can you accuse me of conspiring behind your back? Doesn't it mean anything to you that I've been working side by side with you for a long time, eliminating the threats of renegade demons in the city? I thought you understood, Sona. I thought you had left behind that distrust you had towards me, but it seems not. Despite everything I've done, you still have the nerve to blame me for things I don't do and wouldn't do. For a few moments, Issei holds a very angry look at Sona, who in turn looks at him seriously, and then proceeds to leave the room. Issei! Akino exclaimed, worried as she saw the dark-haired boy leave, leaving the door open behind him. She watched Rias and Sona for a few moments before finally following the boy out the door and trying to catch up to him. To really appreciate you helping me, Raynare, Asia said to her dear friend, a little embarrassed after having seen the mess in the room. You don't have to thank me for anything, Asia. I'm so glad you're living with us now, and it's a joy for me to help you with your things, Raynare replied as she tried to brush her best friend's hair. From now on, we can spend as much time together as we want, she then expressed, excited and with a huge smile. At that moment, Asia turns to look at the fallen angel with a face of anguish. Raynare, I know you love me very much. I consider you the best friend I could have had in this life, but I really don't want to upset you or Issei. I can see that you both love each other. I don't want to interfere with your relationship and take you away from him. The blonde commented as she looked down. Raynere looked at her, surprised and somewhat sad. What are you saying, Asia? You could never get in our way. Why do you think he allowed you to stay here? He knows you're my best friend and wants to keep it that way. He saw in us unconditional friendship and support, the fallen angel tells her, bending down to be at the same level as the blonde. You don't have to be guided by appearances. Issei may seem like a scary person, but the truth is, he's a very good, understanding and loving person. He has a huge heart that doesn't open easily to others. I know it, I've felt it, and I saw it in his eyes. As she recounted these personal details, Asia remained silent, listening intently. The blonde's eyes expressed wonder and fascination. The first time I saw him, I instantly noticed the enigmatic aura he emanated. He was a distant person and above all, distrustful. When I introduced myself to him in my schoolgirl guise, I felt his soul open up a little, although I noticed that he still distrusted me. Obviously, who could blindly trust a girl who suddenly appeared and told them she liked him, out of nowhere? That doesn't make any sense now that I think about it. How foolish I was to come up with that plan, the brunette continued, laughing after thinking about that first encounter, but that small display of warmth was what awakened the emotion of love in my being. My whole body was trembling, my heart was racing, and I couldn't stop thinking about his smile, that smile that gave my heart another shred of hope. Asia now noticed that her friend had a lost look, clearly thinking about that boy who stole her breath. slightly blushing and with that characteristic sparkle in her eyes. Then came the day of our first date. It was all very nice, although in the end I ended up revealing who I really was, and that's why, at the last minute, I decided to get away from him. I didn't want to hurt him. I thought that despite having those feelings towards him I couldn't be by his side. We were of different species. I was a fallen angel and he was a human, but when I was about to be killed for my rebellion he appeared, saved me and then exposed his truth, that he is not just any human. Not only did he carry within him the red dragon, one of the celestials, but he is also half angel and half demon. He has the pure blood of each species. Asia was extremely surprised to hear that fact. Raynare, did I understand correctly? You said that Issei has both demon and angel blood, the blonde asked, almost as if she didn't believe it. Yes, that's exactly what I said, Asia. Issei revealed that truth to me by revealing 3 pairs of wings, the beautiful white wings of a pure angel, the terrifying wings of a demon, and the imposing wings of a dragon. He carries the blood of 2 species so different from each other, in addition to the power of the red dragon, so I have no doubt that he could be an easy target for all kinds of calamities. The world will not hesitate to want to turn against him quickly. After saying that, Asia notices her friend lower her gaze, overcome with worry and uncertainty. She was still processing the fact that Issei possessed all the qualities of both heaven and hell, but she immediately realized that someone like Issei, possessing power beyond imagination, would be the target of many people with ill intentions. I will never go against him, the blonde suddenly expressed, her eyes now showing great determination, as she took her friend's hands and she looked back at her. I don't care if Issei is an angel and a demon at the same time. He helped me without thinking, giving me shelter in a totally new world for me. You supported me when I had no one else, and you offered to contain me when I felt dejected. Besides, you both love each other. I would never betray all the unconditional help you have given me. I will stay by your side no matter what happens, Asia said, now looking at the fallen angel with a smile. Raynare smiles back and can't help but hug her. Thank you, Asia. Your words have reassured me, the brunette expressed while caressing her dear friend. Then I think I have someone who can watch my back while I watch my loves, she commented later, jokingly. Raynare, you know I'm weak and foolish, but I'll still do my best to protect you and Issei, the girl said, first with a somewhat saddened face, but then raising her gaze firmly. You're not weak, Asia. You're a very strong girl, and you also have a big heart. Don't say those mean things to yourself again, please. Brunette asked, staring at her dear friend, who blushed slightly at the compliment and finally nodded to the request. Suddenly, they both hear a couple of light knocks coming from the bedroom door. Hello? Raynare? Asia? Are you there? Middelt's voice sounded on the other end. Oh, it's Middelt and Kala might be with her, Asia said, slightly surprised. Yes, it's possible they're both there. Let's see what they want, Raynare said, looking at the blonde, who was nodding her head. They both stood up, and Raynare took the lead and opened the door. Sure enough, Middelt and Kala were standing there, slightly surprised and somewhat nervous. Good morning, Raynare, the blonde-haired fallen angel greeted. Good morning, Kala greeted now, his gaze slightly lowered as if he felt embarrassed. Good morning, Raynare greeted briefly, displaying a serious but calm face. What do you need? She then asked somewhat coldly. Well, we wanted to know if it wouldn't be a bother if you showed us a little bit of your house, Middelt asked, still afraid. Raynare didn't respond, just stood still, watching both girls outside her room, serious and as if she were waiting for something else. Asia appeared behind Raynare, who simply stood behind her friend, then looked at the other 2 women in front of her. The gentle breeze seemed like a very light caress, prompting Issei to calm his expression. He was leaning on the railing at the edge of the new school building, on the highest floor. The young man just stood there, staring into space while rubbing his hands together. His face was serious and, at the same time, somewhat worried by recent events. He was trying to calm his stormy thoughts of anger, frustration, uncertainty, even fear. Was it really a good idea to get involved with the demons? Was it worth it to help them? Could it be beneficial for him to establish good relations with them? Wouldn't it have been far better to opt for the violent solution and massacre them all? All of this and more was what the young man was thinking while, around him, the world continued to go on as normal. Behind him appeared Aquino, who had been chasing the boy for a while after what happened with the student council. Issei, as if aware of the girl's presence, turns his head back slightly. The vice president of the occult club notices this, so she stops, discovering that the raven-haired man knew she was there and no longer had to make any effort to hide, so she decided to walk normally until she could reach her side. "What do you want, Aquino?" the young man asked, without turning to look at her, asking the question as calmly as possible, but still making his annoyance felt. The brunette glances at him briefly, worried, before returning her gaze to the grand panorama in front of them both. "I wanted to apologize, I'm sorry about what happened at the student council meeting. Rias and I didn't think Sona would act that way. She's a very intelligent person, and so I think she's still mindful of your actions. That's why it's strange that she still distrusts you," the black-haired woman said. Issei turns his head for a moment to look at her and then returns to his previous position. "You don't have to apologize for anything, Aquino. What happened wasn't your fault," the boy said, his tone of voice expressing more calm. "Even so, I feel like I have to do it," Issei girl commented, glancing briefly at the young man at her side. "I should have said something to Sona, I know." "Sorry, Issei, I should have defended you," she thought then, narrowing her eyes, unable to stop the guilt from invading her again for what she didn't do when she should have. The boy's expression had now changed. He felt calmer, but the sadness and helplessness still remained within him, even though he seemed to feel nothing of the sort. His gaze briefly fell on the girl at his side, discovering her deep in thought, also with a distressed expression on her face. He didn't want the atmosphere to become more and more monotonous, so he chose to let out a loud sigh, which effectively caught the girl's attention. "And what about you, Aquino? What do you think of me?" Issei suddenly asked, without turning to look at the aforementioned woman. "Huh?" she muttered in a tone of surprise. The girl stared at her, as if waiting for an explanation. "Do you trust me?" the dark-haired man asked again, surprising Aquino even more, who couldn't help but get nervous as her head started to spin again, imagining a possibly erroneous situation. Issei, noticing that Aquino had fallen into a similar state to when she bumped into him, decided to retract his words. "Sorry, it's not a question I want to ask under these conditions. You may have misunderstood me. To trust you," the girl exclaimed, interrupting and quite surprising the aforementioned. Aquino quickly realized her actions and briefly stepped back. "To know that you are not capable of doing something like that, even though your presence may appear otherwise. I know very well that you are someone with a big heart, Issei, and that you care for those around you. You are a very good person." The astonishment lasted a few more moments on the black-haired man's face before he turned his head again in the direction of the school grounds. Aquino stared at him during that time, somewhat confused, waiting for another reaction from him, until, "Thank you." That was the word that came out of Issei's mouth, in a calm and sweet tone, showing Aquino a small, warm smile that showed satisfaction. Needless to say, the brunette's heart began to beat rapidly at that beautiful gesture she received, a sincere smile from the boy she was very attracted to, dedicated especially for her. Her cheeks colored red and her legs began to weaken, so she decided to lean on the railing to avoid collapsing from the torrent of emotions that flowed through her. "Is everything okay, Aquino?" Issei asked, somewhat concerned when he noticed the girl sway slightly. "Wise, I'm fine, Issei. Thank you for worrying," Aquino replied, stuttering a little. The young man stared at her for a few seconds, to make sure she was really okay, until the bell signaling the end of recess suddenly rang, which caught both of their attention. "It seems it's time to go back to school," Issei said, now in his usual serious tone of voice. "Yes, it seems so," Aquino replies, with a tiny smile that seemed forced. "Are you coming?" the boy then asked. "You go first, I'll go in a moment. Enjoy some more fresh air," the girl replied. "Okay," Issei replied with an attitude, as if he no longer cared, finally moving away from Aquino. "In my opinion, that woman is acting very strange these days," the dragon commented in the young man's mind. "True. I don't know what's wrong with him, but I'll find out," the boy said. "It's more than obvious that she's in love with you. It's obvious, although maybe you already know that and you're just pretending not to know, right, Issei?" the dragon thought, without the young man knowing. You don't trust us? Is that it, Raynere? Is that why you seem so defensive? Calawarner asked, having witnessed her former companion's attitude. Yes, that's why. I don't trust you too, the woman in question responds tersely. If it's because of what happened before, when we worked in the sect, please forgive us. We were just following orders. We were afraid of showing our true feelings and that someone else would find out and expose us as if we were traitors, Middle begged, interlacing both of her hands and looking worried. I know Asia is finally under my care now, but what would have happened if she wasn't here now? She was going to be sacrificed, and I'm sure you wouldn't lift a finger to try and save her. Raynere began to reproach them. But what about you, Raynere? You followed orders too, you obeyed them, you would have stood by and watched her die, you wouldn't have risked saving her, Calawarner assured, already starting to feel annoyed by her former partner's words. You don't know me, Calawarner, do you remember Zelt? He almost ended my life. He probably did it on Kokabeel's orders, but Issei saved me and killed him. Until now I'm still recovering, but if Asia were still in danger I would have ignored my injuries and gone to her rescue, even if I had everything against me, even if I ran a great risk of dying and disappearing forever I wouldn't care. I would save Asia no matter the cost, Raynere expressed, surprising both the two angels and Asia, the latter more astonished by this shocking news that, until now, she was completely unaware of. The only way I can forgive you is if you carry on with your new lives. Start from scratch, love each other like never before, truly discover that love and fight for it, be good to yourselves and to others and take care of what you truly want, the girl advised, almost as if she sounded passionate. It was more than clear that Issei was the one responsible for making her feel all those new emotions, for having those new thoughts, which sounded like something completely even for two fallen angels. Middle and Calawarner simply stood in their places, still. Raynere was right. Actions were the most important thing, what would be taken into account the most. They now have a great opportunity to achieve it, to redeem themselves for their actions, and they will seize that opportunity by any means necessary. Get out of here, Amorous. Run, shouted a burly man with black hair and bat-like wings. His clothes were torn and his body bore multiple serious wounds, though this didn't seem to affect his appearance. Victus, cried a beautiful woman with brown hair. On her back were a pair of wings covered in black feathers. Her clothes were also in tatters and her body had several wounds. As if that weren't enough, she was carrying a small baby in her arms, protected by a strange blanket. The stage around them was in ruins, destruction everywhere, and in the distance, explosions of light and winged beings seemed to be fighting each other in a torn sky. The man named Victus, a demon, was fighting 5 fallen angels at once with great skill. At first glance, the fight seemed unfair, but it was certainly balanced. The woman named Amorous tried to get up and walk away, but 2 other fallen angels quickly came down and blocked her path, causing the woman to fall back to the ground, putting her body before the baby's to protect him. Where do you think you're going, scum? You deserve to die, you have betrayed your own people. Those threatening words were expressed by the 2 fallen angels who arrived. Victus noticed them and launched his great dark spear with a bestial force, which crossed the air with a dizzying speed and impacted the head of one of the angels, destroying it and eliminating him instantly without any of them being able to react in time. Seeing this, the other enemy fallen angel attempted to rush towards the woman with murderous fury, but she raised a hand to execute a magic spell that protected her, producing sparks when the enemy weapon impacted her. Before the fallen angel attacked again, she undid the protection and carried out another spell, which made many glowing branches emerge from the ground, similar to those of a tree, which coiled around the body of her aggressor and pierced him in various parts of his body with their thorns. On the other hand, Victus had unfortunately been stabbed in the right side of his abdomen, having let his guard down to protect the woman. Light damage inflicted on a demon was incredibly painful, and he knew that very well, but he didn't care. Drawing on incredible willpower, he overrode the pain and grabbed the weapon still buried in his stomach with both hands. He pulled it out and impaled one of the fallen angels, then continued fighting with his own, now severely burned, against the remaining enemies. Victus! Amorous shouted again, turning around and discovering the state the man was in, desperate to get up and help him even a little, but the man quickly stopped her. No, go now. Save yourselves both. the man shouted, but unfortunately he let his guard down again, and another spear pierced his left side. The woman began to cry, feeling helpless for not being able to do much more for him. Go away, Amarias. Victus ordered with a desperate roar, fighting valiantly with what strength he had left. Without looking back, sobbing bitterly, she decided to walk away, listening to Victus, her beloved, groan in pain as he died from the repeated attacks. Her heart broke at the thought of what she could have done for him, but the painful truth was that she would only be in his way. Her physical and magical abilities were not made for combat, so all she could do was escape and ensure the life of her little son. Explosions sounded everywhere, and fighters from the three main factions were scurrying about. Amaris managed to avoid being seen, sneaking around wherever she could and running at crucial moments. Then, deciding it was a good time, she spread her wings and took flight. After a few moments, she looked down at the infant, who returned her gaze with tears in his eyes and a frightened expression. The child had certainly been crying before, but strangely enough, his sobbing hadn't been heard at any point. Now my little Issei, Mommy is with you and will protect you from any evil that wants to harm you, you'll see. We will leave this place and go far away, where no one will ever be able to find us again, she whispered while lightly rocking her son to try to calm him down, and at that moment, when she contemplated the eyes of her beautiful son, she couldn't help but cry again, remembering the face of her beloved once more while he yelled at her to go away and escape with the little one. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened that forced her to return to her current sad reality. Jigag. The woman ummed in pain as she suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her left wing. She quickly noticed that she had been hit by some kind of attack that had left a large hole in her limb, forcing her to plummet, though not before wrapping her arms around her son to prevent him from getting hurt. As she plummeted to the ground, he scattered for several meters, receiving more injuries. Ignoring her condition, she quickly looked behind her to discover who had carried out the previous attack on her, and she could see a demon walking slowly towards her with palpable murderous intent. Amaris could no longer fly and could not run. Her body not only suffered quite a few injuries but also her energies were about to run out. She had no choice but to endure in that place as long as she could, but for what exactly? Deep down she knew that no one and nothing would save her. She had betrayed her kind, her beloved had died, and she was in the middle of a celestial war. It was only her against the world and she had everything to lose, but that would not make her give up. Unfortunately, she could not think for long. The attacking demon quickly launched itself towards her and she had no choice but to hold her son firmly and step aside to avoid its onslaught. Unfortunately, her movement was made more clumsily than she imagined and her enemy easily noticed it. Then she seemed to see everything in slow motion, that man quickly brandishing his demonic sword and severing both of her legs while she lost her balance even more. Her only consolation was that her arms never let go of little Issei, who watched everything in terror, miming without his voice being able to be heard. Amaris stammered as she put her body before that of her baby. The pain was unimaginable and panic flooded her being. Was this her end? Jigog. She coughed as she felt the demonic edge of the weapon bury itself in her back. If she was suffering before, it was much worse now. She felt like her body and soul were burning. That demon had attacked her for the second time without hesitation, dealing that blow the moment she turned her back to try to escape without success. Since not only the angels had the power of light to inflict great damage to the demons had their dark power to inflict a lot of damage to the angels as well. Amaris's eyes trembled, faltered, and in her mind millions of memories began to fleetingly surface. The brief but precious and above all loving times she spent with her son and her beloved Victus. The obstacles the three of them had to go through. There were bitter moments, but also happy ones, where love was the only thing that fulfilled and emboldened them. Thanks to that powerful feeling and the desire to protect her son no matter the cost, she remembered something she had almost forgotten. A forbidden spell she read in an ancient grimoire accidentally found in a sacred library, which was capable of teleporting an object or living being to a desired distance in time and space with an appreciable level of success, although the cost was high. Not only directly proportional to that distance, but also, as long as it was through time, that cost would have a very high price. She, who was more familiar with magic and support spells, was the most suitable to execute it, even though the probability of her dying instantly was high, but she didn't care. "I don't care what price you have to pay. If it's my life, then go ahead, take it all. I refuse to leave my son unprotected," she shouted resolutely inside, hugging her son firmly, and with the little strength she had left, she executed that last spell, the most powerful but at the same time the most dangerous, while thinking about her chant, "Please take him far from all this, far from wars and cruelty, allow him to grow healthy and strong to face life's challenges correctly." However, there was a problem, and that was that she did not remember 100% how to execute the spell, but her intention was all that was enough. She only fervently wished that Issei would disappear from that place and that time. The best option was for him to go to the future. Before the blade touched his back again, time slowed down, this time for real, to the point of stopping completely. Just a meter in front of them, space began to tear, resembling an open wound from which dangerous lightning and an abnormally strong wind erupted, but strangely, they didn't seem to affect Amaris or her son. From that opening, a singular humanoid figure slowly emerged and, with the same speed, made its way to the fallen angel on the ground, then crouched down to be at his level. Amaris looked stupefied. She had never thought the spell would work this way. It's because this isn't part of such a spell which, in part, is nothing more than a lie. It was done on purpose that way so that a specific magician would unleash his strong ambition at this precise moment, just as it had been foreseen millions of years ago. The being responded to that absent question, his words resonating loud and clear in Amaris's mind. What? Who you are? Were the woman's first words, stunned and extremely confused, wanting the being to explain what he had just said. "This is not the time to answer such trivial questions. My presence here is solely due to your strong will and your strong desire to ensure that this creature survives. The agreement remains in place, although the price to pay remains high. Do you still intend to continue, knowing that?" the humanoid figure asked with the same severity as before. Wise, even though she was still dazed, the consequences of carrying out that spell continued to be the same and were present in her consciousness. That being then extends his arms and then opens his hands, waiting for Amaris to place her son in them as a final act for the consummation of their agreement, something that she accepted from the bottom of her heart, although not without first giving a last look wrapped in tears to that little boy, who, although he looked terrified, is the one who became the greatest source of love and hope in the lives of two beings who should never have been together, despite that they broke the rules and decided that love would enter their hearts, Issei being the most beautiful result of their union. Finally, he places a soft kiss on his tiny cheek and lets go. The entity gets up and just as slowly leaves, but before crossing the threshold he turns around one last time and looks at Amaris, who had broken into tears when she saw her beloved son leave. This child will possess potential never before seen, the world will bend to his will, and when the time comes, they will be reunited once more. So it shall be. After speaking those words, and before Amaris's stunned gaze, the humanoid figure crossed the portal, never to return. For a moment, her tears ceased, and as time returned to its natural course, she experienced a tiny glimmer of hope at the humanoid being's final comment. Would it be possible to see her beloved son once more? Then the weapon buried itself in her back, her blood stained the ground again, and with her last breath she ceased to exist, with the image of the two people she held most dear engraved in her soul. The meeting. "Kaneko!" Ria screamed, desperate after seeing how her little servant flew until she crashed forcefully into a beam. The renegade demon they were facing that night turned out to be a much more difficult opponent than they supposed. Its gigantic appearance was a grotesque amalgamation of three lesser demons, with many elongated hands similar to tentacles and a body similar to that of a gigantic caterpillar with other limbs that seemed to be several legs of different animals. The agility, strength and resistance of this entity were terrifying. Wretched. "How dare you hurt her?" she screamed then. Her aura increased greatly and then created several balls of destructive energy, the characteristic magic of the Gremory clan. The redhead launched several of those attacks, but the monster was quite agile despite its enormous size and dodged them without much problem. "But what?" she exclaimed aloud, stunned by the monster's reaction, and before she could think any further she realized that the great enemy quickly closed the distance with her. Luckily for him, Kiba intercepted several of his tentacles with swift, ferocious sweeps of his sword, encompassing every possible blind spot the enemy's attacks could reach. "Stay back, Bucho," he shouted, still focusing on all the attacks against him. "I'll assist you, Kiba." "Bucho, back off." Akino shouts, sparks enveloping her body as she raises her hands and launches a powerful beam straight at the monster's body. Her magic reached the monster but barely damaged it, then she retreated to finally slam into the ground, creating a hole and sinking into it. "Is he escaping?" the blonde exclaimed, staring at the large hole that was left behind and looking around. "No, it's still moving." "Everyone watch the ground, it'll attack from below." Akino shouted, her intuition telling her that this was what would happen next. "I won't leave my lovely servant unprotected." Rias shouted, rushing over to Kaneko and finally scooping her up in her arms. As soon as she grabbed her, she felt strong vibrations, so she jumped out of the amalgam demon's attack range. "Bucho!" Akino shouted, launching another powerful beam towards the monster to prevent it from grabbing the red-haired leader. Kiba took advantage of that moment to rush forward with the dizzying speed of a horse and intercept the enemy again. Both demons were annoyed to notice that their attacks barely managed to make scratches on the body of the renegade demon, who began to repel them with his numerous claw tentacles. Rias's entourage was certainly dealing with a rather complicated problem. They did not believe that their enemy would have such power, and they were being dangerously outnumbered. Kiba was hit several times by the claws, which cut various parts of his stomach and arms. The same with Akino, who also suffered wounds on her legs. Kiba! Rias shouted upon seeing the state of their bodies while still carrying Kaneko in her arms. She knew she shouldn't despair, but seeing the wounds on her beloved maids in addition to the apparent lack of way to do any harm to that strange monster made her feel cornered. She shouldn't do it since she was the brains of the group, the most important member, so it was mandatory for her to always be cold-blooded and down-to-earth to formulate infallible strategies. Although it is well known that the Gremmery are characterized by taking great care of their servants, so she couldn't prevent her feelings from coming to the surface. "Get me just one more moment," she shouted at them while looking around for a place to safely leave Kaneko and return to help 100%. But when she turned around and started running, she heard Kiba and them in pain. "Akak!" He had been hit by one of the tentacles, which pierced him in his right shoulder, greatly limiting his attacking ability, then grabbed him by one leg and tossed him around, finally throwing him far away. "Kiba!" Akino and Rias shouted at the same time. "Akino, watch out!" Rias shouted then. The monster took advantage of that moment of vulnerability of the black-haired girl to grab her by both legs. She tried to get away by electrifying her body, but before she reached full power, the monster pierced the left side of her stomach. Akino ummed, who coughed hard after the powerful blow. The tentacle then came out of her and blood spilled on the ground. Then it does the same as with Kiba and throws her away. "You wretch!" Rias screamed, anger surging through her blood. Her aura rose even higher due to her current excitement, allowing her to create several spheres of destruction of considerable size. However, there was a big problem with them, and that was that they were now slow, contrasting with said size and destructive power. Raynare! The three deformed faces of the renegade demon roared at the same time in response. His aura also intensified, being this a clear sign that he was more than ready for the fight. So, with the great speed he acquired, he again dodged Rias's attacks with more ease, and after quickly positioning himself to one side and out of his center of vision, the monster extended its tentacles. Rias realized his actions too late. All she could do was throw herself to the opposite side to try to evade his attack, but she didn't completely succeed. Two of the tentacles sank into each of her legs, which destabilized her and forced her to let go of Kaneko, resulting in both of them ending up falling resoundingly. The redhead muttered, gritting her teeth as she tried to hold back the pain. "Kaneko, Kiba, Akino, diminish," she whispered then, observing her servants, each one lying in a different spot, barely getting up to watch in horror as the rogue demon threw himself at Rias, ready to eliminate her, but she wasn't going to give up easily. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion, that monster getting dangerously close to her as she raised her arm to summon a protection spell. She hoped she would do it in time, but even so, if she succeeded, said protection would only be effective from the front, and that monster could easily go around the range of the spell. So the doubt grew in her and her resolve wavered. She was witnessing an enemy that turned out to be more powerful than her. Would her life really end in that place and moment? However, something strange happened in the following instant, and both she and her servants perceived it as the sky turned a reddish color similar to that of the underworld, which undoubtedly meant that someone had placed a great barrier that covered the entire area in which they were fighting. But who was it? Was it Sona, who learned of the difficulties she was going through and decided to come to help? Yes, they had a talent for creating strong barriers, but not one that altered space in such a way. Immediately afterwards, and before she could even realize it, a shadow appeared between her and the renegade demon, a young, male presence that caused her some discomfort, but she couldn't think about it anymore as an impressive fight began, filled with lights coming from 6 gigantic, shining swords that suddenly manifested. These were copies of a sword that the boy had in his hands, each one in charge of deflecting and cutting again and again the tentacles that tried to harm them. The redhead then notices a dark, red mist that shot out from the man's back, swirling around and eventually gathering above his head. And no way! Rhea screamed in her mind after letting out an expression of surprise and terror as she saw a gigantic head of a red dragon that she knew well, materialized right above the mysterious man. Having him so close sent shivers down her spine and made her skin crawl. Greyer! The dragon roared, then opened its jaws to fire a concentrated beam of energy that instantly vaporized one of the rogue demon's heads, which didn't see it coming because it was busy being repelled by the stranger. Ga away! The monster shrieked in pain, retreating a little. That brief moment of weakness was enough for the newcomer to dispatch it in terrifying fashion. The 6 shining swords flew back and forth, slicing and dicing the monster's body at lightning speed everywhere except for the remaining heads, which the original sword took care of. Each and every one of the small pieces to which the beast was reduced remained static in the air, neither falling nor disappearing. Then more of the mist with which the red dragon appeared swirled on both sides, forming gigantic draconic wings from which thousands of small homing missiles were fired, impacting against each piece and pulverizing it with small, large explosions that filled the place. To the surprise of the Gremry demons, their bodies were protected by a strange barrier that surrounded them as if it were a simple albeit effective armor. When the smoke cleared, only the destruction the rogue demon had wreaked on the infrastructure remained. Not even its remains or aura were discernible. The only thing left behind was the unknown visitor who had saved both her and her servants. The young man turned around, his dark clothing not completely covering his face so Rhea could see him clearly. It was Issei, a first-year student at Kuo Academy, which left her even more shocked. "Don't move too much, I'll take care of the wounds," he said seriously, his eyes seeming as if they could cut through the air itself at any moment. His aura, which seemed to blend demonic and angelic energy, was what kept her in that state of tension, even though the boy showed no desire to fight. She didn't respond. The mere sight before her left her stunned. Then the young man proceeded, extending his right hand, in which a green light appeared. The same light appeared on the redhead's legs, surrounding her thighs, causing the wounds to gradually close until they disappeared completely. He then took care of Kaneko, squatting down slightly and healing her body in the same way, causing her to slowly wake up. "Kaneko!" Rhea exclaimed, happy as she went to meet her. The albino woke up completely after receiving her master's hug, then she noticed Issei's presence, and besides being visibly stunned, she became tense. "Don't worry, he defeated the demon and healed your wounds, you can be sure," Rhea said then, reassuring her. Issei watches them for a moment before getting up and going with Kiba and Akino. "Bucho," the little white-haired girl spoke. Her eyes began to tremble and Rias noticed that she felt embarrassed by her poor performance in the fight. She was knocked out just after it started, but she had to keep in mind that her enemy turned out to be a much bigger threat than they anticipated. "Don't say anything else. The important thing now is that you're okay," the leader replies, hugging her again. Moments later, they separate, both staring at the dark-haired man. "Bucho," Kaneko commented, still impressed, looking at the young man who remained focused on healing a very surprised Kiba. "He's a student from our academy. He transferred earlier this year, but I didn't know he was a demon." "It seems so, or I don't know, his aura is very strange," Rias answered, declaring her ignorance on the matter, her eyes trying to find an exact answer, but she couldn't, although that's not all, she whispered, then remembering how the domination dragon made an appearance and in such a surreal way. She always thought it was sealed inside a sacred gear and that it only manifested itself indirectly, but it seems that is no longer the case. Anyway, the main thing now was that his servants were okay, then they would take care of inquiring more about him, and above all, how she would report this to Sona. Jigayu Arakino said through gritted teeth, trying to hold back the pain while holding her wound with one hand. "Don't move," the black-haired man asked her bluntly, bending down and beginning to treat her. Little by little the pain subsided and the wound in her stomach closed. The whole time this was happening, the girl didn't take her eyes off the boy, whose face was very serious. His aura seemed very familiar, although she couldn't shake the image she had of him being supported by the celestial dragon, the same one that killed many of her own in the last great celestial war. That's why she was still tense when she was near him, but she let him do what was necessary since she saw when he helped his companions. When he finished, the black-haired man lowered his hand, and she felt relieved, as if she had never been hurt, although her torn clothes were a reminder of what had happened. Issei calmly stood up and without saying anything, with a snap he made the barrier that surrounded the factory disappear. "That barrier was it your doing?" Rias asked, a little surprised, although on the other hand she figured it out. The black-haired man didn't respond, just coldly observed her and the others before turning around. "Wait, what happened? See, can we talk for a moment, please?" the leader of the group of demons asked. Issei stopped and only slightly tilted his head to look over her. "Tomorrow after school at the old school building," the boy responded succinctly, then disappeared into the shadows. Everyone remained silent with their eyes wide open. They were expectant in case he would reappear, but he didn't. After that, the Gremory devils looked at each other, completely stunned and without the confusion being able to leave their faces. What were they supposed to do now? Issei didn't attack them. They wouldn't consider him their enemy, but that threatening aura and the dragon of domination manifesting itself. Corporeal Rias breathed deeply and then exhaled a long sigh under the watchful gaze of her servants. Yes, she will solve it. She had to do it since it is her job after all.